Chapter 1888. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Although divine kings were the most ordinary true gods, they were still true gods. There was an insurmountable gap between them and heavenly God. Love go little say, moreover, it was a metamorphosis on the level of life. It was easy to defeat a true God, but it was extremely difficult to kill a true God. In the history of the divine world, there were some monstrous geniuses who managed to kill a true God when they were in the heavenly God realm. However, they were still as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Fang Chun decided on this plan after much consideration. Moreover, he did not dare to be careless. If he were to fight alone, he would definitely not be a match for a true God. After discussing all the countermeasures, Fang Chun engraved 2 sacred arrays into 2 heavenly god weapons and gave them to Xiao Huang and Little Mouse respectively. Then, they quickly left the territory of the Phoenix clan. The territory of the Phoenix clan was huge. However, the 3 great divine kings' divine senses were constantly surveying the surrounding environment. There were god emperors in the Phoenix clan. They did not dare to scan the area with their consciousness, but they could monitor the surroundings. I wonder how long that brat will hide. Black Sword Divine King spat out a mouthful of phlegm and said in a low voice. They had waited for many days, but there was still no trace of that brat. This made Black Sword Divine King very anxious. Let's wait patiently. If we can't complete this mission, we will definitely die when we return. Divine King Changchen said. He was very clear about the means of the god of death emperor. Sha sha sha. Just as the 3 of them were talking, a soft sound suddenly entered their ears. Immediately, the 3 of them spread out their consciousness and found Little Mouse. It's that bastard's spiritual pet. Black Sword Divine King said. I'll go and destroy them. Divine King Yen Yu's body flashed as he secretly followed Little Mouse and Little Hai. Trying to escape? Divine King Yen Yu sneered. Love go little say, Chu. Not long after, Pangolin and Xiao Huang left the territory of the Phoenix clan quietly. They stuck their heads out and looked around, giving people the feeling that they wanted to escape. Seeing this, God King Black Sword wanted to take action but was stopped by God King Changchen. I'll go, said God King Changchen after some thought. God King Changchen, do you think they are trying to create a diversion? Dark Sword Divine King suddenly thought of the situation that happened last time and said in a deep voice. Changchen frowned and said, So what if it's a diversion? That guy isn't simple. I'll go get rid of them. With that said, Divine King Changchen rapidly turned and left. In fact, there was another reason why Divine King Changchen did this. He had his eyes on Xiao Huang and wanted to take Xiao Huang for himself. Just like that, the 4 of them successfully lured away God King Changchen and God King Yen Yu, leaving only God King Black Sword. Boom! 1,000 miles away, 2 earth-shattering battles broke out instantly. Little Mouse transmitted a message to Fang Chun. After the latter received the news, he immediately looked for God King Black Sword. Splash! Fang Chen's divine sense spread out and immediately discovered Black Sword Divine King. His primordial spirit had reached the 3rd Yuan realm and his consciousness was as strong as a God King realm expert. You are this way. Fang Chen called out softly and immediately used the spacetime book. His figure hid in the void as he moved quickly. After a while, Fang Chen came behind God King Black Sword. Swoosh, the sword chi in his body vibrated. The hidden star sword carried a terrifying sword chi and suddenly stabbed towards God King Black Sword. Courting death. The dark sword Divine King was already prepared. With a backhand slash, he easily blocked Fang Chen's attack. Kid, do you think that a diversion tactic will succeed? God King Black Sword sneered. He held the sword in his hand and sword chi rushed into the sky. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Today will be the day you die. Fang Chun did not say a word and launched a fierce and domineering attack. His figure was faintly discernible. At the same time, he used the immemorial soul-refining art. 5 major sword moves were used together. Suddenly, 5 terrifying sword lights appeared in the sky and stabbed towards God King Black Sword. Black Dragon Sky Destroyer Sword. God King Black Sword gave a low roar. Extremely rich destructive power of the law emerged around him. Then, the power of the law poured into the long sword. In the next moment, the long sword in God King Black Sword's hand hit the 5 sword lights at an unbelievable angle. Gotcha, out of the 5 sword lights, 3 were instantly shattered. The remaining 2 continued to charge forward bravely. God King Black Sword's body was just about to move when he suddenly felt the rich corrosive power in the air. He quickly changed his location. However, it was still a little too late. The corner of his clothes had already been corroded. Get lost. God King Black Sword suddenly slashed the void. The entire space was in chaos. Star and Moon's figure was forced out. Roar, the loud and clear cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. Star and Moon pushed the mystical phoenix physique to the extreme. In an instant, the rich power of the phoenix above her head condensed into a fire phoenix. It spread its fiery red wings and whistled. Huff, the fire phoenix spat out scorching hot flames from its mouth. Its attack power was very strong. In a short period of time, it completely swallowed God King Black Sword's attack. Phoenix Clan? God King Black Sword cried out. The long sword in his hand slashed out again and hit the fire phoenix. Poochie, the illusory fire phoenix, dissipated. Star and Moon's figure quickly retreated. A trace of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. True God weapon? Fang Chen's pupils shrank as he stared at the long sword in God King Black Sword's hand. Only then did he realize that the long sword he used last time was not this one. Kid, you're quite knowledgeable, but it's too late to realize it now. A true God weapon was a super powerful weapon that only absolute God-level blacksmiths could refine. Fang Chen's hidden star sword was only a heavenly God weapon. There was still a big gap between it and a true God weapon. Whoosh! Fang Chen's face darkened. With a shake of his wrist, he set up a saint-level formation in an instant, trapping God King Black Sword within. The battle between Fang Chen and Star and Moon against God King Black Sword was very intense. At the same time, Little Mouse and Little C worked together to forcefully pin down God King Yen Yu. You're courting death. God King Yen Yu attacked wildly in desperation. Roar! Little Mouse growled. Purple light flickered around him. Behind him, a shadow of a purple mouse that was several feet tall quickly condensed. In the next moment, he used his 4 great special abilities: Devour, Extreme Piercing, Assimilate, and See Through. When the 4 special abilities intertwined, their attack power was super strong. The defense of the Divine Devouring Rat was very strong. Although Little Mouse's cultivation was only at the Divine Overlord realm, his physical strength was comparable to a God King realm expert. Therefore, he watched from the front and blocked most of God King Yen Yu's attacks. Xiaohai, on the other hand, was constantly unleashing strange attacks from the rear. Gotcha! It was said that the Divine King was a Divine King after all. His strength was extremely strong. Under his continuous attacks, the shadow behind Little Mouse was blasted apart. Seeing this, Little Mouse cursed inwardly. He casually took out a heavenly god weapon. With a thought, a saint-level formation appeared instantly, trapping God King Yen Yu within. Attack! A saint-level formation could not pose a threat to God King Yen Yu, but it could stop his attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Little Mouse and Little C launched a frenzied attack, causing God King Yen Yu to panic. On the other battlefield, the battle was also in full swing. Compared to Little Mouse and Little C, Pangolin and Xiao Huang were helpless. Among the 3 God Kings, God King Chan Chen's attack power was the strongest. Moreover, God King Chan Chen ignored Pangolin and attacked Xiao Huang crazily. If not for Xiao Huang's strength, he would have been defeated by God King Chan Chen. Damn it, why is this guy so strong? Little Mouse was sent flying by God King Chan Chen in one of their attacks. He quickly got up and gritted his teeth. Formation, Pangolin said calmly. In the next moment, Xiao Huang released a saint-level formation. Then, he unleashed the Ant King tribe's special ability. A terrifying corrosive power swept across the land. Although the four little fellows were at a disadvantage against the two God Kings, they were barely able to restrain them. Now, their only hope was on Fang Chen and Star and Moon. As long as they could end the battle quickly and kill God King Heidao, their plan would succeed. Boss, you must be fast. Xiao Huang suffered from God King Chan Chen's heavy attacks continuously. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 1889. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. In the sacred level formation, Fang Chen performed the 5 sword moves of Immortal God training skill with all his might and fought with Black Sword Supreme King. On the other hand, Xing Yu activated her mysterious Phoenix physique to assist Fang Chen. The couple teamed up and they were on par with Black Sword Supreme King. The latter was furious. D*MNU. Black Sword Supreme King roared and swung the true god weapon in his hand. Fang Chen raised his star-hidden sword to block the attack. With a crack, the star-hidden sword broke into pieces. Fang Chen performed the spacetime book and disappeared into thin air. Black Sword Supreme King's true god weapon hit the ground and there was a tremor. The commotion caused by the battle here attracted the attention of the Phoenix clan. Phoenix Ancestor, who was talking to Emperor God Xiao Luo, suddenly changed her expression. Someone is fighting? Then, Phoenix Ancestor and Emperor God Xiao Luo flashed and appeared in the air. Suddenly, they saw 3 scenes of battle. This boy is fighting with a Supreme King. Phoenix Ancestor shook her head and was about to take action, but she was stopped by Emperor God Xiao Luo. Phoenix, watch for a while. I think this boy can defeat the Supreme King, Emperor God Xiao Luo said with a smile. He had confidence in Fang Chen. Oh! Hearing this, the Phoenix clan elder rolled his eyes and nodded. She waved her hand and isolated the battle to prevent any commotion in the clan. Fang Chen didn't know that the 2 emperor gods were watching his battle in the dark. Then, his star-hidden sword broke, and he quickly took out another superb heavenly god weapon and continued to perform Immortal God training skill. Suddenly, Black Sword Supreme King chased after Fang Chen crazily. After a while, Star and Moon finished accumulating power and sent a message to Fang Chen. The latter performed the spacetime book and lured Black Sword Supreme King to Star and Moon. Hong, at this moment, a terrifying surge of Phoenix power surged out of Star and Moon's body. It quickly wrapped around the Dark Sword God King. The scorching flames engulfed the entire land. Not good. The Black Sword Divine King's expression changed drastically as he sensed the terror of the Phoenix's power. He struggled with all his might. The true God artifact longsword was brandished continuously. The Black Dragon Sky Destroyer sword was executed again and again. Brother Chen, I can only trap him for 3 breaths of time, Star and Moon said in a low voice with a pale face. 3 breaths? It's enough. Fang Chen nodded and then closed his eyes. His primordial spirit trembled, and the 3 golden figures exuded a terrifying aura of the Soul Tao. Voila! In the sky, embroidery needles were condensed one after another. In the blink of an eye, the dense embroidery needles, like locusts, completely covered the blue sky. 100,000 Dao. This was the first time Fang Chen had used the 1,000-leaf needles against an enemy. He did not know if he could severely injure the Black Sword God King. However, this was their best chance. If they failed, they could only retreat. In the sky, Emperor God Xiao Luo exclaimed. 1,000-leaf needles? Emperor God Xiao Luo's heart was also in turmoil. It had only been a few days and this kid had mastered the first level of the 1,000-leaf needles? Wasn't this too much of a genius? Amazing! Emperor God Xiao Luo complimented. He rarely complimented others, but those who could be complimented by him were definitely not ordinary people. Phoenix ancestors stared at Star and Moon. She was the clearest about the secret skill that Star and Moon had just executed. As expected of the mysterious Phoenix body, a divine realm warrior can actually perform such a secret skill. The two great god emperors were shocked. On the battlefield below, Star and Moon unleashed the strongest power of the mysterious Phoenix body and temporarily restrained the Black Sword God King. At the same time, it was corroding the Black Sword God King's body. In one breath, Fang Chun had condensed 100,000 embroidery needles. In two breaths, Fang Chun opened his palm and controlled the dense aura of the Soul Tao to activate the 100,000 embroidery needles. Brother Chun. Star and Moon was a little anxious. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth as she called out urgently. 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Kacha. Cracks began to appear in the binding of the power of the Phoenix, and the wild laughter of the Black Sword God King rang out from within. Puff! The true God Longsword suddenly cut through the void and cut the restraint of the Phoenix power apart layer by layer. At this moment, Fang Chun roared, "Go!" In an instant, 100,000 embroidery needles with terrifying power bombarded Black Sword God King. Kacha! When the 100,000 embroidery needles whizzed in front of Black Sword God King, he had just torn the restraint of the Phoenix power apart. Huh! Black Sword God King, who was about to attack, was shocked when he saw this. Immediately, he felt his primordial spirit trembling. How is this possible? Black Sword God King waved his true god longsword and desperately defended himself. Ding ding ding. Streaks of embroidery needles collided with Black Sword God King's true god longsword and instantly collapsed. However, 100,000 embroidery needles was too large a number. In the end, there were still some that slipped through the net and pierced into Black Sword God King's body. At first, 1 or 2 embroidery needles pierced into his body, but it didn't hurt or itch. However, after a large number of embroidery needles entered his body, he finally felt discomfort. Ah! Black Sword God King screamed miserably. His primordial spirit was in incomparable pain, as if it was about to explode. Countless embroidery needles entered his body and pierced his primordial spirit. In the blink of an eye, his primordial spirit was riddled with holes. No, the power in Black Sword God King's body suddenly erupted. It was as if the power to destroy the world had exploded in an instant. All the embroidery needles that approached his body collapsed. However, such an attack was clearly not something Black Sword God King could withstand. After launching the attack, he vomited blood and his face was pale. He desperately resisted the attack of the embroidery needles in his primordial spirit. Kill. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face was overjoyed. Thousand Leaf Needle's attack was effective, and it really seriously injured Black Sword God King. The 5 major sword moves of the immemorial soul-refining art erupted again. This time, Fang Chen did not hold back at all. The time-space book was also displayed. Star and Moon at the side once again erupted with the strongest power of the mystical Phoenix physique. The rich power of the Phoenix enveloped the injured Black Sword God King. A powerful corrosive force invaded his body. Get out. Black Sword God King felt that his consciousness was a little blurry. His body was filled with pain. I actually lost to 2 celestial gods? Black Sword God King felt humiliated. He roared in anger, Yen Yu Chanchen. 1,000 miles away, the 2 God Kings who were fighting felt the chaotic aura of Black Sword God King. They cried out in alarm and wanted to support him. However, the 4 little fellows resisted with all their might. In just a few breaths, Black Sword God King's vitality had already disappeared by more than half. No, I don't want to die. He, Black Sword God King, was a true god. How could he die in the hands of 2 celestial gods? Annihilation. Star and Moon cried out. The power of the phoenix became scorching hot again. Half of Black Sword God King's body had already been corroded. After displaying the 5 major sword moves, Fang Chun dragged his exhausted body and once again displayed the 1,000-leaf needles. 100,000 embroidery needles frantically pierced Black Sword God King's body. His blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately called for Star and Moon and swiftly retreated. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Little Mouse and the others. Black Sword God King's body was battered and exhausted. His entire body was charred black and his primordial spirit was riddled with holes. His vitality was rapidly draining away. He didn't look like a God King at all. When Fang Chun and Star and Moon retreated to the territory of the Phoenix clan, 2 furious voices came from afar. God Kings Chan Chun and Yen Yu had arrived. When they saw Black Sword God King, they roared to the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Little Mouse and the others also safely returned to the territory of the Phoenix clan. Seeing this, Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. Black Sword, hang in there. God King Chan Chun and Yen Yu crazily transferred their true god power into Black Sword God King's body. In the sky, Emperor God Xiao Luo and Phoenix Ancestor exclaimed, "The new generation really excels the old. When we were young, how could we dare to fight someone of a higher level than us?" Phoenix Ancestor laughed. Emperor God Xiao Luo nodded. There was a huge gap between a celestial god and a true god. The talents of these two are definitely the best among the younger generation in the divine world, Emperor God Xiao Luo exclaimed. He even wanted to take them as his disciples. However, he knew that Star and Moon were related to the Phoenix clan. Fang Chun should be related to the Heavenly Bone Palace. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 1890. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Godly King realm was an unattainable realm for most of the gods. There were countless gods in the vast realm of the god. But it was very difficult to enter the Godly King realm. Some people were stuck at the bottleneck their whole lives. Fang Chun and Star and Moon entered the Godly King realm at the same time, and they were husband and wife. This was rare in the realm of the god. After reaching the Godly King realm, one had to think of a Godly King title. In the courtyard, Fang Chun and Star and Moon sat together. Little Mouse and the others also came to join in the fun. Little Mouse noticed that Star and Moon's face was slightly red. He lowered his head and asked in confusion, "Sister-in-law, why is your face red?" "Yeah, sister-in-law, are you not feeling well?" Xiao Huang also asked. Pangolin and Little Sea couldn't help but laugh. Hearing Xiao Huang and Little Mouse's words, Star and Moon became even more shy and didn't dare to raise her head. Fang Chun glared at them and said, "I called you here to help me think of a title. What nonsense are you talking about?" The topic shifted to the Godly King title. Fang Chun was afraid that these two guys would insist on getting to the bottom of the matter, and Star and Moon would be embarrassed. At the mention of the Godly King title, the 4 guys' eyes lit up and scrambled to think. "Boss, sister-in-law's title is Moon Godly King. Why don't you call yourself Godly King Chin?" Little Mouse said. "Godly King Chin, isn't this name too tacky?" No, boss's Godly King title must be very loud and flashy." Xiao Huang shook his head. "Then what do you think?" Little Mouse asked. Xiao Huang pondered for a moment and said, "Why don't we call him Godly King Star? Isn't that tacky?" "Godly King Star, which part of it is domineering?" Little Mouse said. "What about Godly King Fang? I think we should just call him Sword God King. Just look at the South Tomb Sword Palace's Palace Master, Swordless God Emperor. How tyrannical is that title?" Little Hai chuckled. The 4 of them spoke one after another, and Fang Chun listened quietly the whole time. However, the titles they came up with were all kinds of strange, and Fang Chun felt a little helpless. "Brother Chin," suddenly, Star and Moon raised her head and looked at Fang Chen with her beautiful eyes. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, "Brother Chen, you're a descendant of destruction, and you've even incorporated destruction into your sword Dao. Why don't we call you God King of Destruction?" Little Mouse and the rest quieted down when they heard the name of the godly King of Destruction. Immediately they were very excited. Sister-in-law is still the best. She came up with such a cool name the moment she set out. That's right, boss. Let's call you God King Destruction then. When you become a God Emperor in the future, you'll be the God King Destruction. Fang Chen frowned as he pondered. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this title. However, with the 6 laws as its name, unless the person was very strong or had a very deep background, he would be suppressed by others. Furthermore, there was already a God King of Destruction in the deity world. If he were to call himself God King of Destruction, wouldn't it be a duplicate name? These were all things that Fang Chen needed to consider. After all, his current strength wasn't enough to run amok in the deity world. Thus, he had to consider everything carefully before making a decision. Dong! Suddenly, the golden heart started beating rapidly. Fang Chen was startled. He stared at the golden heart with his eyes wide open. "Do you want me to be called God King of Destruction too?" Fang Chen asked himself. Dong dong dong. The golden heart was beating rapidly, as if it was responding to Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen fell into deep thought. The golden heart could be said to be the companion that had accompanied him for the longest time. Without the golden heart, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Furthermore, the owner of the golden heart was the cosmos god Gu Yuan, who had once dominated the deity world. On the path of martial arts, one should follow one's heart. If one gave in to everything, then what was the point of pursuing the peak of martial arts? This sentence suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Immediately, Fang Chen grinned. He knew that he had an answer. God King of Destruction, he would be called God King of Destruction. Although this title was a little flamboyant and difficult to obtain, it would lead to fatal disasters. But he wasn't afraid. If he couldn't even pass this stage, how could he reach the peak of martial arts? At this moment, the primordial spirit in Fang Chen's mind shook. He instantly understood. His body emitted a golden light. "Boss!" Little Mouse and the other 3 discovered Fang Chen's change and hurriedly called out. Voila! Fang Chen retracted the aura of golden light around him, and a smile appeared on his face. "I'll call myself God King of Destruction." In the entire deity world, there were only 6 God Emperors who were named after the 6 laws. The 6 laws were unique, and so were the God Emperors of the laws. It was the same for the God Emperors and God Kings. However, the competition between the true gods of these 2 realms wasn't that intense. God Kings and God Emperors who were named after the 6 laws could appear at any time. But most of them didn't live for long. Being able to survive in the midst of countless competitors was the most frightening. After countless years, the deity world had stabilized. The 6 God Kings of the laws had existed for a very long time. Even though many God Kings chose the 6 laws as their titles, they couldn't shake the position of the God Kings of the 6 laws. Ha ha ha, God King of Destruction, you're really domineering. Little Mouse grinned. After becoming a God King, Fang Chen had been studying the 1,000-leaf needle. If he cultivated it to the 3rd level, dealing with God Kings would be a piece of cake. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Time was nothing to him. South Pole, by the sea. On this day, a void battleship suddenly appeared in the turbulent South Sea. There were 7 God Kings on it. They were sent by the South Tomb Sword Palace to capture Fang Chen. Swoosh! The void battleship stopped by the sea. The 7 God Kings walked down from it in a single file. Then, the leading God King waved his hand and kept the void battleship. God King of Dragon Sword, this is the South Pole. One of the God Kings said. The leading Dragon Sword nodded his head and said with a gloomy face, "Don't act rashly. Gather information on the thief and then come up with a plan." Yes, God King of Dragon Sword. The 7 God Kings quickly arrived at the South Pole City and stayed there. At the same time, they were secretly looking for information about Feng Chen. A few days later, the 7 God Kings gathered to discuss how to deal with Feng Chen. God King of Dragon Sword, according to our investigation, this lad seems to be in the heavenly god realm. However, his strength is comparable to a God King. In the Heavenly God Grand Competition, not long ago, this lad severely injured the golden-winged rock of the Tianpeng clan and angered old ancestor Tianpeng. However, due to Emperor God Xiao Luo's intervention, the Heavenly God Grand Competition ended abruptly. He is now a gold consecrator of the Phoenix clan. He's just a heavenly god. With the 7 of us, he won't be able to escape. A man with thick eyebrows and big eyes said in disdain. God King of Dragon Sword looked at the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes and said, "To be able to kill Chan Chun and the other 2, this lad's strength is not to be underestimated. Although the 7 of us together are powerful and comparable to a God King, this is not the South Pole. It's the South Pole, but the South Pole. There might be some unforeseen event. We must be careful." After pausing for a while, God King of Dragon Sword continued, "Moreover, don't forget that this lad is good at escaping. His speed is comparable to the golden-winged rock. The Death Emperor's order is to capture him alive and not kill him." Hearing God King of Dragon Sword's words, the other God Kings nodded. God King of Dragon Sword, he has been in the territory of the Phoenix clan. How are we going to take action? He is a gold consecrator of the Phoenix clan. If we take action in the territory of the Phoenix clan will retaliate. Therefore, we can only wait for him to leave. God King of Dragon Sword said. And the way to make him leave is to spread some news that will attract him. The 7 God Kings discussed the plan to deal with Feng Chen. After a long while, they came up with an excellent plan. Feng Chen was good at escaping and his speed was fast. He would not be able to resist the temptation of the void Danyan fruit. Ha ha ha, this is a brilliant plan. Only God King of Dragon Sword could think of this. Truly brilliant. That lad is so good at escaping. It's impossible that he doesn't know about the void Danyan fruit. Once we spread the news, he will definitely look for it. That's an excellent opportunity. As long as we capture him, even the Phoenix clan won't go so far as to offend our Sword Palace. I've already thought about the details of the matter. When you spread the news, you must be careful not to expose yourself. God King of Dragon Sword nodded. Chapter 1891. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Dragon Sword Divine King and the others were not aware that Feng Chen had reached the Divine King realm. Their plan revolved around the fact that Feng Chen was still a heavenly god. After the discussion, the 7 of them went their separate ways. Soon, a piece of news came out of South Pole City. Someone had found the void Danyan fruit on a mountain peak outside South Pole City. As soon as this news was released, it caused a stir in the entire South Pole City. Not only the Phoenix clan, but the other 2 beast clans were also making preparations. Regardless of whether the news was true or not, it was worth a trip. In the Demon Bird clan, Eagle Wing was full of smiles. His primordial spirit had reached the 3rd origin stage, and his body was strong enough. However, his speed was his only weakness. He had fought with Wind Rock more than once, and each time, Wind Rock used its speed to block his attacks. This made Eagle Wing feel helpless. He had been dreaming of increasing his speed. After his tireless efforts, he finally found a heavenly grade divine skill for movement. However, it was very difficult to cultivate it. This time, the appearance of the void Danyan fruit was a great opportunity. The void Danyan fruit is mine, Eagle Wing said coldly. Then, he said something to Blackbird Divine King and left the Demon Bird clan's territory quietly. At the same time, Feng Chen also received the news in the Phoenix clan. What did you say? Fang Chen jumped up from the stone bench, a look of astonishment on his face. Boss, the whole South Pole City is abuzz with the news. It's most likely true. Little Mouse nodded. Void Danyan fruit. Fang Chen's heart jumped. He was a void cultivation system martial artist. Since the Book of Time and Space reached the 18th level, he had not made any progress. If he could get the Void Danyan fruit, he would have an unexpected gain. Have you found out where the Void Danyan fruit is? Fang Chen asked. On a mountain peak outside South Pole City. I'm afraid many people have gone there. Little Mouse said. Let's go. Fang Chen said to Star and Moon and set off immediately. Outside South Pole City, on a mountain peak that reached the clouds. Standing on the mountain peak, one could see the people coming and going in South Pole City. The 7 divine kings had already hidden in every corner of the mountain peak. As soon as Fang Chen arrived, they would capture him. As time passed, more and more celestial gods arrived. There were even a few godly kings who came to watch. Search carefully. When Ingi arrived, he looked around and found that there was nothing on the mountain peak, so he said coldly. Hoo, however, just as Eagle Wing was about to look around, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from afar. Ingi turned around and was immediately stunned. Soon after, a strange light shot out from his pitch-black eyes. Fang Chen. The heavenly god great competition ended in such a way, and Eagle Wing felt helpless. Especially when Fang Chen had heavily injured Feng Ping and his fate was unknown. He wanted to fight Fang Chen even more. Eagle Wing. Fang Chen also saw Eagle Wing. He frowned but did not say anything. Kid, you still dare to appear here? Eagle Wing grinned. He exuded a terrifying aura. Why wouldn't I dare? Fang Chen said. I didn't get to fight with you in the Divine King Grand Competition. Now is your chance. I hope you don't disappoint me. Eagle Wing said coldly. His words were filled with cold, killing intent. You're not my match. Fang Chen said unhappily. Hearing this, Ingi was enraged, and the aura around him became more intense. I want to see where your courage comes from, Eagle Wing said. At the same time, in the surroundings of the mountain peak, the 7 great divine kings discovered Fang Chen. The other god kings could no longer hold themselves back and wanted to take action. However, they were stopped by the dragon's word God King. Don't attack first. Let's wait until they're both injured. Then we'll reap the benefit. Divine King Dragon's word said. The 7 divine kings hid in the dark and observed Fang Chen. At the same time, on the mountain peak, Fang Chen and Eagle Wing were fighting fiercely. Many experts who came here to look for the Void Danyan fruit retreated when they saw this scene. They were afraid that their battle would affect them. Isn't that Fang Chen and Eagle Wing? Why are they fighting? What a strong battle. It's amazing. In the Divine King Grand Competition, Fang Chen severely injured Feng Ping. Eagle Wing must be trying to prove that he's the strongest on the South Pole Divine King list. There's going to be a good show. Halfway up the mountain, everyone was watching the show. Boom! Eagle Wing's fist punched toward Fang Chen. Seeing this, the latter activated his perfect sword body and punched back without hesitation. When the 2 fists collided, a powerful force exploded, shattering the mountain peak. Rumble! A deafening sound rang through the sky. Fang Chen and Eagle Wing each took a few steps back. Fang Chen spread out his hands and said, "What's the point of such a probing attack?" Hearing this, Eagle Wing sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. With that, Eagle Wing closed his eyes. Suddenly, a crazy wind emerged around him. Whoosh! 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 In Eagle Wing's mind, his primordial spirit vibrated. A crazy Soul Dao aura swept across the entire mountain peak. Void Soul Blade. Above Eagle Wing's head, the wild Soul Dao aura instantly condensed into 6 terrifying blade lights. Rumble! These 6 terrifying blade lights were completely condensed from Soul Dao aura. Their attack power was extremely strong. Kill. Under Eagle Wing's control, The 6 blade lights whistled and attacked Fang Chen. Thousand-leaf needle. He had long guessed that Eagle Wing was a soul cultivator. Now it seemed that it was true. If it was before, Eagle Wing's soul Dao divine art might have been a threat to Fang Chen. But now there was almost no threat. Fang Chen easily used the 1,000-leaf needle. Millions of embroidery needles condensed and collided with the 6 blade lights. Crack, the 6 indestructible saber lights were actually shattered by the dense embroidery needles. No blood flowed from the corner of Eagle Wing's mouth. He widened his eyes and roared crazily. At the same time, he formed a complicated seal with his hands. His eyes were scarlet red as he used his last move. Void Soul Blade, the 7th move. Following Eagle Wing's roar, the Soul Dao aura in the sky condensed into a blade light that was 100 feet long. Boy, I want you dead. The blade light that was 100 feet long radiated a power that was several times stronger than the previous 6 blade light. Its attack power was extremely strong. The onlookers halfway up the mountain were already scared out of their wits. Too strong. How can Eagle Wing's attack be so strong? Everyone exclaimed. A sinister smile appeared in Eagle Wing's eyes. It was as though he could already see Fang Chen perishing under his saber light in the void. Whoosh! Seeing that the blade light was approaching, Fang Chen showed no fear on his face. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. Pretending to be calm. Eagle Wing thought that Fang Chen was pretending to be calm. He sneered and sped up the blade light. Pucci, the blade light pierced toward Fang Chen fiercely. However, a shocking scene appeared. Fang Chen gently raised his palm and extended his fingers. Then, the surging saber light in the air stopped moving. It was caught between his 2 fingers. Kill! Seeing this, Eagle Wing's expression changed drastically. He activated all the Soul Dao aura in his mind and poured it into the blade light. However, it was still useless. How is this possible? Eagle Wing was puzzled and roared crazily. Your attack is like a joke in my eyes. Looking at the crazy Eagle Wing, Fang Chen said indifferently. Then he exerted force with his fingers and the blade light shattered with a crack. Bang! Eagle Wing's body suffered a backlash from the Soul Dao aura. He was sent flying and rolled down the mountain. Oh my God! Eagle Wing was defeated. What? Divine King aura? Impossible. How can Fang Chen enter the Divine King realm? Monster, he is really a monster. How long has it been since the Heavenly God Grand Competition ended? The Heavenly Gods halfway up the mountain were shocked. They could not believe it. Although the Heavenly Gods of the Demon Bird clan were furious, they knew that Fang Chen was too strong. They hurriedly took the severely injured Eagle Wing away and returned to the Demon Bird clan's territory. The 7 divine kings who were hiding in the dark were also stunned when they saw this scene. However, they quickly reacted. This kid has great potential. He has entered the Divine King realm in such a short time. We must capture him this time. After saying this, Divine King Dragon Sword's aura instantly erupted. Chapter 1892. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Fang Chen immediately sensed Dragon's Word God King's aura when he released it. Love go little say, Netku. His expression changed drastically as he looked around. Impressive. If we give you more time, I'm afraid even we won't be your match. At this moment, Dragon's Word God King no longer hid and walked out from the shadows. The other 6 God Kings also walked out one after another. South Tomb Sword Palace? Fang Chen's face darkened when he saw the symbol on the clothes of Dragon's Word God King and the rest. Kid, come with us obediently. Dragon's Word God King grinned. Let's go. Fang Chen did not say anything. His figure flashed as he quickly retreated with Xingyu. Stop him. It wasn't easy for the 7 God Kings to trick Fang Chen out of the territory of the Phoenix clan. How could they let him go so easily? With Dragon's Word Divine King taking the lead, the 7 of them unleashed powerful attacks one after another, instantly surrounding Fang Chen and Xingyu in the middle. Trying to escape in front of the 7 of us? Dragon's Word God King sneered. Too bad you've just broken through to the God King realm. When Fang Chen was fighting with Eagle Wing, Dragon's Word God King had already seen through it. The 7 of them surrounded Fang Chen and Star and Moon. At this moment, Fang Chen would be an idiot if he still didn't understand. The Great South Tomb Sword Palace actually resorted to such a method just to deal with me. What a joke! Fang Chen sneered. Dragon's Word God King spread his hands and smiled disdainfully. Kid, since you killed swordsman Xiaoyun, you should be prepared to be hunted down by our South Tomb Sword Palace. In their opinion, as long as they could achieve their goal, what was the point of resorting to some special methods? Fang Chen exchanged glances with Star and Moon, then communicated telepathically. I'll lure them away later. You should return to the Phoenix clan quickly. Although the South Tomb Sword Palace is strong, they wouldn't dare to make a move in the Phoenix clan. Brother Chen, Star and Moon wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fang Chen. Kill! Fang Chen did not hesitate to use the immemorial soul-refining art. 5 major sword moves were unleashed simultaneously. The hidden star sword pierced through the sky, carrying the power of the 5 great laws as it viciously stabbed towards one of the God Kings. You are courting death. Judging from this God King's aura, he was one of the weaker God Kings among the 7 great God Kings. Fang Chen chose him as the breakthrough point because he wanted to break apart the encirclement of the 7 great divine kings. The God King's aura instantly spread out, and he suddenly punched towards Fang Chen. A sinister smile appeared on Fang Chen's face as he approached the divine king. Boom! Countless embroidery needles appeared in front of him in an instant. 1,000,000 embroidery needles stabbed into the God King's body with a terrifying presence. At the same time, Fang Chen used the spacetime book and appeared behind the God King in an instant. The hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed into the God King's body. Bang! 5 major sword moves exploded. Although the God King managed to dodge in time, it was too late. His body was blasted into pieces of flesh and blood. God King Blood River. God King Dragon's Word roared furiously. The attacks of the 6 great divine kings also whistled and landed on Fang Chen's body. Dong! The mountain peak trembled, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Fang Chen's figure vanished into thin air. In just one exchange, God King Blood River was severely injured, and Fang Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. This made the faces of God King Dragon's Word and the other God Kings turn extremely cold. He must still be nearby. Find him for me, Dragon's Word said coldly. At the same time, his gaze fell on Star and Moon, who were attacking. Kill her for me. As soon as Dragon Sword's voice fell, 2 God Kings went to deal with Star and Moon. 1. The mystical Phoenix physique was pushed to the extreme. Star and Moon's body was filled with extremely cold energy. Pucci, above her head, a huge phantom of a phoenix condensed. The phantom of the phoenix opened its mouth and spat out scorching flames. At the same time, a loud phoenix cry resounded through the sky. Pucci. Using the spacetime book, Fang Chen's figure appeared like a ghost. While the God King's attention was attracted by Star and Moon, Fang Chen quietly appeared again. Using the immemorial soul-refining art and 1,000-leaf needles at the same time, he instantly killed the severely injured God King Blood River. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. God King Blood River's head was directly pierced by the hidden star sword. His primordial spirit collapsed and he died instantly. Blood River. Kid, I'm going to kill you. Dragon's Word was furious. The other God Kings also gave up on attacking Star and Moon. All of them gathered together and launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. The 6 God Kings working together made Fang Chen feel a trace of pressure. However, he still resisted with all his might to buy some time for Star and Moon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Star and Moon activated the power of the Phoenix. With a stomp of her foot, she quickly disappeared. The 5 major sword moves of the immemorial soul-refining art were unleashed together. Fierce sword light circled in front of Fang Chen. Above his head, millions of embroidery needles condensed, ready to strike. Kid, we admit that we underestimated you. However, you won't be able to escape from our grasp today, Dragon's Word said coldly. At some point, a true god longsword had appeared in his hand. Kill. The 6 god kings used the sword palace of the South Tomb's signature sword art. Dazzling sword light filled the sky. Gotcha, the 5 sword lights were shattered by the 6 god kings. Fang Chen's figure retreated rapidly. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Space-time book. Fang Chen immediately activated the space-time book and hid in the void. Trying to escape? Seeing that Fang Chen had disappeared, Divine King Dragon's Word immediately took out a flower filled with death aura. 1. Suddenly, a flickering light appeared in the void. That was the light emitted by the death mark. Dragon's Word saw it and gave chase in a flash. Kid, you have the death mark on you. You can't escape. In the process of chasing Fang Chen, Dragon's Word was also shocked. This kid's concealment technique was really impressive. If not for the death mark, they wouldn't be able to track him down at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, time passed. Even though Fang Chen's speed was very fast, the 6 god kings still caught up. Rumble, the deafening sound of the battle rang out again. The 6 great divine kings gradually took control of the battle situation, beating Fang Chen until he retreated repeatedly. Kid, you should be proud to be able to hold on for so long against us 6 god kings. Dragon Sword's voice had just faded when he reached out his hand to capture Fang Chen. Stop. At this moment, a dignified voice suddenly rang out from the distant horizon. Following that, a terrifying aura swept across the land. God Emperor? The 6 god kings' faces changed. Dragon's Word gritted his teeth and continued to reach out his hand. He was about to capture Fang Chen. Poochie in the void, a black light flashed and forced Dragon Sword's hand back. Dang dang dang. The black light contained a terrifying power that forced God King Dragon's Word back. The latter had a hard time stabilizing his body. Phoenix Old Ancestor appeared in the sky. Phoenix Old Ancestor. Dragon's Word saw the beautiful woman in front of him and hurriedly cupped his fists. God Emperor was an expert on the same level as the God Emperor of Death. She could kill them with a single thought. Do you know that he is a gold medal consecrator of my Phoenix clan? Phoenix Old Ancestor asked with a gloomy face. Phoenix Old Ancestor, this person killed a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. The God Emperor of Death has ordered us to capture him. We know that he is a gold medal consecrator of the Phoenix clan, so we did not take action in the territory of the Phoenix clan. Dragon's Word said. His meaning was clear. Not taking action in the territory of the Phoenix clan was already giving face to the Phoenix clan. Humph. Phoenix Old Ancestor's face was gloomy and unhappy. Seeing this, the 6 god kings looked at each other. Dragon's Word stepped forward and cupped his fist. Phoenix Old Ancestor, we must capture this person. This is the order of the God Emperor of Death. If we are unable to capture him, the God Emperor of Death will personally take action. If the God Emperor of Death comes, even if you stop him, it will be useless. Dragon's Word said. My South Tomb Sword Palace is one of the top 7 forces in the divine world. We have not invaded your South Pole continent all this while because we are giving face to the 3 beast clans. If you insist on protecting this person, then we can only ask the God Emperor of Death to take action. Dragon's Word had no choice but to use the God Emperor of Death to scare the Phoenix Old Ancestor. Please pay attention. Chapter 1893. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The South Tomb Sword Palace was the true dominating power of the divine world. Although the Phoenix clan had some foundation, it was not comparable to the South Tomb Sword Palace. Not to mention God Emperor Swordless, even if God Emperor Death came, it would be troublesome. Therefore, the Phoenix clan ancestor's expression changed when he heard the name of the Death Emperor. The Dragon Sword God King caught this detail and sneered in his heart. So what if he was a God Emperor? In the end, he was still afraid of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Today, no matter what, they had to capture Fangchen. Only then could they report to the Death Emperor. Phoenix clan ancestor, as a God Emperor, you should know the strength of the South Tomb Sword Palace. The Dragon Sword God King continued, I hope you won't stop us. Senior. Fangchen whispered from behind the Phoenix clan ancestor. The Phoenix clan ancestor waved her hand, indicating for Fangchen to keep quiet. Soon after, her terrifying gaze landed on God King Dragon's word. Crack! The Dragon Sword God King and the other 5 instantly felt a terrifying pressure. Their bodies were restrained, unable to move. Phoenix clan ancestor, do you really want to be enemies with the South Tomb Sword Palace? The Dragon Sword God King was terrified. After all, the other party was a God Emperor, and he was only a God King. The difference between the two was too big. If a God Emperor attacked them, they would have no chance of escaping. No matter what, Fangchen is still a consecration of the Phoenix clan. No matter what, I will interfere this time. The Phoenix clan ancestor said. Boom! At this moment, 2 powerful auras appeared in the sky. The God Emperors of the 2 beast clans also appeared. Phoenix clan ancestor, do you know how much danger your actions will bring to the South Pole? The Sky Rock clan ancestor scolded. This kid offended the South Tomb Sword Palace. Just hand him over. You should know the temper of the Death Emperor. If we anger the Death Emperor for a God King, we won't be able to bear the consequences. The Demon Bird clan ancestor said coldly, the South Pole doesn't belong to the Phoenix clan. The 2 beast clans also have the right to protect the South Pole. The appearance of 2 great God Emperors forced the Phoenix clan ancestor to retreat. For a moment the atmosphere was very heavy. The Phoenix clan ancestor was caught in a dilemma. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the 2 great God Emperors. These 2 great Emperor gods were obviously jealous of Fangchen's potential and wanted to take the opportunity to kill him. Phoenix ancestor, you should make a choice. The Demon Bird Patriarch continued. Although the 6 of them are very weak in your eyes, they still represent the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. If your Phoenix clan goes against the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, don't drag the entire South Pole continent down with you. Hearing this, the Dragon's Word God King was secretly delighted. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, the 2 God Emperors are wise. After this junior returns to the South Tomb Sword Palace, I will definitely explain the situation to the God Emperor of Death. The Death God Emperor will definitely not forget the kindness of the 2 senior God Emperors. The God Emperors of the 2 beast races grinned. They also wanted to use the South Tomb Sword Palace to wipe out the Phoenix clan. If you insist on protecting this kid, the 2 of us can only take action by force, the Heavenly Rock ancestor said. The 3 great God Emperors started to argue. However, at this moment, Emperor God Xiao Luo appeared. Fangchen knew that the situation had reached an uncontrollable stage. With the 2 great God Emperors of the Beast clans, the Phoenix clan couldn't protect him. He had to rely on himself. Everyone, can you listen to me? Emperor God Xiao Luo said. Xiao Luo, if you want to explain for Fangchen, then forget it. You know the situation, we don't want to bring disaster to the South Pole, the Heavenly Rock ancestor said. The Demon Bird Patriarch nodded. The Dragon's Word God naturally didn't dare to interrupt when the 4 great God Emperors were talking. The South Pole is located in the South Sea and isolated from the world. It has always participated in the battles in the divine world. Hence, this time, I don't want any conflict between the South Pole and the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, Emperor God Xiao Luo said. His starting point was for the sake of the South Pole. Although he thought highly of Fangchen, it was impossible for him to give up the entire South Pole for a divine king. However, Fang Chen is the consecrator of the Phoenix clan. If the Phoenix ancestor turns a blind eye, it will definitely disappoint many people, Emperor God Xiao Luo continued. Hence, I have a suggestion. What suggestion? The two great god emperors creased their eyebrows and asked. If the Sword Palace of the South Tomb takes action against Fang Chen, we won't interfere. However, we can't take action in the South Pole, Emperor God Xiao Luo said. Senior Emperor God Xiao Luo, aren't you protecting Fang Chen by saying this? The Dragon's Word God said anxiously. Emperor God Xiao Luo glanced at the Dragon's Word God and said, "This is what I want to say next." Then, Emperor God Xiao Luo turned to look at Fang Chen with an apologetic look. Fang Chen, I will send you out of the South Pole in a while, Emperor God Xiao Luo said. I hope you can understand my actions. Fang Chen nodded. He didn't have any opinions about Emperor God Xiao Luo's intentions. From Emperor God Xiao Luo's point of view, it was already good enough for him to make such a decision. After all, in Emperor God Xiao Luo's eyes, his hometown was more important. He didn't want his hometown to be involved in the battle between him and the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. Moreover, he didn't want to offend the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. Thank you, Senior. Emperor God Xiao Luo's actions were actually helping Fang Chen to a certain extent. Emperor God Xiao Luo looked at the other three great god emperors and asked, "What do you think?" The three great god emperors kept silent. Especially the Phoenix ancestor, who sighed helplessly. Sometimes, even god emperors were helpless. Since the four great god emperors agreed, the Dragon's Word God naturally didn't dare to say anything. Actually, from his point of view, it would be easier for them to capture Fang Chen if he left the South Pole. He had a death mark on him, and it was impossible for him to escape. Do you have anything else to prepare? The Phoenix ancestor asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "Nope. It was a dangerous trip and he didn't want to take the risk with his wife. Senior, please take care of my wife." Fang Chen sent a message to the Phoenix ancestor and the latter nodded. Emperor God Xiao Luo was extremely powerful and his power was monstrous. When he attacked, it caused a huge commotion. In the void there was a huge whirlpool. Fang Chen was in the whirlpool and he couldn't control his body. Later, you will appear at a random place in the South Sea. I hope you can get through it, Emperor God Xiao Luo said. Fang Chen's cold eyes swept past the six great god emperors and landed on Ancestor Demon Bird and Ancestor Heavenly Rock. In the end, his body gradually disappeared in the whirlpool. You guys should leave too. Don't step foot in the South Pole anymore, Emperor God Xiao Luo said. Thank you, Senior. After that, the Dragon's Word God brought the other god emperors and left quickly. In the territory of the Phoenix clan, Star and Moon waited anxiously. In a short while they saw the Phoenix ancestor return. Senior, Star and Moon asked anxiously. The Phoenix ancestor told Star and Moon what happened. The latter's face was gloomy and she was worried about Fang Chen. Star and Moon, sometimes you only have the right to speak when you are powerful. Fang Chen didn't bring you away because he was concerned about your safety. You should cultivate in the Phoenix clan and try to enter the Emperor God realm as soon as possible, the Phoenix ancestor said and left. After the four guys knew that their boss was forced to leave the South Pole, they were furious. Damn the South Tomb Sword Palace. Although my original body has left, my clone is still here. Don't worry. From today onwards, my clone will cultivate in seclusion here. In the secret room, Fang Chen's clone sent a message to Star and Moon. The latter nodded gently. Now that things had come to this, it was the only way. South Tomb Sword Palace, one day I will make you pay the price. Star and Moon's eyes emitted a cold aura. Little Mouse and the other three also went into seclusion. They wouldn't come out until they reached the Emperor God realm. When the four of us reach the Emperor God realm, we will hunt down the Emperor God realm of the South Tomb Sword Palace and avenge our boss, Little Mouse said fiercely. The South Pole quieted down because of Fang Chen's departure. Inyi was severely injured, but fortunately, his life wasn't in danger. Not long after, good news came from the Tianping clan. Feng Peng's life was saved and he didn't die because of this. Every corner of the South Pole was talking about Feng Chen. This name brought about a very magical and shocking performance to the South Pole. Chapter 1894. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. South Sea, a bamboo raft drifted with the wave. On the surface of the sea, the waves were turbulent and the small bamboo raft could be swept into the sea at any time. However, upon closer inspection, the turbulent waves would disappear instantly whenever they got close to the bamboo raft. Amidst the surging waves, the bamboo raft moved forward slowly and inconspicuously. On the bamboo raft there was a person lying down. You and the others are in the territory of the Phoenix clan. With the protection of the Phoenix ancestor, they shouldn't be in any danger, Feng Chen said. Luckily, his clone could accompany his wife, Star and Moon, in the Phoenix clan. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be able to see them again. The South Pole was just a small place compared to the divine world. Although there were 4 emperor gods, they couldn't be compared to the top 7 forces of the divine world. Emperor God Xiao Luo didn't interfere with the internal strife of the 3 beast clans. However, the entrance of the South Tomb Sword Palace had alerted Emperor God Xiao Luo. He was very clear about how strong the South Tomb Sword Palace was. For countless years, the structure of the divine world had never changed. If the South Tomb Sword Palace wanted to destroy the South Pole, the 4 emperor gods wouldn't be able to stop them. Hence, in order to prevent the South Pole from being destroyed, Feng Chen had to leave. However, Emperor God Xiao Luo had a good temperament as he sent Feng Chen off personally. In the boundless South Sea, it wasn't easy for Emperor Dragon Sword and the others to find Feng Chen. During this period of time, Feng Chen had time to escape. However, Emperor God Xiao Luo didn't know that Feng Chen had a death mark on him. Venerable. Suddenly, the death mark on Feng Chen's forehead shone with a strange light. Damn it, Feng Chen sat up and cursed. Then, he controlled the golden heart to cover the aura of the death mark. If I don't remove the death mark, the South Tomb Sword Palace's emperor gods will find me sooner or later, Feng Chen thought to himself with a gloomy face. In the eyes of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, he was merely an ant. Therefore, they only sent a divine king to deal with him. Feng Chen could still deal with Dragon's Word God King and the others. Once the legendary Death God Emperor took action, how could he escape? The Death God Emperor was an expert in the Tao of Death. It was said that his research on the primordial spirits of humans had reached a very thorough stage. Even Emperor God Xiao Luo, who was an emperor god who was good at killing, was unwilling to offend Emperor God of Death. Moreover, the South Tomb Sword Palace still had the swordless God Emperor, who was even more terrifying than the God Emperor of Death. God Emperor Swordless was a true supreme expert of the God world. The bamboo raft drifted with the current while Feng Chen pondered over a problem. After a long while, he gradually sorted out his thoughts on what to do next. No matter what, he had to get rid of Dragon's Word God King and the others first. Then, he took the opportunity to escape from the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory. With the death mark on his body, Feng Chen had no other choice but to go to the Celestial Bone Palace. Hopefully, things will go smoothly this time, Feng Chen thought to himself. Time flew by quickly. After the bamboo raft drifted in the South Sea for about 7 days, Feng Chen found an island. This island? Feng Chen stood up and looked at the island from afar. The island was very strange. Looking from the sea, one could vaguely see that there were traces of a seal around the island. Are there experts living on the island? Feng Chen thought to himself. After pondering for a while, Feng Chen controlled the bamboo raft and came to the edge of the island. Then, he stepped onto the island calmly. Venerable. When he stepped onto the island, Feng Chen creased his eyebrows. The aura of array doctrine in his body spread out uncontrollably. What a strange formation! Then, he closed his eyes and sensed the formation carefully. Voila! The moment Fang Chen came into contact with the formation, the wild aura of the formation swept across the land and enveloped him within. Interesting! A complicated look flashed across Fang Chen's eyes. He then sat down with his legs crossed and muttered to himself. There must be an absolute God-level array master on the island. If he wanted to enter the island, he had to break the formation first. On the island, on a mountain peak that reached into the clouds, a lazy old man looked down and saw Fang Chen's actions clearly. A saint-level array master? He's quite young. The lazy old man said, I wonder how talented he is in array doctrine. After the lazy old man said that, he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. In the vast South Sea, Dragon Sword God King and the others were on the South Tomb Sword Palace's void battleship, searching for Fang Chen's whereabouts. Dragon Sword God King, how is it? Have you sensed the aura of the death mark? The few God Kings were very concerned about this matter. This was the best chance to capture Fang Chen. If he escaped, they would not be able to answer to the Death God Emperor. Dragon Sword God King's face was gloomy. His dark eyes stared at the beautiful flower in his palm. All of a sudden, the beautiful flower trembled. Then, it emitted the aura of death. Something's happening? Dragon's Word God King exclaimed. The gazes of the other 5 God Kings also landed on the bewitching flower. The beautiful flower was personally made by the Death God Emperor. As long as one was within a certain area, they would be able to sense the aura of the death mark. Hiss hiss hiss, the aura of death emitted from the beautiful flower gradually formed a long sword. The tip of the sword was pointing to the southeast. Found him, Dragon Sword God King said. Then, he controlled the void battleship and moved forward according to the guidance of the beautiful flower. The void battleship was extremely fast. In just 3 days they arrived at their destination. The commotion is getting bigger. That kid must be nearby, Dragon Sword God King said. On the nameless island, Fang Chen was trapped in the absolute God-level array doctrine. He was comprehending the array doctrine. The aura of array doctrine surrounded him. His mind was filled with information about array doctrine. He felt like he was swimming in an ocean of array doctrine. The array doctrine that had been stuck at a bottleneck seemed to be loosening. At this moment, Fang Chen forgot about everything. He even ignored the blinking of the death mark on his forehead. He was fully focused on comprehending array doctrine. Boom! At a certain moment, Fang Chen's mind exploded. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. The aura of array doctrine that surrounded him was frantically absorbing the aura of the absolute God-level array doctrine. On a towering mountain peak, the lazy old man opened his eyes and exclaimed softly. This little guy, in just a few days, he was able to find the threshold to the absolute God level. His potential is incredible. The old man's eyes were burning as he looked at Fang Chen. He had been diligently cultivating array doctrine here and had met all kinds of martial artists. However, he had never met such a monstrous talent in array doctrine. Whoosh! The lazy old man waved his hand. Immediately, the absolute God-level array doctrine collapsed. Fang Chen's figure disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared on the towering mountain peak. Kid! A voice sounded in Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen hurriedly turned around and saw the lazy old man. Senior, this junior accidentally intruded on your island. Please forgive me. Fang Chen cupped his fist. The lazy old man chuckled and said, Your talent in array doctrine is not bad. Do you have a master? Fang Chen shook his head. This junior is self-taught. Hearing this, the lazy old man's eyes lit up. The smile on his face grew wider. Is that true? This junior would not dare to deceive senior. Fang Chen said in a low voice. The lazy old man laughed and asked directly, Kid, I am the Divine Emperor of Sword Formation of the Celestial Array family. Are you willing to be my disciple? Fang Chen's heart trembled. He stared at the lazy old man in front of him with wide eyes. This person looked slovenly. He was actually the Divine Emperor of the Celestial Array family? A great storm took place in Fang Chen's heart. The Celestial Array family was one of the top 7 forces in the realm of gods, along with the South Tomb Sword Palace and the Sky Bone Palace. In terms of array doctrine, they were the best in the realm of gods. Even the other 6 forces did not dare to compare. The array masters from the heavenly array aristocratic family are all outstanding and powerful. Fang Chen had never heard of the Divine Emperor of Sword Formation. However, as the absolute god-level array master of the Celestial Array family, his status was definitely not low. Seeing Fang Chen's shock, the Divine Emperor of Sword Formation grinned. Any array master would have the same expression as Fang Chen when they heard the name Celestial Array family. The Celestial Array family was a sacred place in the eyes of all array masters in the realm of gods. Yes. Chapter 1895. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. The Celestial Array family was located in the southwest of the God realm. Compared to the South Tomb Sword Palace, their territory wasn't large, but their strength wasn't to be underestimated. Especially the legendary head of the Celestial Array family, who seemed to have touched the threshold of the Immortal realm. His attainment in arrays was close to that of the 6 Law's great emperors. I didn't expect you to be from the Celestial Array family. After a long while, Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Kid, do you agree or not? The Divine Emperor continued to ask. Fang Chen's talent in arrays had already gained his recognition. He wanted to take Fang Chen as his disciple. If it were anyone else, they would have already agreed. After all, where else could they find such a good thing? But Fang Chen was different. He didn't want to agree so easily. Senior Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, strictly speaking, I'm actually a disciple of the Celestial Bone Palace. Celestial Bone Palace? The Divine Emperor frowned. He thought Fang Chen was lying. The Celestial Bone Palace was in the extreme north, very far from the South Sea. A divine king couldn't possibly come here. Whoosh. Fang Chen knew that the Divine Emperor didn't believe him, so he activated the Void Cultivation System's aura directly. Immediately, his figure became somewhat illusory as he entered the void. Then, he reappeared and cupped his fists at the Divine Emperor. Senior, I also want to cultivate arrays, but I'm really sorry. The Bone Progenitor's Void Cultivation System. The Divine Emperor was a high-ranking expert in the Celestial Array family, so he recognized the Void Cultivation System at a glance. Then, he looked at Fang Chen in surprise. Kid, the Bone Progenitor's Void Cultivation System isn't something ordinary people can learn. If you can learn it, your status in the Celestial Bone Palace must be quite high. After a short pause, the Divine Emperor continued, since you're a disciple of the Celestial Bone Palace, I won't force you. Love go little say, net what a pity. The Divine Emperor's words were filled with helplessness. The Sky Bone Palace was very powerful and was not weaker than the Sky Array aristocratic family. Therefore, after knowing that Fang Chen was a disciple of the Heaven Bone Palace, the Sword Array Divine Emperor had already given up on taking him as a disciple. 1. At this moment, a rich aura of Array Dao emerged in Fang Chen's mind. Then, he sat on the ground. Sudden enlightenment? The Divine Emperor of the Sword Array stared at Fang Chen with his eyes wide open. How could he gain enlightenment like this? He could see that Fang Chen was on the verge of a breakthrough. No matter what, it's fate that brought us together. I'll help you. The Divine Emperor of the Sword Formation waved his hand and a ray of light entered Fang Chen's mind. Boom! After the stream of light entered, the Array Formation aura within Fang Chen's body exploded completely. The wild aura of Array Dao pervaded Fang Chen's body. 1. Fang Chen's understanding of the Tao of formations was enlightened. So that's how it is. His thoughts were clear and his thoughts were clear. In a moment, Fang Chen completed the final transformation and became an absolute God array master. The aura of array Tao around him instantly retracted. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt that all array Tao was under his control. Now, he could see through the complex absolute God-level formations on the island with a single glance. Thank you, Senior. Fang Chen cupped his fists in thanks. He knew that if it weren't for the Divine Emperor of the Sword Array Divine Emperor's help, it would have been very difficult for him to break through. You fought for all of this yourself. The Divine Emperor of the Sword Array Divine Emperor sighed. After coming to the island, you were able to gain enlightenment just by touching the Absolute God Array Tao. Even the younger generation of the Sky Array family can't compare to you. Fang Chen grinned. Suddenly, the mark of death on his forehead began to flicker. His smile disappeared and his expression changed drastically. The mark of death? Why do you have the mark of death on you? The Divine Emperor of the Sword Array Divine Emperor asked curiously. Senior, not long ago, I killed the disciple of the God of Death, swordsman Xiao Yun. I escaped to the South Sea because I was hit by the mark of death. Fang Chen gave a brief account of what had happened. The Divine Emperor of the Sword Array Divine Emperor was even more shocked. Amazing. Truly amazing. The Divine Emperor of the Sword Array Divine Emperor gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. To be able to kill swordsman Xiao Yun, the first disciple of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, as a heavenly god, you are truly amazing. You are the best of the younger generation in the god realm. However, at the same time, the Divine Emperor of the Sword Array Divine Emperor liked Fang Chen's character even more. If it were anyone else being hunted down by the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, they would have taken him as their master to avoid disaster. But this person didn't, which meant that he had a good temperament. If possible, the Divine Emperor of the Sword Array Divine Emperor would lend him a hand at the right time. While he was thinking, Dragon's Word and the others entered the Absolute God Array Tao. Absolute God Array Tao? Is there an Absolute God Array Tao Master on this island? Dragon's Word and the others were taken aback. Let's work together and break this array. This Absolute God formation was the most basic and simplest of all formations. It could deal with ordinary divine kings, but an experienced divine king like Dragon's Word had nothing to fear. Under the attacks of the 6 divine kings, the Absolute God Array Tao was shattered. On the peak of the mountain, Fang Chen stared at the 6 people below, his eyes filled with killing intent. Do you need my help? The Divine Emperor of the Sword Array Divine Emperor asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but these people are not worthy of your help. I will deal with them. With that, Fang Chen's figure merged into the void. On the island, Dragon's Word and the others were searching carefully. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had set up an Absolute God Array Tao, trapping one of the weaker divine kings within. The other 5 divine kings were still oblivious. Within the array, Fang Chen was the master. Brat, you are courting death. The God King attacked Fang Chen, but unfortunately, he had the help of a consummate God-class spell formation. Furthermore, Fang Chen was going all out, using the 2nd level of the 1,000 Leaf Needles and the Archean soul-refining incantation. In just a moment, the Divine King was killed. After collecting the Divine King's spatial ring, Fang Chen removed the array. All of you must die. Fang Chen hid in the void, watching the actions of Dragon's Word and the others. He used the same method to kill the 2nd Divine King. Finally, Dragon's Word and the others found him. Fang Chen. Dragon's Word was furious when he found out that 2 divine kings were killed silently. Are you angry? Don't worry, I will send you to accompany them. Fang Chen's figure appeared in the void, grinning. At this moment, Dragon's Word finally started to take Fang Chen seriously. A guy who had just entered the Divine King realm had killed 3 Divine Kings in a row. He did not expect this at all when he came out for the mission. Don't act alone. The 4 of us will work together. If necessary, we can injure him severely. Dragon's Word said. After all, the Death Emperor's request was to bring him back alive. He did not say that they could not injure him severely. This island was strange. There were strange arrays everywhere. Don't worry, we will capture this brat this time. The 3 Divine Kings nodded. At the same time, they were furious. They wanted to avenge the other 2 Divine Kings. Do it. Suddenly, following Dragon's Word God King's roar, the 4 God Kings struck. Swoosh. Fang Chen did not choose to fight them head-on. Instead, he quickly set up an Absolute God Array Dao. What? He can set up an Absolute God Array Dao? Trapped in the array, Dragon Sword's face changed. He had underestimated Fang Chen's strength. Attack the array with all you've got. On the mountain peak, the Divine Emperor of Sword Formation looked down and smiled. This brat's attainment in the Void cultivation system is not weak. He also knows how to use the terrain to set up an Absolute God Array Dao. What a monstrous genius! If he wasn't a disciple of the Sky Bone Palace, I would definitely find a way to recruit him into the Sky Array family. The Divine Emperor of Sword Formation sighed. The potential that Fang Chen displayed had already surpassed all of the younger generation in the Divine Realm. Moreover, he was also an Absolute God Array Master. If he joined the Sky Array family, he would receive systematic training and various resources. He might be able to reach the connecting heaven level in the future. The Divine Kings of the South Tomb Sword Palace are not much of a threat to this brat. The Divine Emperor of Sword Formation said, The only thing that puzzles me is, where did his Sword Dao Divine skill come from? Why do I feel suppressed? Logically speaking, the Sword Dao Divine skill of the South Tomb Sword Palace was the strongest in the entire Divine world. However, Fang Chen's Sword Dao Divine skill had completely overshadowed the Sword Dao Divine skill of the South Tomb Sword Palace. // Please pay attention. Chapter 1896. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Just entered the God King realm and he already has the strength to challenge the 6 great laws God Kings? The Death God Emperor muttered to himself. Love go little say, the Evergreen Deity Emperor knew that his senior martial brother was enraged. He pondered for a moment and said, Senior martial brother, I suspect that this brat is related to the Heavenly Bone Palace. Sky Bone Palace? A terrifying light shot out from the eyes of the Death God Emperor. Longjian's strength is considered above average among Divine Kings. Even he is unable to detect this child's concealment methods. Other than the space-time cultivation system of the Heavenly Bone Palace, what else is there? Evergreen God Emperor asked. The South Tomb Sword Palace and the Sky Bone Palace were mortal enemies. Over the endless years of this universe epic, both sides had fought countless battles. The Evergreen Divine Emperor had a better understanding of the cultivation methods of the Celestial Bone Palace, especially the space-time cultivation system that was famous throughout the God Realm. That was the cultivation system that allowed the Bone Progenitor to reach the pinnacle of the God Realm. Disciples of the Heaven Bone Palace? The anger in the Death God Emperor's heart grew even stronger. He asked, Then what's the situation with Dragon Sword and the others? At the mention of Dragon's Word God King, Evergreen God Emperor shook his head and said, Most likely. When Long Jian sent me the news, the other 6 Divine Kings had all fallen. Bang! The Death God Emperor smashed the stone table beside her with a palm strike, and the aura of death surged out in all directions. We have yet to avenge Xiaoyun, and our South Tomb Sword Palace has lost another 10 God Kings. And all of this was caused by one person. This is a blatant provocation to our Southern Tomb Sword Palace. The Death God Emperor said coldly, Capture this person at all costs. But, just as the Evergreen God Emperor was about to speak, he was stopped by the Death God Emperor. "Send a message to the Destruction God King. It's time to strike," the Death God Emperor said. The Evergreen Divine Emperor was stunned when he heard that. However, when he saw the expression on the Death God Emperor's face, he did not say anything else and turned around to leave. On the nameless island, the Sword Array Divine Emperor had been paying attention to the battle. Fang Chen did not disappoint him either. In the end, he slew Dragon's Word God King with absolute strength. Then, he put away his spoils of war and spatial rings. On the towering mountain peak, Fang Chen and the Divine Emperor of Sword Array looked at each other. "Kid, you killed the South Tomb Sword Palace's Divine King. They won't let you go," said the Divine Emperor of the Sword Formation. Fang Chen nodded. He had expected this. Since he had already offended the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, he did not care about these people anymore. "You have the death mark on you. You must leave the extreme south. Otherwise, the Death Emperor's means are beyond your imagination." The Sword Array Deity Emperor continued. "Thank you for your reminder, Senior. I'm going back to the Celestial Array family. You should come with me. When we reach the Celestial Array family's territory, you can take the teleportation formation and go directly to the Celestial Bone Palace. It's safer that way," said the Sword Formation Divine Emperor. Hearing this, Fang Chen was quite touched. He had never met the Divine Emperor of the Sword Formation before. They had only interacted for a short while, but the latter was already helping him like this. "Thank you, Senior." Fang Chen cupped his fists. "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Although I'm helping you, I don't want to offend the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. If you run into the Sword Palace of the South Tomb along the way, I won't interfere. You can deal with it yourself," said the Sword Formation Divine Emperor. Fang Chen nodded. Under the Sword Formation Divine Emperor's lead, the two of them quickly left the South Sea. The Sword Formation Divine Emperor had a flying true god weapon and was extremely fast. A few days later, the two of them arrived at the extreme south. Then, the Sword Formation Divine Emperor kept his flying true god weapon. "This is the territory of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. A flying true god weapon is extremely eye-catching and will be noticed by the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. Let's just fly," said the Sword Formation Divine Emperor. Just like that, the two of them quickly traveled on the land of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. At the same time, the Supreme Being Destruction, who was known as the one with the strongest offensive power among the 6 Supreme Beings, also started to search for Fang Chen. In a certain area, a man in black stood on top of a mountain. He gave off a terrifying aura of destruction. In his palm, there was a bewitching flower. Taking a closer look, this bewitching flower was slightly stronger than the one of the Dragon's Word Supreme Being. Buzz. The bewitching flower gave off an aura of death and was very active. The Supreme Being Destruction's emotionless face revealed a sinister smile. A mere newly promoted Supreme Being actually killed the 10 Supreme Beings of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. How interesting! The Supreme Being Destruction muttered to himself. Most importantly, he actually dared to kill the only disciple of the Death God Emperor. How daring! The Supreme Being Destruction looked at the bewitching flower in his palm with a complicated expression in his dark eyes. "I hope this mission can be carried out smoothly. By then, I can ask the Death God Emperor for that treasure," said the Supreme Being Destruction. The Supreme Being Destruction had always been a mysterious existence in the extreme south. No one had ever seen the real face of the Supreme Being Destruction. Everyone only knew that the Supreme Being Destruction was extremely powerful. Countless Supreme Beings had challenged the Supreme Being Destruction to obtain the title of the Law. However, without exception, they were all killed by the Supreme Being Destruction. As time passed, no one dared to challenge the Supreme Being Destruction anymore. The Supreme Being Destruction was a lone cultivator. No one would associate him with the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. However, no one knew that there was a secret between him and the Death God Emperor. Every time it was inconvenient for the Death God Emperor to appear or was unable to leave the mission, he would secretly let the Supreme Being Destruction do it. This time was no exception. The Supreme Being Destruction licked his dry lips and grinned. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Buzz. The trembling, bewitching flower suddenly stopped. The Supreme Being Destruction was stunned. He then sneered. "You want to use the teleportation formation to leave? What a joke." With that, the Supreme Being Destruction leaped and headed towards the city where Fang Chen was. Extreme South, Black Sword City. Fang Chen and the Sword Formation Divine Emperor disguised themselves as ordinary people and entered Black Sword City. I didn't expect the City Lord of Black Sword City to be the Black Sword Supreme Being. Fang Chen thought to himself. The Black Sword Supreme Being was one of the 3 Supreme Beings who chased after him in the first batch. Moreover, he was the first Supreme Being from the Sword Palace of the South Tomb that he had killed. After the death of the Black Sword Supreme Being, Black Sword City had been in a leaderless state. I have already checked. There isn't a single Supreme Being in Black Sword City. However, for safety's sake, let's leave this place quickly. The Sword Formation Divine Emperor said softly. The 2 of them asked around and found the teleportation formation. "Where are you going?" The Heaven God guarding the teleportation formation asked. "We are going to Dragon Array City." The Sword Formation Divine Emperor chuckled. "Dragon Array City? Cross-regional teleportation?" The guard looked at the 2 of them in surprise. Cross-regional teleportation required a lot of divine spiritual crystals. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. "What are you 2 called?" the guard asked. "I am the Sword Formation Supreme Being." "He is the Dragon Array Supreme Being." The Sword Formation Divine Emperor randomly came up with 2 names. After all, if a Supreme Being were to appear in Black Sword City, it would definitely cause a commotion. "So it is the 2 Supreme Beings. Forgive me for not recognizing you." The guard quickly cupped his hands and said, "Quickly open the teleportation formation." The teleportation formation in Black Sword City was created by the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. There were 2 types of teleportation formations. One was the teleportation formation in the various cities in the extreme south. The other was the cross-regional teleportation formation. Under normal circumstances, only Supreme Beings and above would take the cross-regional teleportation formation. Supreme Being, to teleport to Dragon Array City, it costs 1,000 high-grade divine spiritual crystals. The guard said respectfully. Fang Chen was speechless. To think that it would cost so much. 1,000 high-grade divine spiritual crystals was equivalent to 10 million low-grade divine spiritual crystals. It was no wonder that ordinary people couldn't afford to take the cross-regional teleportation formation. After paying 1,000 high-grade divine spiritual crystals, the Sword Formation Divine Emperor prepared to enter the teleportation formation. Suddenly, the sky above Black Sword City was filled with dark clouds. A furious roar could be heard. "Hold it right there!" Within the dark clouds, a black figure whizzed over. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire Black Sword City. Instantly, the heaven gods in Black Sword City trembled. Is that the Supreme Being? Within Black Sword City, a commotion could be heard. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He prepared to step into the teleportation formation forcefully. Swish! A terrifying power of the destruction rules of order turned into a black dragon in the void. It whizzed over and arrived before Fang Chen. Fang Chen was forced to retreat and leave the teleportation formation. Swoosh! The hidden star sword slashed the black dragon's body violently, splitting it apart. At the same time, the black figure landed on the ground. Fang Chen, do you think you can escape from under my nose? The Supreme Being of Destruction's gaze landed on the demonic flower in his palm. The flower emitted an extremely dense aura of death. Chapter 1897. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Who are you? Fang Chun could feel that this person's destructive aura was terrifying. Love Go Little Say, W. Chu, God King of Destruction? The Divine Emperor Sword Formation, who was standing behind Fang Chun, was a little surprised. Hearing this, Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. Previously, he knew of the 6 supreme gods, but he did not expect to meet the God King of Destruction, who shared the same name as him. Tightly grasping the star-hidden sword in his hand, Fang Chun licked his dry lips. He knew that there would definitely be a fierce battle coming up. The opponent was the God King of Destruction, one of the 6 supreme gods. In the divine world, he was the top expert among the countless supreme gods, and his strength was close to the divine emperor realm. Fang Chun did not dare to underestimate such an expert. Let's end this quickly, and then leave this place through the teleportation array, Fang Chun thought to himself. The God King of Destruction stared at Fang Chun, his face full of disdain. He could feel that the God King aura on the other party was not very strong, and it did not even make him feel oppressed. On the contrary, the old man behind him seemed to be very strong. Surrender, the God King of Destruction said. Impossible, Fang Chun said coldly. Then don't blame me for being impolite. The God King of Destruction did not waste any more time. He grabbed the void with his hand, and suddenly, the vast power of the destruction rules of order was caught in his hand. Rumble. The power of the destruction rules of order that was caught in the God King of Destruction's hand turned into a ball of destructive light and suddenly blasted toward Fang Chun. Immemorial Soul Refining Art. Fang Chun did not hesitate to use the Immemorial Soul Refining Art's destruction sword move. The 2 destructive attacks collided fiercely. The terrifying energy fluctuations directly overturned some of the nearby heavenly god. The battle between the God King experts had alarmed the entire Black Sword City. All the heavenly gods were watching from afar. That black-robed God King seems to be the God King of Destruction. Oh my God, the God King of Destruction is elusive. He actually came to our Black Sword City. Who is this kid? How dare he offend the God King of Destruction? A God King who dares to challenge the God King of Destruction, could he be one of the other 5 God Kings? For a time, Black Sword City was filled with noise and clamor. Everyone was shocked by the God King of Destruction's attack. In front of the teleportation formation, the God King of Destruction stared at Fang Chun with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be a sword cultivator of destruction. The God King of Destruction said indifferently. No wonder Long Jian and the others fell in your hands. Their deaths were not unjust. Your strength is enough for me to go all out. God King Destruction, you are not from the South Tomb Sword Palace. Why are you helping the God Emperor of Death? Fang Chun asked. Is it important? Yes, in the eyes of the God King of Destruction, Fang Chun was just a prisoner. Was the reason important? Indeed, it isn't important. Fang Chun grinned. His body was full of fighting spirit and sword chi rushed to the sky. I would like to see how strong the God King of Destruction, who is known as the strongest of the 6 God Kings, is. As soon as his voice fell, the hidden star sword in Fang Chun's hand displayed 5 major sword moves in a row. 5 sword moves with completely different auras burst out in an instant and attacked the God King of Destruction. Interesting. The God King of Destruction could tell at a glance that Fang Chun's sword Dao divine skill was extraordinary, and he sighed in his heart. However, he did not show any mercy. Destructive Storm. The God King of Destruction roared and opened his hand. Suddenly, a violent storm raged in Black Sword City. The sky gods who were watching the battle from afar retreated, afraid of being affected by the God King of Destruction's tyrannical attack. Boom in the sky, thunder rumbled unceasingly. Bolts of lightning flashed across the sky, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, under the control of the God King of Destruction, the violent storm formed a terrifying vortex in front of him. The power in this vortex could annihilate everything. Among divine kings, there were not many who could withstand his storm of destruction. The destructive storm is extremely powerful. Don't be attracted to it. The sword formation divine emperor reminded in front of the teleportation formation. Fang Chen nodded and his face was a little solemn. Spacetime book. Seeing that the destructive storm was about to reach him, he used the spacetime book and suddenly disappeared into the void. Gotcha! The destructive storm swept across the land and drowned the place where Fang Chen was. However, it did not devour Fang Chen, which made the God King of Destruction a little surprised. Concealment technique? At this moment, the God King of Destruction remembered what the evergreen divine emperor said to him. This person was very likely to be a disciple of the Sky Bone Palace. Thinking of this, the God King of Destruction grinned and said, "Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the void?" With that, two terrifying destructive forces shot out from the God King of Destruction's eyes and merged into the vortex. The power of the destructive storm became stronger and the entire space seemed to be raging. If not for the God King of Destruction's control, the power of the destructive storm alone would be enough to destroy the entire Black Sword City. Gotcha! Wherever the strengthened version of Annihilation Storm passed, space collapsed and shattered. Oh no! Fang Chen knew that things were not going well. He dodged and was forced to reveal himself. Kill! Seeing this, the God King of Destruction stretched out his hand and controlled the destructive storm to continue attacking Fang Chen. 1,000 needles. The aura of the soul path spread and millions of embroidery needles instantly formed. Fang Chen opened his hands and controlled the millions of embroidery needles to charge into the destructive storm. Pucci, the tiny embroidery needles charged into the destructive storm. Cultivating the soul path? Seeing this, the God King of Destruction sneered. At first, the embroidery needles charged into the destructive storm like moths to a flame and shattered instantly. However, there were too many embroidery needles. Millions of them all charged into the destructive storm. Gradually, the situation was reversed. The smile on the God King of Destruction's face disappeared. He was shocked to find that the densely packed embroidery needles were actually destroying the trajectory of the destructive storm from the inside. "Break, all of you!" the God King of Destruction roared. The violent power of the rule of destruction madly poured into the destructive storm. However, it was too late. Millions of embroidery needles exploded under Fang Chen's control. Boom! The destructive storm disintegrated from the inside and completely exploded. An aura that caused people to tremble instantly spread out. "Run!" the onlooking heavenly gods exclaimed, their hearts filled with fear. Pucci, some heavenly gods who could not escape in time, were swept by the power of the destructive storm. Their bodies were instantly torn apart and they died. Rumble! The threat of the destructive storm was too great. The entire Black Sword City was shrouded in the destructive storm. "Withdraw!" Seeing this, the God King of Destruction roared. His body floated in midair, and he waved his hand, trying to eliminate the power of the destructive storm. Finally, under the control of the God King of Destruction, the power of the destructive storm stopped spreading and began to disappear. However, even so, half of Black Sword City was turned into a mess. More than 30 heavenly gods had died under the destructive storm. The remaining heavenly gods trembled in fear. Looking at the ruins of Black Sword City, everyone could not believe it. Damn it! The God King of Destruction cursed in his heart. He did not expect things to turn out this way. "Kid, I want you dead," the God King of Destruction said gloomily. However, Fang Chen made the first move and used the 5 major sword moves of the immemorial soul refining art. He attacked the God King of Destruction madly. The God King of Destruction was a little distracted and was surrounded by the 5 major sword lights. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Divine Emperor of Sword Array pulled Fang Chen into the teleportation array. Then, he punched the button. Suddenly, the teleportation array flashed with white light. Stop. When the God King of Destruction destroyed the 5 major sword lights, there was no one in the teleportation array. Damn it, the God King of Destruction clenched his fists. After so many years, this was the first time he had such a high-profile battle. However, he had let a newly promoted God King escape from under his nose. Moreover, he had caused the destructive storm to collapse from the inside, destroying half of Black Sword City. This is not over. Fang Chen felt that he had fallen into endless darkness. He did not know how long this lasted, but his body finally stopped trembling. He suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, a dazzling white light shone on his body. Let's go. The Divine Emperor of Sword Array's voice sounded. Fang Chen followed him out of the teleportation array. This is Dragon Array City, the territory of the Tianjin family. The Sword Palace of South Tomb would not dare to come here, the Divine Emperor of Sword Array said. Thank you, Senior Divine Emperor of Sword Array. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Chapter 1898. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The Tianjin family was located in the southeast of the Divine World and was connected to the South Tomb Sword Palace in the extreme south. Dragon Array City was the city at the edge of the Tianjin family's territory and was also the city closest to the extreme south. Standing on the streets of Dragon Array City, Fang Chen was in a good mood. It was all thanks to the Sword Formation Divine Emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach Dragon Array City so easily. The Godly King of Destruction is really powerful, Fang Chen said to himself. If not for the Godly King of Destruction underestimating him, I might not have been able to leave using the teleportation formation. After this battle, Fang Chen also understood the strength of the 6 great godly kings of laws. At the same time, he also knew the difference in his cultivation. He shared the same name as the Godly King of Destruction and would definitely have a battle in the future. The next time we meet, it won't be like this, Fang Chen said to himself. He had great confidence in himself. The Godly King of Destruction had cultivated for countless years to reach his current level, and he had only cultivated for a short period of time. One day, he would surpass the Godly King of Destruction. Now that the danger is over, you don't have to rush to the Sky Bone Palace. Why don't you come with me to the City Master's residence? The Sword Formation Divine Emperor smiled. The City Master of Dragon Array City is my best friend. Fang Chen nodded. He couldn't reject the Sword Formation Divine Emperor's hospitality. Soon, the two of them arrived at the City Master's residence. Ha ha ha, Brother Sword Formation, why are you here? As soon as they entered, a godly king in luxurious clothes walked out with a smile. Fang Chen knew that this person should be the City Master of Dragon Array City. I came back from the extreme south and passed by here, so I came to see you. The Sword Formation Divine Emperor smiled. Brother Sword Formation, come in quickly. The City Master of Dragon Array City smiled. After the group entered the meeting hall, the City Master of Dragon Array City noticed Fang Chen. He's Fang Chen. He's an interesting young man I met when I was cultivating in the South Sea. The Sword Formation Divine Emperor said simply. Hearing this, the City Master of Dragon Array City didn't think too much about it and changed the topic. He smiled. Brother Sword Formation Divine Emperor, did you make a breakthrough this time? The Divine Emperor of Sword Formation shook his head. It's not like you don't know how difficult it is to take that step. Just as the Dragon Array City Lord was about to speak, a servant hurriedly ran in and whispered something into his ear. The Divine Emperor of the Sword Formation noticed the slight change in the latter's expression. Dragon Formation, what's wrong? Did you encounter any difficulties? The Sword Formation Divine Emperor asked. Dragon Array City Lord hesitated and was scolded by Sword Array Deity Emperor. What kind of relationship do you have with me? If you have anything to say, just say it. If I can help you, I will. Hearing this, the Dragon Array City Lord felt that he had lost his composure and hurriedly apologized. Brother Sword Array, don't be angry. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that the demonic Array God King brought his proud disciple to my Dragon Array City and threatened to challenge the younger generation. However, you should know that none of the younger generation in my Dragon Array City is decent. Demonic Array God King, this fellow, the Divine Emperor of the Sword Formation, had a rough idea of what had happened. He knew the Demonic Array God King very well. He was extremely arrogant. He took in a proud disciple and flaunted it everywhere. He was someone who cared about his reputation. He usually didn't get along with the Dragon Array City Lord. This time, he brought his disciple here to show off his strength. I didn't want to bother with this fellow at first. However, his words were too harsh. In a fit of anger, I agreed to his challenge. The Dragon Array City Lord said bitterly. What did he say? The Divine Emperor of the Sword Formation Divine Emperor asked. He said that I don't have any power at all. The reason why I could become the Dragon Array City Lord was because of you. You left the Sky Array aristocratic family for many years. He wanted to beat me up and ostracize me so that I would give up my position. The Dragon Array City Lord said. The Divine Emperor of the Sword Formation Divine Emperor shook his head in displeasure. The Demonic Array God King is too much. Isn't it just a competition between the younger generation? As he spoke, the Divine Emperor of the Sword Formation Divine Emperor's gaze landed on Fong Qin. Dragon Array, I have an idea that can solve your current predicament. What is it? The Dragon Array City Lord asked anxiously. The Divine Emperor of the Sword Formation Divine Emperor pointed at Fong Qin and said, This child is fated with me. I wanted to take him in as a disciple. However, he already has a master. His attainments in the Array Dao aren't weak. Why don't we let him fight on behalf of your disciple? What do you think? The Dragon Array City Lord, who didn't care about Fong Qin at first, sized up Fong Qin carefully. Only then did he realize that Fong Qin was also a God King. If Big Brother says so, I have no problem at all. In a certain courtyard in the Dragon Array City, the Demonic Array God King sat on a stone bench and drank tea. His proud disciple, He Xiong, stood beside him. Master, the Dragon Array City Lord has been declining. It's obvious that he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Why did he suddenly change his mind today? He Xiong asked, puzzled. He Xiong was a big guy. He was about 1.9 meters tall and his body was very bloated. However, although he was clumsy, his potential in the Array Dao was rather impressive. Why do you care so much about him? Who are you afraid of in a battle of arrays among the younger generation? The Demonic Array God King sneered. This time, I'll definitely show Dragon Array who's in his place. Master, back when we were fighting for the position of the City Lord, if not for the Sword Array God King's help at the crucial moment, the City Lord would have been gone. The Dragon Array City would have been yours a long time ago, He Xiong said. The Demonic Array God King nodded. Tomorrow you must defeat your opponent with thunderous means. Let everyone in the Dragon Array City know how strong my disciple is. Master, don't worry. He Xiong was very confident. On the second day, the Demonic Array God King brought He Xiong to the square of the Dragon Array City. At the same time, the Dragon Array City Lord also arrived. However, there were two strangers beside him. That is, when the Demonic Array God King saw the Sword Array God King, his pupils shrank in surprise. Master, the Sword Array God King is back? He Xiong asked softly. Demonic Array, long time no see. The Sword Array God King took the initiative to greet him. So the Sword Array God King is back. I was wondering why Dragon Array would have the guts to accept my challenge. The Demonic Array God King said with a smile. Demonic Array, don't be happy too early. When your disciple He Xiong loses, it won't look good. The Dragon Array City Lord grinned. Cut the crap. Where are your people? The demonic array God King frowned. Fang Chen walked out from behind the two of them. The demonic array God King's face changed slightly. You actually sent a God King to fight with my disciple? His disciple He Xiong was only a heavenly god. How could he defeat a God King? Demonic array, the battle is a battle of array Dao, not martial Dao. What are you afraid of? Do you think that your disciple's array Dao attainment is inferior to this person before you? The Dragon Array City Lord mocked. I'm afraid? What a joke. After saying that, He Xiong stood in the middle of the square and made a provocative gesture towards Fang Chen. Without using martial Dao cultivation, I don't believe that he can defeat my disciple just based on array Dao attainment. The demonic array God King sneered. Kid, although you're a God King, I'll still defeat you. He Xiong grinned. A heavenly god defeating a God King. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Fang Chen was speechless. Although this kid looked simple and honest, he had the same personality as his master. No wonder the demonic array God King took you in as his disciple. Fang Chen said. Whoosh. He Xiong's body emitted a dense array Dao aura. His face was filled with a wild smile. Kid, I'm a top saint array master. What do you have to fight me? He Xiong's arrogant voice sounded. At the edge of the square, 3 experts stood. Even if this kid is a saint array master, he won't be a match for my disciple. The demonic array God King sneered. He was very clear about He Xiong's array Dao skills. He was almost invincible in the same realm. He didn't believe that Fang Chen was an absolute god array master. Because even within the celestial array family, it was impossible to have such a monstrous genius. The demonic array God King glanced at the sword array God King and the dragon array City Lord. The two of them were talking and laughing. They didn't seem to be worried at all. Dragon array, sometimes I really admire your big heart. You know that you're going to lose, but you still insist on holding on. Aren't you tired? The demonic array God King mocked. The sword array God King ignored him. The dragon array City Lord said, Demonic array, you know better than me who's the one who's trying to save face. Also, your disciple He Xiong's potential isn't as good as you think. Chapter 1899. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Fang Chen looked at He Xiong indifferently. This guy is all brawn and no brains. He's just like an idiot. Love go little say. Chu He Xiong knew that he was a supreme being and he still dared to challenge him? Did he really think that he was strong enough to go against a supreme being? Are you an idiot? Fang Chen asked. He Xiong frowned slightly and was a little displeased. So what if you're a supreme being? Today is a battle of array skills. I don't believe that you're better than me in array skills. He Xiong was quite confident in his array skills. Even if the guy in front of him was a saint-level array master, he was not afraid. Unless he was a god-level array master. But was that possible? Obviously not. If not for your master, you're nothing. Fang Chen said indifferently. He Xiong was completely enraged by Fang Chen's words. His face darkened and he said coldly, Kid, what's the point of being glib? Defeat me if you have the ability. As soon as He Xiong finished speaking, he waved his hand and a terrifying array skills aura swept out. The wild array skills aura wreaked havoc in the square, causing everyone to feel a sense of fear. Seeing this, demonic array supreme being nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he looked at the dragon array City Lord proudly and said with a smile, Dragon array, what do you think of my disciple? Before the dragon array City Lord could speak, the divine emperor of sword array spoke first. SOSO. Hearing this, demonic array supreme being was a little anxious. However, the other party was a divine emperor and he did not dare to provoke him. Wait and see. This time, he came to Dragon Array City to show his strength to the Dragon Array City Lord. He was too lazy to talk to the divine emperor of Sword Array. When the battle was over, he wanted to see what kind of face these two guys had. Hey Xiong, don't hold back. Let's end this quickly. Demonic Array Supreme being shouted at the thought of this. In the middle of the square, He Xiong controlled the wild array skill's aura and a cold aura shot out from his eyes. Then, with a roar, an extremely complicated saint-level array was instantly set up. Kid, this formation is called the God-Binding Formation. This is the strongest formation I've created. If you can break this formation, I'll admit defeat immediately. The God-Binding Array spread out and engulfed Fang Chen in a sea of array formations. Fang Chen raised his head, and his gaze landed on the God-Binding Formation. Runes flowed around it, and he could clearly see the trajectory of the formation at a glance. Then, he nodded lightly. With the Black Bear's realm, being able to set up such an array formation was also not easy. The operation of this formation is quite profound. What a pity, Fang Chen sighed. When Black Bear heard this, he was furious. Brat, what are you talking about? If you have the ability, then break my formation. He Xiong no longer held back. He controlled the God-Binding Formation, and a tyrannical force directly pressed down on Fang Chen. He wanted to force Fang Chen to admit defeat, but he clearly underestimated Fang Chen's strength. Seeing the Black Bear's aggressive attack, Fang Chen was unusually quiet and even closed his eyes. Ha, what's wrong? Are you afraid? You were still stubborn just a moment ago. Why are you so quiet now? Black Bear saw this and laughed loudly, thinking that Fang Chen was afraid. If you admit defeat and kneel down to beg for mercy, I'll immediately remove the formation. Black Bear said wildly. However, Fang Chen stood there motionlessly, like an old monk in meditation. At the edge of the square, the demonic array divine king saw this and shook his head slightly. He was still worried that Lin Fan would be a threat to Black Bear. Now, it seemed that he was overthinking. They even sent such trash to fight my disciple. It seems like the Dragon Array City really has no one else. The demonic array divine king thought of this and felt inexplicably happy. The Dragon Array City Lord didn't know Fang Chen's background and was slightly anxious. He glanced at the Divine Emperor of Sword Formation, who was very calm and gradually calmed down. Since Big Brother Sword Array is so calm, this brat must have some trump cards. In the square, the situation changed. Black Bear already had victory in his hands. As long as the wild power of the God-Binding Formation completely suppressed Fang Chen, the latter wouldn't be able to resist at all. Brat, who asked you to pretend to be calm? Black Bear was a little annoyed when he saw Fang Chen's calm look. He thought to himself and increased his control of the God-Binding Formation. In an instant, he charged in front of Fang Chen. Admit defeat. Black Bear suddenly launched his strongest attack. The aura of the Array Dao filled the sky and squeezed around Fang Chen. However, at this moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes. He shook his head gently, his eyes full of disdain. I've already given you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't take it. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the entire sky darkened. Then, a strong wind blew and sand and stones flew. The aura of the Array Dao that made one tremble surged out from his body. The aura of the Array Dao that Black Bear controlled couldn't resist at all and was directly devoured. Then, the God-Binding Formation seemed to break by itself. Crack! The God-Binding Formation shattered in front of Black Bear's stunned eyes. His body was also pushed back by the wild aura of the Array Dao. Black Bear, who was trying hard to stabilize himself, looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Impossible! How could you break my God-Binding Formation so easily? Black Bear fell into a state of madness. He gathered a strong aura of the Array Dao in his palm, wanting to launch the final attack. However, Fang Chen's body faintly emitted a terrifying aura of the Array Dao. Is there still a need to continue fighting? Fang Chen asked softly. At the edge of the square, the smile on Divine King Demonic Array's face froze. It was replaced by disbelief. Absolute God, impossible. Divine King Demonic Array couldn't believe that the person in front of him, who was about the same age as Black Bear, was actually an absolute God Array Master. He was also a member of the Celestial Array family and knew what it meant to be an absolute God. Moreover, such a young absolute God Array Master would be treated with respect even in the Celestial Array family. Black Bear. In the blink of an eye, Black Bear was suppressed by Fong Chen. However, Black Bear had already fallen into a frenzy. He attacked like a madman. God King Demonic Array snapped out of his shock and loudly rebuked. Then, he reached out his hand and grabbed the Black Bear. "You've lost." Divine King Demonic Array's words finally brought Black Bear back to his senses. Black Bear's face was pale. He'd clearly suffered a great blow. Losing isn't important. What's important is that you learn from your humiliation. Do you understand? Divine King Demonic Array reprimanded Black Bear. "You're just a Saint Array Master, and this person is an absolute God. Losing to him doesn't count. After this battle, you should know that there's always someone better than you. I hope that when you return, you can calm down and comprehend the Array Dao," Divine King Demonic Array said thoughtfully to Black Bear. Hearing this, Black Bear lowered his head. At this moment, Divine King Demonic Array's gaze moved away from Fong Chen and landed on Divine King Sword Formation. Divine King Sword Formation, although my disciple Black Bear lost this battle, it doesn't mean that the younger generation of Dragon Array City is outstanding, Divine King Demonic Array said in a deep voice. "Why? Demonic Array, can't you afford to lose?" The Dragon Array City Lord said with a smile. Divine King Demonic Array was furious, but he couldn't refute. In the end, he flung his sleeves and left Dragon Array City with his disciple Black Bear. "Ha ha ha, Brother Fong, you're really good." The Dragon Array City Lord hurried to Fong Chen and praised him. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. It was as if they were dreaming. Such a young divine king was already shocking enough. He didn't expect him to be an absolute God Array Master. As expected of the younger generation that Big Brother Sword Formation has high hopes for. With your talent, you're considered top-notch even in the Sky Array family. The Dragon Array City Lord laughed. "It's a pity that you're a disciple of the Sky Bone Palace. Otherwise, I'd really like you to join the Sky Array family." Geniuses were very popular wherever they went. This was especially true for peerless geniuses like Fong Chen, who had reached the Divine King realm at such a young age and was an absolute God Array Master. "All right, Dragon Array, you don't have to say too much," Divine King Sword Formation said with a smile. After settling the matter with Divine King Demonic Array and his disciple, the Dragon Array City Lord was obviously very happy. He held a banquet in his residence to welcome Fong Chen. During the banquet, Fong Chen also briefly mentioned that he wanted to go to the Sky Bone Palace. The Dragon Array City Lord immediately slapped his thigh and said that he would take care of this matter. After all, he was also a city lord. Although Dragon Array City didn't have a teleportation formation that could teleport directly to the territory of the Sky Bone Palace in the extreme north. However, the Sky Array family's territory was so big, and there were other cities that had such teleportation formations. Chapter 1900. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. After staying in Dragon Array City for a few days, he exchanged some insights with the Sword Formation Divine Emperor. Fong Chen learned a lot. There were many things he didn't understand. After the Sword Formation Divine Emperor's explanation, he felt enlightened. However, all good things must come to an end. The day of parting had finally arrived. Although the Sword Formation Divine Emperor and the Dragon Array City Lord were reluctant, they had no choice. Fong Chen wanted to return to the Sky Bone Palace to pursue a higher level of martial arts. They couldn't say anything. "Brother Fong, the Void Array City closest to our Dragon Array City has a teleportation formation to the Sky Bone Palace. I'm familiar with the Void Array City Lord. I'll take you there now," the Dragon Array City Lord said with a smile. The sword formation Divine Emperor was with them. Great, I'm also returning to the Sky Array family. I'll send you off on the way. The three of them took the teleportation formation and arrived at the Void Array City. The Sky Array family's teleportation formation was different from the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. It required the City Lord's approval to activate it. As soon as they arrived at the Void Array City, the Dragon Array City Lord contacted the Void Array City Lord. Ha ha ha, Brother Dragon Array, how come you're here? A hearty laugh came from the void. Then, a middle-aged man in plain clothes appeared before the Dragon Array City Lord. Brother Void Array, I'm here to ask you to activate the teleportation formation and send this little brother back to the Sky Bone Palace, the Dragon Array City Lord said with a smile. No problem, the Void Array City Lord said straightforwardly. Only then did he notice the sword formation Divine Emperor. The Void Array City Lord's expression changed. He was a little surprised. Sword formation Divine Emperor, you're back? The sword formation Divine Emperor nodded. Activate the teleportation formation first. Let's go. The Void Array City Lord was stunned. He carefully sized up Fong Qin. What was this kid's background? How could he be escorted by two experts? Whoosh! The Void Array City Lord waved his hand and activated the teleportation formation. Brother Fong, see you again. Fong Qin nodded solemnly and entered the cross-region teleportation array. Whoosh! A white light flashed and Fong Qin left the Sky Array family. The Celestial Bone Palace's territory wasn't considered large. Among the 7 major factions, it was considered the smallest. In the extreme north, there were 2 top forces. One of them was the Celestial Bone Palace, and the other was the Great Void Temple. The Great Void Temple had no desires and had a harmonious relationship with the Heavenly Bone Palace. The Palace Master of the Great Void Temple, the Great Void God Emperor, was also an Emperor God with extremely powerful concealment technique. Among the top experts in the realm of the gods, Bone Progenitor was the best at escaping, while Emperor God Taishu was second. The Celestial Bone Palace was located in the southern region of the extreme north, while the Great Void Temple was located in the north. In the vast land of the extreme north, the territory of the Heavenly Bone Palace, wandering Empyrean gods could be seen all the time. Within the Heaven Bone Palace's territory, there were a total of 81 cities. No matter how history changed, the 81 cities would never change. Over the countless years, during the most intense years of the war between the Celestial Bone Palace and the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, several cities were destroyed. However, after the battle, the Bone Progenitor personally rebuilt it. The lords of the 81 cities were all godly kings. In fact, in terms of the number of godly kings, the Celestial Bone Palace definitely had the most godly kings out of the 7 top factions. This was because the Celestial Bone Palace was very tolerant. Some native godly kings of the realm of the gods could not survive because they had offended some experts, so they came to the Celestial Bone Palace. Under such circumstances, the Celestial Bone Palace would accept them. After all, the Celestial Bone Palace also needed to develop. The other 6 top factions, like the realm of the gods, had existed since time immemorial. Only the Celestial Bone Palace, which was a faction built by Ascenders, had a weak foundation. However, because of this, the Celestial Bone Palace's territory became a mix of good and bad people. Because of the Bone Progenitor's deterrence, they did not dare to act recklessly. However, there were often small conflicts. At the edge of the Celestial Bone Palace's territory, there was a very mixed city. This city was bordered by other factions and had a mix of good and bad people. Illusion City. The reason why it was called Illusory City was because there was a very powerful illusory formation surrounding the city. Under normal circumstances, if one did not understand arrays, they would not be able to find the specific location of Illusion City, unless it was through a teleportation array. However, cross-region teleportation arrays were not something that ordinary people could take. The illusory city was bustling with activity. On the streets, people came and went, but most of them were heavenly gods. Whoosh! Suddenly, the cross-region teleportation array flashed with white light. Several guards' expressions changed as they hurriedly stood up. It's from the Celestial Array family. Could it be an expert from the Celestial Array family? Those who could take the cross-region teleportation array were at least godly kings. They did not dare to be negligent. They respectfully waited for the teleportation array to open. Fang Chen walked out of the teleportation array and immediately felt the array around Illusion City. My lord! Several guards cupped their fists towards Fang Chen. Is this Illusion City? Fang Chen asked. The guards nodded. Fang Chen grinned and said, I want to teleport to ancient Celestial City. Hearing this, the guards hurriedly said, My lord, you came at the wrong time. The other teleportation arrays in Illusion City have problems and are being repaired. For this reason, our city lord personally went to ancient Celestial City to seek help from experts. My lord, why don't you stay in Illusion City for a few days? The teleportation array will be repaired soon. The guard said. Fang Chen nodded and did not care too much. Anyway, he was already in the vicinity of the Heavenly Bone Palace. He was not in a hurry. During this period of time, he would have enough time to search for some information about the Heavenly Bone Palace and the Bone Progenitor. The Heavenly Bone Palace was a magnificent palace. A skinny old man without any aura fluctuation on his body, as if he was an ordinary person. His figure seemed to be transparent, faintly discernible. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and exclaimed softly. He immediately noticed that the aura in his body showed signs of fluctuations. What's going on? The skinny old man was a little puzzled. Immediately, his divine sense spread out and instantly enveloped the entire territory of the Heavenly Bone Palace. He immediately discovered Fang Chen, who was in Illusion City. This kid seems to have the aura of the space-time shape cultivation system. The skinny old man immediately found Fang Chen. His face was full of smiles. Space-time shape cultivation system, to be able to cultivate to this level, I have never heard of or seen it before. Could it be that he ascended from the lower domain? Thinking of this, the smile on the skinny old man's face became wider. What an interesting guy, the skinny old man said. Boom! Suddenly, a tyrannical aura appeared in the void. Bone Progenitor. A shadow appeared in the palace out of thin air. Seeing this, the skinny old man stood up and nodded gently. Emperor God Taishu, what brings you to my heavenly bone palace? The Bone Progenitor asked. Bone Progenitor, recently the extreme north has not been peaceful. There are signs of holy light religion remnants everywhere. I want to discuss with you that the two major forces will join forces to destroy holy light religion. The Emperor God Taishu said. Hearing the words, remnants of holy light religion, the skinny face of the Bone Progenitor showed a trace of ruthlessness. Humph, holy light religion is getting more and more arrogant. They dare to come to the extreme north, they are really looking for death. A cold look flashed in the eyes of the Bone Progenitor. Immediately, he said, against holy light religion, my heavenly bone palace will contribute. However, we need to discuss the details from the beginning. The Emperor God Taishu nodded. He sat down cross-legged with the Bone Progenitor and began to discuss. In Mirage City, Fang Chen came to an inn and stayed there. Just as he was about to enter his courtyard, a person suddenly walked out of the courtyard next to his. Originally, Fang Chen did not care at all. However, suddenly, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. In the void, Fang Chen felt a faintly familiar aura. Immediately, he frowned slightly and turned to look at that person. However, that person had already left. Back in the courtyard, Fang Chen racked his brains and finally remembered. That aura seems to be the aura of holy light religion. Suddenly, Fang Chen's face changed greatly. He said in a low voice, "Holy Light religion had actually lurked in the territory of Heavenly Bone Palace. What were they plotting? Were they going to attack Heavenly Bone Palace?" No matter what, Fang Chen would not sit idly by when he encountered the remnants of Holy Light religion. As night fell, Fang Chen used the time book and quietly sneaked into the courtyard next door. There was a saint-level array around the courtyard. However, it could not stop Fang Chen. In the courtyard, there were a few black figures discussing important matters. Chapter 1901. Genius 1 Second Remember Love Go/Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen was somewhat puzzled to discover such a thing as soon as he arrived at the Heavenly Bone Palace. The Heavenly Bone Palace was overseen by the Bone Progenitor. These remnants of the Holy Light religion actually dared to break the law under the Son of Heaven. Within the territory of the Heavenly Bone Palace, there was a gentle space-time aura everywhere, which made Fang Chen's space-time book even more handy. No wonder. Fang Chen, who was hiding in the void, couldn't help but sigh. The strength of a space-time cultivation system martial artist would skyrocket within the territory of the Heavenly Bone Palace. This was also the reason why the disciples of the Heavenly Bone Palace were unwilling to go out under normal circumstances and would only cultivate in the Heavenly Bone Palace. The Bone Progenitor was indeed a top expert of the heavenly realm. Such means made people tremble. Fang Chen looked down and saw 5 figures in the courtyard. 4 of them were divine gods, and the remaining one was a divine king. Although he hid his aura, Fang Chen still noticed him. "Boss, will we be discovered?" one of the men with a ferocious face asked. "Yes, this is the territory of the Heavenly Bone Palace. The Bone Progenitor appears and disappears unpredictably. Once he discovers us, the consequences will be unimaginable." "What are you afraid of? Even if it's the Bone Progenitor, it's impossible for his divine sense to cover the entire territory of the Heavenly Bone Palace. If we blend in with the crowd, he won't notice us at all. Yes, as long as we complete our mission, we will immediately retreat. The Heavenly Bone Palace can't do anything to us." The 4 of them expressed their views one after another. Finally, their eyes all fell on the Divine King in the lead. The status of a Divine King expert in the Holy Light religion was not low. This time, they risked their lives to sneak into the Heavenly Bone Palace. Their purpose was to rescue a branch master of the Holy Light religion who had fallen in the war of the heavenly realm. This branch master of the Holy Light religion was a divine emperor expert at his peak. If he could be resurrected, it would be of great significance to the Holy Light religion. "When the night is quiet, we will set off," the Divine King in the lead whispered. "Our destination this time is the illusory mountain range. 4th bro, be careful. Once we enter the mountain range, everything will depend on you. Don't worry, big brother. I've already investigated it. Although there are illusions everywhere in the illusory mountain range, with my formation skills, those illusions are nothing to be afraid of," the person called 4th brother said with complete confidence. After discussing for a while, the 5 of them stopped talking and closed their eyes, waiting for time to come. Fang Chen wanted to show himself and kill the 5 of them. But on second thought, why not follow the vine to the melon and completely destroy their mission? Thinking of this, Fang Chen chuckled and continued to hide in the void. As time passed, the pitch-black night sky enveloped the entire land. The huge illusory city was pitch black. At a certain moment, the 5 people in the courtyard suddenly opened their eyes, nodded to each other, and then quickly left. "He's here," Fang Chen exclaimed inwardly as he followed closely behind. Before long, the remnants of the Holy Light religion left Illusion City. They ran for 4 hours and arrived in front of a huge mountain range. Although it was late at night, Fang Chen could vaguely feel the hallucinatory aura coming from the mountain range. "What a strange mountain range," Fang Chen sighed. His deep eyes looked towards the interior of the mountain range. At this moment, the person called fourth brother walked at the front, waving his hands constantly, and the aura of formation skills spread out. Let's go. Following the order of fourth brother, the 5 of them immediately entered the illusory mountain range. A saint-level formation master? Fang Chen grinned. If he killed this saint-level formation master, the Holy Light religion would definitely be heartbroken, right? He quietly followed behind and entered the illusory mountain range. Fang Chen was a little surprised. The illusory arrays in the illusory mountain range were actually linked. Whoosh! Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the aura of formation skills spread out, smoothly breaking the linked illusory arrays. With Fang Chen's current attainments in formation skills, these illusory arrays weren't worth mentioning. Soon, Fang Chen found another 5 remnants of the Holy Light religion. With fourth brother leading the way, they had already entered the depths of the illusory mountain range. They are heading towards the mountain peak. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he followed them into the depths of the mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range there was a mountain peak. This mountain peak was very inconspicuous, but because it was inconspicuous, most people wouldn't notice it. The 5 of them came to the foot of the mountain and carefully observed it. "Boss, it should be here, right?" Fourth brother asked. Boss took out a pitch-black pearl from his bosom. Suddenly, a dense evil aura spread out. Finally, the evil aura suspended in the air gradually poured into the rock layer at the foot of the mountain. Crack! The rock layer shattered and a strange aura spread out. At this moment, Boss cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the rock layer. Suddenly, the rock fragments on the rock layer continuously fell down. Then, something broke out of the ground. That's an altar? Fang Chen couldn't be more familiar with this kind of altar. He had seen it before. Soon, he understood. These remnants of the Holy Light religion must be using this altar to resurrect the fallen elites of the religion. "Boss, can we begin?" Seeing this, second brother was overjoyed. They were only one step away from success. As long as they could summon the remnant soul of the leader and bring it back to the religion, they would have made a great contribution. "Let's summon the leader together," Boss said excitedly. Immediately, the 5 of them waved their hands. The evil aura instantly spread out and poured into the altar. Hiss, 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 time passed quickly, and more evil aura poured into the altar. Gradually, the altar began to change. It began to tremble slightly. Fang Chen knew that it was about time. It was time for him to make his move. Crash! With a thought, Fang Chen broke the illusory array around the remnants of the Holy Light religion. "Who's there?" Boss abruptly opened his eyes and roared in a low voice. The other 4 were also surprised. They looked around and found nothing. "Boss, did you see wrongly? There's no one." Third brother asked. Boss shook his head and frowned. "Impossible. I clearly felt that the illusory array around us was broken." Whoosh! As soon as Boss's voice fell, an even more terrifying array instantly spread out and surrounded the 5 of them. Seeing this, the 5 of them were shocked. "This is an absolute God array? Damn it, we've been discovered." Fourth brother was an array master. He recognized the absolute God array at a glance, and his heart was filled with fear. "Come out." Boss stopped releasing the evil aura and punched the void. "You guys continue," Boss said. At that moment, Fang Chen walked out of the void with a smile on his face. The remnants of the Holy Light religion are getting bolder. They dare to sneak into the territory of the Heaven Bone Palace. They're courting death. Fang Chen sneered. "Disciples of the Heaven Bone Palace?" Boss asked coldly. His heart tightened when he saw this. "Since you know I'm a disciple of the Heaven Bone Palace, why don't you surrender?" Fang Chen continued. After discovering that there was only Fang Chen, Boss sneered. "You think you can stop us by yourself?" As Boss spoke, he transmitted his voice to the other 4, telling them to hurry up and summon the branch leader's remnant soul. "Trying to stall for time? Unfortunately, you won't have the chance." With the hidden star sword in hand, Fang Chen directly used the immemorial soul refining art. Whoosh, although Boss was a divine king, his strength was not as good as the dark sword divine king. When Fang Chen faced him, he almost had the upper hand. Moreover, he suppressed him in a very short period of time. 2 weeks. With a slash, Boss's head was cut off, and then his soul was destroyed. Boss. The four of them roared and bared their teeth. It was also at this moment that a sudden change occurred. A crazy evil aura emerged from Boss's body and was completely absorbed by the altar. Crack. Cracks began to appear on the altar, as if something was about to rush out. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed inwardly. He raised his sword and slashed out 4 times in a row, killing the remaining 4 people. At the same time, the altar exploded and an evil voice came out. Ha 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 ha, no one can stop this branch leader's resurrection. Die. Using the immemorial soul refining art, the hidden star sword carried a terrifying aura as it slashed on the broken altar. Suddenly, a tremor sounded. Then, a frightened voice came from the altar. Your sword technique? The branch leader's remnant soul in the altar also felt a little scared. Chapter 1902. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Poochie. Another sword slash directly shattered the altar. A broken primordial spirit light ball floated in the air, wrapped in an evil aura. That was where the sound came from. You can't kill me. I'm the branch master of Holy Light Religion. Is the branch master of Holy Light Religion very powerful? Fang Chen stared at the primordial spirit light ball and asked. Of course. When I was at my peak, I was almost invincible in the Divine Emperor realm. My position in Holy Light Religion was above tens of thousands of people. If you let me go, I'll take you to Holy Light Religion and give you supreme glory. The branch master's remnant soul said. Fang Chen sneered and said, Since you're so powerful, how did you become like this? What do you know? If it wasn't for my negligence in the battle back then, how could I have been seriously injured by those old fellows of your human race? Speaking of the battle back then, the branch master's remnant soul was very angry. Fang Chen's face revealed a playful smile. A destructive aura emerged from his body as he walked step by step toward the branch master's remnant soul. Kid, if you kill me, Holy Light Religion won't let you go. The branch master's remnant soul threatened. Fang Chen shrugged. He had heard this sentence many times. Until now, he had been living well. Seeing Fang Chen's disdainful face, the branch master's remnant soul trembled slightly and said, Kid, how about we make a deal? What kind of deal? Fang Chen looked at the primordial spirit light ball with interest and asked. You have a death mark on you. I can help you get rid of it, but you have to let me go. The branch master's remnant soul said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was somewhat interested. You can help me get rid of the death mark? When I roamed the divine realm, you weren't even born yet. How can this branch master's methods be something you can imagine? If I'm not wrong, you should have offended the Death God Emperor. If you don't get rid of the death mark, the Death God Emperor will definitely chase you to the ends of the earth. The branch master's remnant soul sneered. I can let you go, but you have to help me get rid of the death mark first, Fang Chen said to himself. Fang Chen wanted to give it a try, knowing that he wouldn't be able to pull any trick. Indeed, it was just as the branch master's remnant soul had said. With the death imprint in his body, he had to be on edge at all times. If they could get rid of him, that would be for the best. Deal. I hope you can keep your promise. Open up your body and mind. Let me enter your mind and expel the death mark for you. Fang Chen nodded, closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and withdrew his soul Dao aura. Whoosh, the broken ball of light immediately entered Fang Chen's mind. Ha ha ha. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. This brat's body completely meets my standards for possession. The division master's remnant soul laughed coldly to himself. Afterwards, the ball of light released a powerful evil aura that immediately enveloped Fang Chen's soul. "Brat, you'll regret this." The Division Master's remnant soul laughed, as if victory was right in front of him. As long as he could possess this brat and return to the Holy Light religion, he would be able to sweep through the deity world again after a few years of recuperation. "I knew you were up to no good," Fang Chen sneered. The golden heart trembled, and golden liquid instantly spread out. At the same time, the true dragon blood also entered his mind through his bloodline. Attacking the Division Master's remnant soul from all sides, the Division Master's defense was completely destroyed. "No, impossible. How can you?" The Division Master's remnant soul cried out. He could not imagine that he had already wrapped this brat's soul and made it impossible for him to move. How could this brat still use the power in his body? Moreover, this power contained the terrifying blood of a true dragon. No, the Division Master's remnant soul cried out in horror and struggled with all his might. However, Fang Chen did not give him a chance. The golden liquid and true dragon blood attacked one after another. In just a moment, the Division Master's remnant soul had already shattered. "Brat, let me go. I can tell you a secret," the Division Master's remnant soul cried out crazily. However, Fang Chen did not stop attacking. A wild aura swept through his mind, instantly drowning out the Division Master's remnant soul. "I'll tell you all the secrets I know. Let me live." At this moment, the Division Master's remnant soul no longer dared to negotiate with Fang Chen. He immediately told him all the secrets he knew. "There is a cold pool under this mountain. It can be used to condense the soul." The Division Master only had time to say this before he turned to dust. Phew! Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the rock layer at the foot of the mountain. "There is a cold pool under the mountain?" Fang Chen felt somewhat tempted. With a thought, he hid himself in the void. After a while, he dove into the rock layer and carefully checked. Indeed, there was a large space underground. Fang Chen followed the direction where the altar broke out of the ground and dived into the ground. Soon, Fang Chen landed on the ground. He looked around. This was a narrow cave that could only accommodate 3 to 5 people. Beside the cave, there was a jet-black cold pool. "There really is a cold pool," Fang Chen said. Then, he spread out his divine sense to check the cold pool. This check made Fang Chen excited. There is a trace of heavy water of destruction in the cold pool. There is also a trace of special energy. Fang Chen frowned as he pondered. After a long time, his eyes lit up. He knew what this cold pool was. He also understood why the Division Master's remnant soul of the Holy Light religion could survive. This cold pool was called the Origin Pool in the God Realm. In fact, it was not originally called this. However, because the water in the pool could nourish the soul, it was called the Origin Pool over time. The full name of the Origin Pool was the Soul Cold Pool. The Origin Pool had a special characteristic. The stream water in the pool contained a trace of heavy water of destruction. Although the heavy water of destruction was very strong, even a true god would not dare to easily resist it. However, when the heavy water of destruction was combined with the other energies in the cold pool, it would not only not destroy the soul of the warrior, but also nourish it. Unfortunately, this Origin Pool is a bit small. Fang Chen curled his lips. If he wanted to nourish his soul, he had to absorb the stream water in the Origin Pool. Such a small Origin Pool was probably not enough for his soul to absorb. Whatever, it's better than nothing. Fang Chen thought for a moment. Then, he sat cross-legged beside the Origin Pool. His soul path aura spread out as he tried to absorb the stream water in the Origin Pool. Hiss! After a drop of the stream water entered his mind, it was immediately absorbed by the 3 little golden men. Fang Chen could clearly feel that his soul seemed to have strengthened a lot. The effect is so fierce? He had only heard about it from others before. This was the first time he had seen it. Fang Chen was also surprised by the effect of the stream water in the origin pool. Then, he took a deep breath and began to absorb crazily. Splash! In just half an hour, Fang Chen had absorbed half of the stream water in the origin pool. The soul path aura around him was very strong, as if there were signs of a breakthrough at any time. Continue. After the great battle, the branch leader's remnant soul was on the verge of shattering and was very weak. Therefore, it was only soaked in the cold pool to nourish and absorb a limited amount. Otherwise, it would not have been left for Fang Chen. 3 days later, the origin pool in front of Fang Chen had dried up. At this moment, Fang Chen's soul had also undergone earth-shaking changes. Rumble in his mind, a deafening sound was heard. The 3 little golden men's bodies were filled with terrifying soul path aura. Peak of the 3rd Yuan realm? Fang Chen opened his eyes and muttered to himself. After absorbing the stream water in the origin pool, his soul had reached the peak of the 3rd Yuan realm. This surprised Fang Chen. At the same time, his soul cultivation level had also increased slightly. Now, it's enough for me to deal with an ordinary divine king with my soul cultivation skills. The attack power of a true god soul cultivator was not to be underestimated. Buzz. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's mind shook. Immediately, his face was filled with ecstasy. Thousand Leaf Needle has reached the 3rd level? During this period of time, his clone had been comprehending the Thousand Leaf Needle. His soul had improved greatly, so his clone's comprehension of the Thousand Leaf Needle had also improved greatly. He broke through the final bottleneck in one fell swoop and comprehended the 3rd level of the Thousand Leaf Needle. The 3rd level of the Thousand Leaf Needle could instantly condense thousands of embroidery needles. The attack power was so strong that even the 6 divine kings would not dare to face it head-on. Fang Chen stood up, very excited. The harvest is not small. Fang Chen said, if I meet the divine king of destruction again, I won't have to run away. And by then, the title of divine king of destruction will belong to me alone, right? Chapter 1903. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Not only did he destroy the plan of Holy Light religion, but he also successfully improved his strength. When Fang Chen once again appeared in the illusory mountain range, it was almost dawn. He hurriedly returned to Illusory City. In the next few days, Fang Chen had been waiting for the transmission array to be repaired, and at the same time, he was also consolidating his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. A piece of good news came: the transmission array was repaired. Fang Chen set off for ancient Sky City. A white light flashed from the transmission array, and Fang Chen left Illusory City. Line up one by one to be inspected. Fang Chen had just walked out of the transmission array when he heard this voice. He looked up and was surprised to find that in front of him, there were many divine gods waiting in line to be inspected. Ancient Sky City is the headquarters of Heavenly Bone Palace, so it is understandable that the inspection is so strict. Fang Chen secretly said. However, just as Fang Chen was quietly waiting, a voice suddenly came into his ears. Then, Fang Chen disappeared into thin air. What was shocking was that the surrounding people did not find anything unusual, and were still being inspected as before. What's going on? Fang Chen felt that his body was greatly restrained, and he could not move at all. His heart was full of shock, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared in a beautiful garden. Where is this? Fang Chen asked in confusion. This is the ancient sky garden. How is the environment? In the pavilion, a skinny old man looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Seeing the skinny old man, Fang Chen's heart was shaken, because he felt that the space-time aura in his body was uncontrollably emerging. At the same time, the fused space-time law could not help but float in the air. Not bad. Seeing this, the skinny old man nodded in satisfaction. Senior Yu, Fang Chen asked aloud. To be able to quietly bring him here, Even a divine emperor powerhouse could not do it, right? Furthermore, he could feel his heart palpitating from the depths of his heart. More importantly, the skinny old man was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't sense him with his divine sense. This was a very strange thing. After a comprehensive analysis, Fang Chun confirmed the skinny old man's identity. In the entire Sky Bone Palace, the only person who could do this was definitely a god emperor. Did you ascend from the lower realm? The skinny old man asked. Fang Chun nodded and was even more certain of his inner thoughts. He immediately asked, Senior, are you the bone progenitor of the human clan in the mortal world? I didn't think that after so many years, there would still be someone who remembers me, the bone progenitor. The skinny old man chuckled and revealed his identity. Fang Chun was overjoyed. He did not expect to be discovered by the bone progenitor the moment he arrived in ancient Sky City. Senior's great achievements in the lower realm are unforgettable. Fang Chun clasped his fists. Ever since he received the bone progenitor's space-time shape modification system inheritance, Fang Chun was very shocked by some of the achievements of the bone progenitor in the lower realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that without the bone progenitor, the human clan in the lower realm would have already perished. The bone progenitor grinned and said, Sit down and talk. Fang Chun respectfully sat beside the bone progenitor. The last time I noticed you in the lower realm was when you received the inheritance. I didn't think that after such a long time, you would grow to this extent. The bone progenitor was very satisfied with Fang Chun's growth. It was not easy to reach this step by step with his own efforts. When you ascended to the divine realm, I noticed you. Everything you went through I saw with my own eyes, but I did not make a move. In my opinion, if you can't rely on your own strength to come to the heavenly bone palace, then you are not qualified to be my disciple. The bone progenitor said slowly. Fang Chun listened quietly at the side. Kid, everywhere you go, you can stir up a storm. However, the speed of your growth has also shocked me. In just over 10 years, you were able to fight against God Lian Yi and even kill the Zhou clan patriarch. In the end, you had the Rain Emperor make a move. Almost none of the heavenly gods can do that. The bone progenitor kept praising Fang Chun. The bone progenitor recounted all of Fang Chun's experiences in the divine realm. Only then did he turn his gaze to Fang Chun and ask, Tell me about the lower realm as well. Senior bone progenitor, please listen to me. Fang Chun told the bone progenitor some basic information about the lower realm. The latter was quite satisfied after hearing it. The two chatted for a long time. Finally, the bone progenitor stood up and looked at Fang Chun. You were able to cultivate the book of time and space to perfection, and your understanding of the space-time cultivation system has exceeded my expectations. With such potential, you are qualified to be the bone progenitor's disciple. After saying this, space-time energy flashed around the bone progenitor. From today onwards, you are the bone progenitor's 7th disciple, the bone progenitor said in a deep voice. Disciple Fang Chun greets Master. The bone progenitor was the ancestor of the human race, and Fang Chun cultivated the space-time cultivation system, so it was normal for him to take the bone progenitor as his master. That day, a very shocking news came from the Heavenly Bone Palace. This news shocked the entire Heavenly Bone Palace, and it spread to every corner of the God realm at an extremely fast speed. Have you heard? The bone progenitor actually took in a disciple. Heavens, ever since the bone progenitor took in 6 disciples, it has been millions of years, and it hasn't taken in another disciple. Why did it suddenly take in a disciple this time? Also, who is this Fang Chun? How could he be recognized by the bone progenitor? This kid is really lucky to be able to become the bone progenitor's disciple. Within the territory of the Heavenly Bone Palace, everyone was discussing this matter. For a time, the two words Fang Chun caused a storm in the territory of the Heavenly Bone Palace. The speed at which the news spread was much faster than everyone expected. 5 days later, almost the entire god realm knew that the bone progenitor had taken in a disciple. In the easternmost land, Zhou family's headquarters. Ever since the battle with the Sky Sword Grandmaster, the Rain Emperor had been in seclusion. At the same time, he was training the new family head of the Zhou family. Zhou Xian, your cultivation has already reached the peak of the Divine King realm, and you are only one step away from the Divine Emperor realm. You need to master the road ahead by yourself. External items won't be of much help to you, the Rain Emperor said in a deep voice. Ancestor, please rest assured. I will not let you down, Zhou Xian said confidently. Moreover, I will lead the Zhou family to rise again. Ever since that battle, the Zhou clan had declined a little. Fortunately, Zhou Xian's appearance had successfully stopped the Zhou family's decline. Yes, the Zhou family will depend on you. I will also go into seclusion. The Rain Emperor had just finished speaking and was about to leave. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly. How is this possible? The bone progenitor has taken in a disciple? When he heard the name of the bone progenitor's disciple, his heart was in turmoil. Fang Chun has become the bone progenitor's disciple? The Rain Emperor's face was a little pale. He turned and said, Zhou Xian, develop the Zhou family well. Don't provoke the Shinsun sect. Zhou Xian was a little confused. He didn't know what the Rain Emperor meant. He wanted to ask, but the Rain Emperor had already disappeared. The far east, the Xianxu Imperial Court. In a garden in the Imperial Harem, the Empress Xianxu's fair face was smiling. In front of her was a wheelchair, on which sat her senior sister, Empyrean God Lien Yi. Senior sister, you look good today, the Empress Xianxu said happily. Junior sister, you have worked hard during this time, Empyrean God Lien Yi said in a low voice, her face haggard. Senior sister, what are you saying? The Empress Xianxu said. However, at this moment, a piece of news suddenly came. The Empress Xianxu's expression changed slightly. Empyrean God Lien Yi asked, Junior sister, what happened? The Empress Xianxu recovered from her shock and shook her head. Just now, news came from the Imperial Palace. The bone progenitor of the Celestial Bone Palace has taken in a disciple. It shook the entire god realm. The bone progenitor has taken in a disciple? Empyrean God Lien Yi said in surprise. The Empress Xianxu looked at her senior sister and seemed to want to say something, but she still said, his disciple's name is Fang Chun. When she heard the name Fang Chun, Empyrean God Lien Yi's mind went blank. Senior sister, it's probably just someone with the same name, the Empress Xianxu said in a low voice, afraid that her senior sister would be shocked. No matter how freakishly talented that Fang Chun is, there's no way the bone progenitor would take a liking to him. In the vast god realm, there are countless people with the same name. Chapter 1904. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. At the same time, the higher-ups of the Xingsun sect also received the news. The entire Xingsun sect was shocked. The 3 beast clans and 4 emperor gods of the South Pole continent, as well as the sword array deity emperor of the Tianjin family. The news of the bone progenitor accepting a disciple spread like wildfire across the realm of the gods. Who was the bone progenitor? He was recognized as the best emperor god in the realm of the gods for escaping. His self-created space-time cultivation system shocked the entire realm of the god. Even if the bone progenitor was not the strongest among the emperor gods, the other emperor gods did not dare to underestimate the bone progenitor. This was because if the bone progenitor wanted to escape, no one could stop him. They would only stand a chance if a few emperor gods worked together. However, at the level of the emperor gods, it was difficult for them to put aside their pride and work together to deal with others. The outside world was shocked, but the residence of the bone progenitor in the Sky Bone Palace was unusually quiet. Fang Chun sat cross-legged on the ground with the bone progenitor in front of him. Just relax, the bone progenitor said. After knowing that Fang Chen had been hit by the death mark of the god of death, the bone progenitor personally prepared to remove the death mark for Fang Chen. Fang Chen was now the disciple of the bone progenitor, not an ordinary god king. Hiss, Fang Chen closed his eyes, and the bone progenitor's palm pressed on Fang Chen's head. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged into Fang Chen's forehead. The death mark flashed as if it was afraid of this power. However, no matter how it tried to escape, it could not escape from the bone progenitor's palm. In the blink of an eye, the death mark disappeared, and the bone progenitor retracted its palm. At the same time, the Death God Emperor in the South Tomb Sword Palace felt the death mark disappear. The Death God Emperor closed his eyes, and his vast consciousness spread out. Celestial Bone Palace, Bone Progenitor Residence. All of a sudden, a huge ripple appeared in the void. Immediately after, a black vortex appeared. Within the vortex, an extremely terrifying power flowed. It was terrifying. The bone progenitor raised its head and looked at everything calmly. A shadow walked out of the vortex. Death God Emperor, why have you come to my sky bone palace? The bone progenitor asked. When the Death God Emperor saw the bone progenitor, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She immediately cupped her fists and said, I sensed that the death mark had disappeared, so I came here. After saying that, the Death God Emperor looked at Fang Chen. I already know about the grudge between you and Fang Chen. Your disciple, swordsman Xiao Yun, has only himself to blame. It has nothing to do with Fang Chen. The bone progenitor's attitude was firm. When the Death God Emperor saw this, she was a little displeased. However, she did not dare to say anything. Since the bone progenitor has said so, then I'll take my leave. After saying that, the Death God Emperor's projection disappeared. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. Only with strength could one make others submit. He could feel the anger and unwillingness in the Death God Emperor's heart. However, in front of the bone progenitor, he did not dare to act rashly. Even the swordless God Emperor was not willing to provoke the bone progenitor, let alone him. At the same time, Fang Chen was also glad that he was the disciple of the bone progenitor. Otherwise, if the Death God Emperor personally took action, he would definitely be dead. Even the weakest God Emperor was not someone an ordinary person could compare to. Whoosh! Just as the Death God Emperor left, another vortex appeared in the sky. A sharp sword pierced through the sky and shot out from the vortex. While Fang Chen was still in shock, the sharp sword turned into a shadow. That is, the golden heart in his body was beating rapidly. He did not need to think to know who the person was. The palace master of the South Tomb Sword Palace, the strongest sword cultivator in the divine world, the swordless God Emperor. Fang Chen looked at the swordless God Emperor's projection in the sky in shock. Bone progenitor, what's the point of bullying a junior? The swordless God Emperor's body was like a sharp sword. Fang Chen could not look at him directly. What? You want to stand up for your disciple? The bone progenitor raised his eyebrows and said coldly. The South Tomb Sword Palace and the Sky Bone Palace were mortal enemies. Over the countless years, they had fought countless times. It was said that even the bone progenitor had fought with the swordless God Emperor. However, the outside world did not spread the news. Therefore, the bone progenitor did not treat the swordless God Emperor well. Your disciple came to my Sky Bone Palace without permission. I'm already giving you face by not taking action against him. The bone progenitor continued. In fact, he did not want to take action against the Death God Emperor. Moreover, that was just a projection of the Death God Emperor. You're still the same. The swordless God Emperor laughed and said, I'm here today to see what's so special about your new disciple. I'm sure there are many people who have the same idea as me. Just as the swordless God Emperor finished speaking, figures appeared in the void. Including the swordless God Emperor, 9 figures appeared in the sky. Each figure represented an ultimate God Emperor. Fang Chen's heart was trembling. After being in the divine realm for so many years, it was difficult to see even one God Emperor. Now, he saw so many God Emperors, and ultimate God Emperors at once. The bone progenitor's aura enveloped Fang Chen, preventing him from being suppressed by the God Emperor's aura. At this moment, Fang Chen raised his head with difficulty and observed carefully. Among the 9 God Emperors, Fang Chen knew the swordless God Emperor. He did not know any of the other God Emperors. However, Fang Chen could distinguish a few God Emperors based on their aura. For example, the God Emperors of the 6 laws. What a strong power of the laws! Fang Chen's heart was trembling. The power of the laws on their bodies seemed to have merged with the entire universe. It was unbelievable. Ha ha ha, old man Bone, didn't you say that you won't accept any more disciples? The God Emperor with a gentle aura said with a smile. This disciple of yours doesn't seem to have any outstanding traits. A few God Emperors said with a smile. The bone progenitor's expression softened. Although he had a grudge with the swordless God Emperor, he had a good relationship with the other God Emperors. Among the 9 God Emperors in the sky, one of them had discussed with the bone progenitor about how to deal with the Holy Light religion. It was the Great Void Temple's Great Void God Emperor. I bet that your disciple, bone progenitor, won't be able to step into the divine emperor realm in 100 years. The one who spoke was the Destiny God Emperor. You speak as if your disciple is very powerful. Beside the Destiny God Emperor was the Reincarnation God Emperor. The 2 of them were not on good terms and often bickered. The 9 God Emperors conversed with the bone progenitor in the sky for a while, and then a few of them disappeared. In fact, they were standing at the top of the God world and were bored. Coincidentally, the bone progenitor was accepting a disciple, so they gathered at the heavenly bone palace to meet and see how the bone progenitor's disciple was doing. After they finished, they left in a hurry. In the end, there were only 3 God Emperors left in the sky. The Elder in Black and the Destruction God Emperor, who exuded a destructive aura. There was also the Time God Emperor and the Space God Emperor. Bone Progenitor, your disciple has some talent in the path of destruction. The Destruction God Emperor said with a smile. The Bone Progenitor frowned. Destruction, don't even think about my disciple. Fang Chen was stunned. He did not understand what the 2 God Emperors were talking about. The Destruction God Emperor laughed and looked at Fang Chen. Little guy, if you're interested, you can come and find me. After saying that, the Destruction God Emperor turned and left. The Time God Emperor and the Space God Emperor shook their heads helplessly. They were already used to this. The few God Emperors who stood at the top of the God world were clear about the character of the Destruction God Emperor. Every time he found someone's disciple pleasing to the eye, he would think of ways to poach them. He had even succeeded a few times. The 2 of you, why don't you come down for a chat? The Bone Progenitor laughed. The 2 God Emperors nodded and landed in the courtyard. He glanced at Fang Chen thoughtfully, after which, he sat down with the Bone Ancestor and chatted merrily. Time God Emperor and Space God Emperor. Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. His golden heart was beating rapidly. He felt that when he was facing the 2 God Emperors, the laws of spacetime appeared uncontrollably. It was like a child who could not hide anything in front of an adult. All the secrets on his body were seen through. These peak God Emperors should not be able to see the Golden Heart. Fang Chen thought. The Golden Heart was left behind by the Cosmos God Gu Yuan. The moment news of it spread, it would definitely attract the greed of the strongest God Emperors. Bone Progenitor, this disciple of yours is quite extraordinary. The Time God Emperor laughed. That's right. He has grasped the essence of your inheritance. At such a young age, he has such attainments in the spacetime cultivation system. Who knows, he might be able to take that step in the future. The Space God Emperor said. The spacetime cultivation system complemented the laws of time and space. Thus, the two god emperors understood the cultivation system of the bone progenitor's lineage. When they saw Feng Chen, the two god emperors understood why the bone progenitor accepted him as a disciple. Please pay attention. Chapter 1905. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We will provide you with exciting novels to read. The two god emperors left after conversing with the bone progenitor for a while. At their level, unless it was a matter of life and death for the god realm, they would not easily show themselves under normal circumstances. What they pursued was the supreme cosmos god realm. In the vast deity world, the god emperors of the 6 laws were the strongest, but they had not touched the threshold of the cosmos god realm. Seeing close to 10 god emperors in a short period of time, Feng Chen was quite shocked. This time, he had seen the world. At the same time, he knew about the apex god emperors of the deity world. Strictly speaking, there were a total of 10 supreme god emperors in the deity world. They were the god emperors of the 6 laws, the bone progenitor, the god emperor Taishu, the god emperor Swordless, and the god emperor Tianjin. 7 of the god emperors had huge organizations behind them. The god emperor of destiny, the god emperor of time, and the god emperor of space were all loose cultivators. They did not like to be bound. They pursued the supreme peak of the martial Tao. Feng Chen's heart was burning. He swore to himself. One day in the future, he would definitely become a legendary god emperor stage expert. There were too many things happening in the deity world every day. The bone progenitor accepting a disciple might have caused a huge shock, but it soon calmed down. Although many people were still discussing the bone progenitor's disciple, they were not as anxious as before. Feng Chen's life in the Sky Bone Palace was relatively peaceful. As a disciple of the bone progenitor, his status was very high. Many elders in the Sky Bone Palace would greet him when they saw him. Ordinary disciples were even more respectful to him. The Sky Bone Palace had a strict hierarchy. The highest position was the bone progenitor, followed by the 2 vice palace masters. These 2 vice palace masters were also god emperors, but they were about the same level as the god emperor of death. After that, there were 36 inner palace elders and 72 outer palace elders. The inner palace elders were all god emperors. They were also the most elite group of elders in the Sky Bone Palace. As for the outer palace elders, they were all god kings. With Feng Chen's current strength, he could take up the position of outer palace elder. However, the bone progenitor did not say anything. He wanted Feng Chen to rely on his own effort. The Sky Bone Palace had 10 strongest disciples. These 10 people were the apex geniuses of the deity palace's younger generation. Among them, there were a few who had reached the God-King realm, while the rest were peak heavenly deities. They were the future of the deity world. On this day, Feng Chen was cultivating when suddenly, Ancestor Bone came. Master. Feng Chen cupped his fist. How's cultivation? Do you have any questions? Ancestor Bone asked with a chuckle. He still cared a lot about this disciple of his. After all, he was the only one among his 7 disciples who had ascended from the lower realm. Ancestor Bone still felt very close to him in his heart. Not at the moment, Feng Chen said. The bone progenitor nodded. He took out a small booklet and handed it to Feng Chen. This is the Space-Time Phantasm Magic Book. Take it and cultivate, the bone progenitor said. Feng Chen's gaze landed on the booklet. Immediately, his face was filled with an excited smile. He quickly flipped through the pages of the Space-Time Phantasm Magic Book. The more he read, the more excited he became. This is an enhanced version of the Space-Time book? Feng Chen Master asked. The bone progenitor shook his head. Not exactly. The Space-Time Phantasm Magic Book is a divine skill I created after I became an Emperor God. It's considered a divine skill. There are 9 levels in the Space-Time Phantasm Magic Book. A God King can cultivate up to the 5th level. As for the remaining 4 levels, one can only cultivate up to the God Emperor realm. Ancestor Bone paused for a moment before continuing. Among your 6 senior brothers, the eldest senior brother cultivated the fastest. He reached the 5th level in 3 years. Then, he spent 300 years to reach the Divine Emperor realm. He reached the pinnacle in one fell swoop. 3 years? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Don't underestimate the space-time demonic tome. If you don't have a deep understanding of our cultivation system, it will be very difficult to cultivate it. The deeper your comprehension, the easier it is to cultivate, said the Bone Progenitor with a smile. Disciple will follow Master's teachings and cultivate diligently, Fang Chen said. The Bone Progenitor nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and left. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Oh right, in a month's time, our Sky Bone Palace's new top 10 disciple selection will begin. When the time comes, you should participate. Although you are my disciple, if you don't have a position in the Sky Bone Palace, you will be looked down upon. The Bone Progenitor finished and turned around to leave. Looking at the back of the Bone Progenitor, Fang Chen nodded heavily. Top 10 disciple? Fang Chen muttered to himself with a wretched smile on his face. Sky Bone Palace, the top 10 disciple area. The Sky Bone Palace valued outstanding disciples very much. This area was very vast, but there were only 10 courtyards. The top 10 disciples lived here. They often learned from each other and improved together. In front of the 10 courtyards, there was a huge pavilion where the top 10 disciples discussed. At this moment, there were 9 disciples sitting on stone benches in the pavilion, talking and laughing. In a month's time, it will be the new top 10 disciple selection. This time, Senior Brother Mo should have a chance to become an Outer Palace Elder. A man in a dark red robe said with a smile. Yes, Senior Brother Mo's strength is obvious. Not long ago, he crossed the last threshold and reached the Divine King realm. With this, it will be easy for him to become an Outer Palace Elder. Another person said with a smile. The others also agreed. The man who was called Senior Brother Mo held a colorful folding fan in his hand. From his appearance, Senior Brother Mo looked very gentlemanly and always had a smile on his face. However, those who were familiar with Senior Brother Mo knew that if Senior Brother Mo was angry, the top 10 disciples would have a headache. Senior Apprentice Brother Mo was an out-and-out battle maniac. Hearing the praises, Senior Brother Mo smiled gently and waved the folding fan in his hand. He said softly, "That's not necessarily true. Since the Sky Bone Palace was established, it has been a long time. The Outer Palace Elders have changed generation after generation. Now, it is impossible for an ordinary Divine King to become an Outer Palace Elder. Which one of the 72 Outer Palace Elders isn't a Divine King?" Hearing Senior Brother Mo's words, the others' faces turned solemn. Although they were among the top 10 disciples, it was extremely difficult for them to advance further and become an Outer Palace Elder. If even Senior Brother Mo can't succeed, I'm afraid none of us among the top 10 disciples will succeed this time. The man in the dark red robe said. Senior Brother Mo shook his head. You seem to have forgotten someone. Senior Brother Mo, are you talking about that lunatic? Hearing this, the other 8 people's faces changed. The man in the dark red robe said in a deep voice. That's right. On the surface, I'm ranked first among the top 10 disciples. But in reality, you know that lunatic is the real number 1. He has been in seclusion for a few years. With his potential, his strength will definitely increase rapidly. By then, even I might not be able to block his attack. Senior Brother Mo raised his head and looked at the direction of the first courtyard with his dark eyes. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Senior Brother Mo knew that his potential was already heaven-defying. However, when he thought of that lunatic, his heart palpitated. Senior Brother Lon only cultivated the space-time cultivation system. His ability to escape has always been top-notch. But in terms of attack power, I think he's not as good as Senior Brother Mo, the man in the dark red robe said. In the Sky Bone Palace there were countless disciples, but there were very few who could truly become a space-time cultivation martial artist. To become a space-time cultivation martial artist, the first thing was potential. Next was the comprehension of space-time. All aspects were combined to select the most outstanding genius. Every disciple who joined the Sky Bone Palace naturally strived to become a space-time cultivation martial artist. However, very few succeeded. Among the top 10 disciples, only Senior Brother Lon became a space-time cultivation martial artist. Even Senior Brother Mo was not qualified to cultivate this system. From this point, it could be seen how strict the space-time cultivation system was. We'll see in a month. Maybe Senior Brother Mo will succeed? Everyone talked one after another. In the end, they talked about the Bone Progenitor's new disciple. Who is this Fang Chen? How could he be chosen by the Bone Progenitor? The man in the dark red robe asked. The others shook their heads. Senior Brother Mo said, "In a month's time, we should be able to see his true face in the new top 10 disciple election. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please pay attention." Chapter 1906. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Destruction Mansion. Love Go Little Say. Chew in the Garden. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and flipped through the space-time phantasm demonic book in his hand. The Bone Progenitor had 7 disciples. Each disciple had an independent mansion, and their name was their title. When Fang Chen changed the name of his mansion to Destruction Mansion, everyone in the Bone Palace exclaimed. That was because the godly king of destruction was one of the 6 supreme godly kings. Fang Chen's title meant that he wanted to compete with the godly king of destruction. Many people were talking about Fang Chen. Even the Bone Progenitor grinned when he heard about it. This disciple of his had quite the personality. As for whether this would cause the godly king of destruction to attack him, it was none of his business. He had to rely on his own efforts to keep his title as one of the 6 supreme godly kings. The Space-Time Phantasm demonic book is indeed powerful. After reading for a while, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If compared with the Space-Time book, the Space-Time book could be considered a beginner's space-time shape cultivation system divine art, while the Space-Time Phantasm demonic book was a complete divine art. The gap between the two was huge. After all, this was created by the Bone Progenitor when he first entered the Divine Emperor realm. The Space-Time Phantasm demonic book had a total of 9 levels. Compared to the 18 levels of the Space-Time book, it was reduced by half. Fang Chen could feel the aura of the space-time shape cultivation system between the lines of the Space-Time Phantasm demonic book. It was extremely strong. Eldest Senior Brother only took 3 years to cultivate the Space-Time Phantasm demonic book to the 5th level. This is already the fastest speed. Fang Chen thought of the Bone Progenitor's words and was secretly looking forward to it. Could he break Eldest Senior Brother's record? Thinking of this, Fang Chen began to cultivate. In fact, for a space-time cultivator, it was easier to get started with the Space-Time Phantasm demonic book. However, it was somewhat difficult to understand it in depth. Love Go Little Say. Fang Chen had a deep understanding of the space-time cultivation system and had great potential. The space-time rule formed by the fusion of 2 rules had also been grasped to the point of perfection. It took him half an hour to familiarize himself with the first level of the space-time phantasm devil tome. Then, he activated the space-time aura in his body and began to cultivate. The space-time cultivation system itself was a system related to the space-time precept. This system was built on the foundation of the laws of time-space. According to the Bone Progenitor, once cultivated to the pinnacle, even cosmos gods might not be able to discover traces of it. As for the Bone Progenitor, it was also because of the space-time cultivation system that he was recognized as the most difficult god emperor to deal with in the god realm. His level of difficulty had even surpassed that of the 6 great laws emperor gods. This was also why the bone progenitor was able to single-handedly create a top-notch force like the Sky Palace in the realm of the god. Among the top 10 emperor gods, no one was a match for the bone progenitor in terms of speed. As long as the bone progenitor was determined to conceal himself, they would have to put in a lot of effort to find him. The bone progenitor had always been perfecting his space-time cultivation system. He had always believed that the system he created was not perfect enough. In his heart, the most perfect space-time cultivation system should be fused with the world, borrowing the power of the world to attack the opponent. As long as the opponent was within the cosmos, they would be constantly attacked by the power of the cosmos. That was the perfect space-time cultivation system in the eyes of the bone progenitor. Of course, he also knew that it was extremely difficult to reach that stage. But if he could really do it, he could use it to become a cosmos god. Within the destruction residence, the power of the laws of time and space enveloped the entire residence. Fang Chun was cultivating day and night. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The new election of the top 10 disciples would begin tomorrow. The bone progenitor came to the destruction residence to see the progress of his disciples' cultivation. But before he could get close to the destruction residence, he felt a familiar aura. Amen. Seeing this, the bone progenitor's eyes lit up. With a thought, his figure appeared within the destruction residence. When he saw the space-time aura circulating around Fang Chen's body, a smile appeared on his face. This brat. The bone progenitor could not help but laugh. It had only been a month, and Fang Chen had already reached the first level of the space-time illusion magic book. This speed was not bad. Moreover, he could see that this disciple of his was very down-to-earth. He was very hard-working in his cultivation and had great potential. I wonder if your final achievement will surpass your 6 seniors. The bone progenitor thought to himself. The bone progenitor watched for a long time. After confirming that Fang Chen was fine, he turned around and left. However, not long after the bone progenitor left, Fang Chen stopped cultivating and slowly opened his eyes. I feel my body becoming transparent. So comfortable. Fang Chen thought to himself. He looked into his body and found that the space-time aura had filled his entire body. The space-time illusion magic book is indeed a divine skill. It's really powerful. After sighing, Fang Chen wanted to test the power of the space-time illusion magic book. With a thought, his body disappeared into thin air. Fang Chen, who was hiding in the void, was very excited. He could feel that with a thought, the space-time aura in the air could be controlled by him. It's impossible for a supreme god expert to find me, Fang Chen said confidently. After cultivating the space-time illusion magic book, he could hide his aura completely when he was hiding in the void. Even a supreme god expert could not find any trace of him using the power of the natural order. This was the power of the space-time illusion magic book. Now I have nothing to fear from the supreme god of destruction. Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he thought to himself. After the threat of the death god emperor was removed, he had a knot in his heart, which was to settle things with the supreme god of destruction. After all, there could only be one supreme god of destruction in the divine world. Of course, there was no hurry. After he went to the temple of gods, the supreme god of destruction would come looking for him. Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and revealed himself. With his current strength, not to mention the top 10 disciples, even the outer palace elders would not be a problem. However, he knew the rules of the Sky Bone Palace. Although he was a bone progenitor disciple, he could not break the rules. After being selected as the top 10 disciples, I'll challenge the outer palace elders directly, Fang Chen said to himself. The identity of an outer palace elder was much more useful than the top 10 disciples. Moreover, his master had set a goal for him to become an inner palace elder as soon as possible. When the second day came, the entire Sky Bone Palace was bustling. A cacophony of noises could be heard. The top 10 disciples election could be said to be the hottest and grandest event in the Sky Bone Palace every year. The top 10 disciples represented the most outstanding young geniuses in the Sky Bone Palace. Every disciple who joined the Sky Bone Palace dreamed of becoming one of the top 10 disciples, because only by becoming one of the top 10 disciples would they have the opportunity to become a space-time cultivator. Many disciples couldn't wait any longer. They thought that this was their chance to change their destiny. Of course, more disciples came to watch the fun. To be able to enter the ranks of the top 10 disciples, which one of them was not amazing? If they did not have the ability, they would not dare to challenge casually. Sky Bone Palace, Sky Bone Plaza. The huge Sky Bone Plaza was crowded with more than 10,000 disciples. Many disciples came early. In the center of the plaza there was a martial arts stage. In front of it there was a rostrum. I don't know if anyone can enter the ranks of the top 10 disciples this time. There should be. In every top 10 disciple election, there will be a dark horse. I think it will be difficult. The top 10 disciples now are very strong. It will be very difficult to defeat them. Yeah, we can only watch the top 10 disciple election. I don't know when we will be able to enter the top 10 disciples. Many of the disciples had regretful looks on their faces as they spoke of this. Of course, more disciples were full of vigor. They thought that the heavens rewarded the diligent. As long as they worked hard, they would be rewarded. Have you heard? The Bone Progenitor's new disciples will also participate in the top 10 disciple election. I haven't seen the Bone Progenitor's disciple yet. I don't know what this person is capable of. The Bone Progenitor's standards must be very high. His disciple must be a monster. Look, the top 10 disciples are here. In the plaza, someone shouted. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on the top 10 disciples. The top 10 disciples represented the strongest of the Sky Bone Palace's younger generation. In the entire God realm, they were considered top geniuses. Their appearance caused a sensation in the plaza. Everyone shouted their names loudly. Immortal Sword Venerable. Chapter 1907. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After the top 10 disciples arrived, the 72 outer palace elders also came to the rostrum. Love go little say, ko the person in charge of the top 10 disciple election was an inner palace elder. Elder Chio waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Suddenly, the noisy square was silent. Everyone, I don't need to say more about the rules of the top 10 disciple election, right? Elder Chio said concisely. Any disciple is qualified to challenge the top 10 disciples. As long as you can win, you will replace their position and enter the top 10. Alright, I'll leave the rest to you. The top 10 disciple election of the Sky Bone Palace was that simple. In the square, tens of thousands of disciples were whispering. The top 10 disciples stood on the rostrum, waiting for someone to challenge them. A moment later, a disciple finally stepped on the martial arts stage and challenged the top 10 disciples. I challenge Dark Dragon, the disciple said in a deep voice. Among the top 10 disciples, the man in the dark red robe had a slight change in expression. He leaped and came to the martial arts stage. Are you sure you want to challenge me? The man in the dark red robe said with some displeasure. This disciple specifically challenged him, which meant that in the hearts of many disciples, he was the weakest among the top 10 disciples. Yes, I want to challenge you. The disciple nodded heavily. Dark Dragon saw this and did not say anything else. He attacked like thunder. Rumbled Dark Dragon's cultivation was at the half-step Divine King realm, and his attack power was very strong. As soon as he attacked, he completely suppressed the disciple who challenged him. Too weak. After a few rounds, Dark Dragon stomped his foot and directly kicked the disciple out of the martial arts stage. His face was full of disdain. The first person to challenge the top 10 disciples was completely defeated. The square was dead silent. All the disciples looked at each other, their faces full of complicated expressions. The top 10 disciples were too strong. They could not win at all. I challenge, with the first person, there was a second and a third. Next, from time to time, there were disciples challenging the top 10 disciples. However, the challengers were basically those who were slightly weaker than the rest. Among them, the man in the dark red robe was challenged the most. After an hour, all the disciples who challenged him were defeated. No one else came forward to challenge him. This also meant that this year's top 10 disciple selection was over. The top 10 disciples were still the same. There were no changes. The inner palace elder in charge of the selection shook his head in disappointment. This batch of disciples is very weak. Some of the outer palace elders beside him nodded in agreement. In the past, there would be 1 or 2 dark horses in every batch. However, this batch did not have a single dark horse. There was not even a single outstanding performance. Elder Chiu, can we end this? An outer palace elder asked. Elder Chiu shook his head. His gaze fell outside the square, as if he was looking into the distance. Wait a little longer. Elder Chiu clearly remembered that the bone progenitor's new disciple, Fang Chen, would be participating in the selection of the top 10 disciples. What the hell is this kid doing? Elder Chiu thought to himself. Everyone in the square looked at each other, not knowing why Elder Chiu announced the result. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, however, just as Elder Chiu was pondering, all of a sudden, a figure appeared out of thin air. He hurried to the martial arts arena and clasped his fists at Elder Chiu. He said apologetically, Elder Chiu, I'm sorry I'm late. Elder Chiu saw this and smiled slightly, indicating that it was nothing. Immediately, Fang Chen turned around and looked at the top 10 disciples. He then said, I challenge Dark Dragon. The square was in an uproar. Countless disciples looked at Fang Chen on the martial arts practice platform in astonishment. Is he the bone progenitor's new disciple? He's actually a divine king. No wonder the bone progenitor accepted him as a disciple. I'm really looking forward to his battle with the top 10 disciples. Below, countless exclamations resounded throughout the square. Dark Dragon, who was challenged, had a gloomy expression. Kid, you're the bone progenitor's disciple, Fang Chen? Although he knew that the opponent was a divine king expert, Dark Dragon was unwilling to admit defeat and wanted to fight. Fang Chen nodded. Dark Dragon's expression became even gloomier. Let me see what ability you have to be the bone progenitor's disciple. As he spoke, Dark Dragon launched a thunderous attack. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure instantly dissipated in the void. Bang! Dark Dragon's attack did not hit Fang Chen. Damn it! He cursed inwardly and immediately launched an even more ferocious attack. On the rostrum, among the top 10 disciples, Senior Brother Lan's lazy eyes suddenly opened. Space-time cultivation system? Senior Brother Lan was the only space-time cultivator among the top 10 disciples. He saw through Fang Chen's method at a glance. Amazing! Senior Brother Lan sighed. His intuition told him that this Fang Chen was not simple. Senior Brother Mo's eyes flickered and his face was full of complex emotions. While everyone was exclaiming, the battle on the martial arts arena had also come to an end. Just a little bit more and I would have been able to defeat him. Dark Dragon's eyes were scarlet red and he was a little crazy. Dark Dragon, you have lost. According to the rules, you are out of the top 10 disciples. Elder Chiu announced. Dark Dragon was very unwilling, but there was no other way. A loss was a loss. This was the cruelty of the Sky Bone Palace. With Fang Chen's strong victory, the top 10 disciple election was considered over. However, none of the disciples left. Instead, they were waiting for an even more intense battle. They knew that among the top 10 disciples, there would definitely be someone who would challenge the Outer Palace elder position. Sure enough, the first to speak was Fang Chen. Elder Chiu, I want to challenge the Outer Palace Elder. Fang Chen clasped his fist. Elder Chiu's eyes lit up and he nodded. According to the rules, you can challenge any Outer Palace Elder. Elder. Fang Chen's gaze fell on an elder casually. Crash. The Outer Palace Elder landed on the martial arts arena and looked at Fang Chen fiercely. Boy, although you are a bone progenitor disciple, I will not go easy on you. After saying that, a long spear appeared in the elder's hand. With a sudden force, the long spear directly pierced the sky. Immemorial soul-refining art. Fang Chen did not waste any time and used the immemorial soul-refining art. The elder he chose was too weak. One destructive sword move was enough to end the battle directly. Boom! The body of the Outer Palace Elder heavily bombarded the square. All the disciples exclaimed. Such a young disciple had actually become an Outer Palace disciple. Fang Chen, congratulations. Among the Outer Palace Elders of the Sky Bone Palace, you are the youngest. Elder Chiu said with a smile. At the same time, he sighed. The Bone Progenitor's vision was really sharp. After defeating the Outer Palace Elder, the top 10 disciples who previously looked down on Fang Chen finally stopped looking down on him. Elder Chiu, I also want to challenge the Outer Palace Elder. The person who spoke was Senior Brother Lan. Senior Brother Lan was also a space-time martial artist. He was strong and had accumulated enough experience. Although the process of the battle was a little intense, he eventually became an Outer Palace Elder. Senior Brother Mo's challenge was a little sad. Originally, victory was in sight, but his opponent burst out a big killer move, directly obliterating his last hope. At noon, the battle ended. Because Fang Chen and Senior Brother Lan became Outer Palace Elders at the same time, 2 of the top 10 disciples were empty. In the end, the spots were taken by Dark Dragon and another person. At this point, the top 10 disciple selection and the Outer Palace Elder Challenge had ended. After the Bone Progenitor heard the news, he was full of praise for Fang Chen. Not bad, you did not let me down. The Bone Progenitor looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Master, I have been in the Sky Bone Palace for so long, why haven't I seen my 6 senior brothers? Fang Chen asked. Those 6 senior martial brothers of yours are carrying out missions outside. The Bone Progenitor said, when you become one of the top 72 Outer Palace Elders, you will be qualified to help your 6 senior brothers on a mission. Fang Chen was curious. Where were his 6 senior brothers on a mission? However, the Bone Progenitor did not say. After the top 10 disciple selection, Fang Chen's name became even more famous. No one dared to look down on Fang Chen. His strength had conquered all the disciples of the Sky Bone Palace. However, Senior Brother Mo of the top 10 disciples had been looking for an opportunity to challenge Fang Chen. In front of the Destruction Mansion, Senior Brother Mo narrowed his eyes and emitted a cold aura. Fang Chen, I, Mo Wuji, want to see what you are capable of. How dare you? How dare you call an Outer Palace Elder by his name? Quickly apologize to the Elder. Otherwise, if the Elder is angry, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Please pay attention. Chapter 1908. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Inside the Destruction Manor, Fang Chen was cultivating when he heard the commotion outside. He frowned slightly. Let him in, Fang Chen said through voice transmission. After a while, Mo Wuji came to the garden. When he saw Fang Chen, he snorted. You want to challenge me? Fang Chen asked Mo Wuji. That's right. I think that you're not strong enough to be an Outer Palace Elder. Mo Wuji said. Actually, he was jealous. You're not my match. Fang Chen shook his head. Facing such a rookie, he really didn't want to fight. Are you afraid? Mo Wuji purposely provoked Fang Chen. The latter shrugged his shoulders and grinned. There are many people in the Heaven Bone Palace that I'm afraid of, but you're not one of them. Indeed, the 36 inner palace elders of the Heaven Bone Palace were all stronger than him. There were also 2 vice palace lords who were God Emperor expert. Other than that, Fang Chen didn't fear anyone. Even the God King of Destruction couldn't do anything to him, let alone Mo Wuji. Humph, you don't dare to fight me because you're afraid. Are you afraid that if you lose to me, you'll lose face for the bone progenitor? Mo Wuji laughed loudly and mocked Fang Chen. Seeing Mo Wuji's stubbornness, Fang Chen felt helpless. Let me ask you something. Do you know the God King of Destruction? Of course I do. The 6 God Kings of the God world are invincible in the God King realm. The God King of Destruction is known as the strongest among the 6 God Kings of the laws. How could I not know? Mo Wuji said. Then do you know what my manner is called? Fang Chen continued to ask. Destruction. Manner. After saying this, Mo Wuji felt that something was amiss. You know that my manner is called Destruction Manner and you still dare to challenge me? Are you an idiot? Fang Chen asked. Humph, you call yourself the godly king of destruction, but that's just for yourself. If you don't dare to go to the Hall of Gods, what's the point? Mo Wuji found an excuse. Fang Chen felt that he could no longer communicate with Mo Wuji. Scram. He took a deep breath and roared furiously. Instantly, a terrifying sword chi burst out from his body, heading straight for Mo Wuji. Ding ding ding. Seeing this, Mo Wuji cursed inwardly as he desperately tried to defend against the terrifying sword chi coming from Fang Chen's body. However, at this moment, Fang Chen kicked Mo Wuji out of the destruction residence. Pantheon? I will go, Fang Chen said to himself. In the following period of time, the destruction mansion was relatively quiet, and no one came to disturb them. Fang Chen had been studying the time and space phantasm demon tome. A year later, Fang Chen had reached the 3rd level of the space-time phantasm magic tome, temporarily reaching a bottleneck. He stopped cultivating and prepared to go to the Hall of Gods to get his godly king title verified, and then challenge the number 1 elder of the Outer Palace. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen sighed. Immediately, he took the Sky Bone Palace's transportation array and arrived at the City of Gods. The City of Gods was located at the center of the God world, surrounded by the 7 top forces. The Hall of Gods was a neutral force created by the 7 top forces. The Hall of Gods recorded all the information of the true gods in the God world. Every godly king had to come to the Hall of Gods to get their godly king title verified. Only then would they be recognized by the 7 top forces. Hall of Gods? After entering the City of Gods, Fang Chen saw the Hall of Gods at first glance. The Hall of Gods was very low-key. If Fang Chen didn't know about it from the Sky Bone Palace, he wouldn't have known. When he entered the Hall of Gods, the staff immediately came to inquire. Hello, are you here to get your godly king title verified? Fang Chen nodded. Follow me. The staff brought Fang Chen to the registration area. Show me your strength. With a thought, Fang Chen's godly king aura dissipated. The staff nodded and said, integrate your aura into this crystal ball. After the crystal ball absorbed a trace of Fang Chen's godly king aura, it recorded Fang Chen's basic information into the crystal ball. Then, the staff asked, what is your godly king title? Godly King of Destruction, Fang Chen said. What? Hearing the words Godly King of Destruction, the staff was a little surprised. Godly King of Destruction is one of the 6 great godly kings, and someone has already verified it. Do you want to change it? The staff tried hard to suppress the shock in his heart and asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, that's it. His attitude was firm. He would not change it. In the past, there were situations where 2 godly kings had the same name. It was nothing more than a fair duel between 2 godly kings, and the winner would get the title. Because you have the same name as Godly King of Destruction, to get this title, you need to defeat Godly King of Destruction. Are you willing? The staff asked. I'm willing. The staff immediately recorded Fang Chen's information into the crystal ball and said, We'll contact Godly King of Destruction right away. You can wait in the Pantheon for a while. With that, the staff immediately went to contact Godly King of Destruction. In the extreme south, Godly King of Destruction was cultivating in his lair. Suddenly, the communication jade pendant rang. Godly King of Destruction, someone wants to compete with you for the Godly King title and has issued a challenge to you. Do you want to accept the challenge? This was a message from the staff of the Pantheon. If you don't accept the challenge, your Godly King title will be automatically revoked, the staff continued. Crack! A fierce aura instantly emerged from Godly King of Destruction's body. He exerted force in his palm and crushed the communication jade pendant. Then, he got up and took the teleportation formation to the Pantheon. Whoosh! In the City of Gods, Godly King of Destruction walked on the street with a pale face. Godly King of Destruction, please follow me. Who wants to challenge me? Godly King of Destruction asked. His name is Fong Chen, the staff said. Hearing this, Godly King of Destruction was a little surprised. Was this Fong Chen the same person as the kid he fought in Black Sword City? Soon, Godly King of Destruction was brought to the martial arts arena. Fong Chen had been waiting on the martial arts arena for a long time. It's really you. Godly King of Destruction roared angrily when he saw Fong Chen. During the battle in Black Sword City last time, this kid was lucky enough to escape. He was burning with anger and had been looking for an opportunity to find this kid. He did not expect him to come knocking on his door. Is this a provocation? Godly King of Destruction stepped onto the martial arts arena and grinned. However, his smile was filled with cold, killing intent. Godly King of Destruction, according to the rules, the winner of the battle between the two of you will have the title of Godly King of Destruction, the staff said. The Pantheon was a neutral force jointly created by the 7 top forces. Therefore, the staff was not worried that the two of them would mess around. Godly King of Destruction, Fong Chen said indifferently. Last time in Black Sword City, I let you escape. Did it inflate your confidence and make you think that you can fight me? Godly King of Destruction said in a low voice. More than a year ago, this kid escaped from his hands. A year later, this kid was certified as Godly King of Destruction. This was a blatant provocation. However, what Godly King of Destruction did not know was that more than a year ago, Fong Chen's title was already Godly King of Destruction. However, at that time, he had not come to the Pantheon for certification. The title of Godly King of Destruction does not suit you, Fong Chen smiled indifferently and said, if you know what's good for you, quickly give it up. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself Godly King of Destruction? Godly King of Destruction was furious. Do you know what Godly King of Destruction represents? Among the 6 godly kings, my attack power is the strongest. Among all the godly kings in the divine realm, no one dares to challenge me. From today onwards, there will be someone who dares to challenge you. Fong Chen said, no, from today onwards, no one will challenge you. Because you are no longer Godly King of Destruction. Fong Chen's words showed extreme confidence. This made Godly King of Destruction very angry. He could not wait to kill him directly. Unfortunately, this was the Pantheon's territory. He could not act recklessly. Kid, you're courting death. Godly King of Destruction growled and opened his palm. Destructive storm was instantly displayed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, strong winds rose all around and formed a terrifying vortex in the sky above the martial arts arena. A powerful suction force emerged from the vortex and swept across the entire martial arts arena. Kid, I let you escape last time. This time, I'd like to see how you're going to withstand my destructive storm. Godly King of Destruction said in a low voice. The destructive storm this time was more than twice as powerful as the previous one. Chapter 1909. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The upper echelons of the Pantheon Temple were secretly watching the battle. Although the entire Pantheon city was very spacious, there were still many experts. On the martial arts arena, the destructive storm was getting stronger and stronger, its momentum soaring to the sky. The God King of Destruction's body emitted an aura that made people tremble. He closed his eyes tightly, and the destructive power in the vortex rapidly increased. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and in the sea of clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning swooped down and bombarded the vortex. The aura of thunder and destruction combined, making the destructive storm even more terrifying. Seeing this, Fang Chen frowned slightly. He felt that the destructive storm cast by the God King of Destruction was obviously much stronger than the previous one. Stop him. The destructive storm brought a wave of pressure to Fang Chen, and he quickly set up an absolute God-level array. Whoosh! The absolute God-level array enveloped the martial arts arena, blocking the lightning in the sea of clouds. In an instant, the destructive storm's aura weakened a lot. Kill! The God King of Destruction spat out the word coldly. In the next moment, the vortex in the sky was held by his palm and shot straight at Fang Chen. Rumble, 1,000 leaf needles were cast, and a strong soul path aura spread out. 100,000 embroidery needles instantly formed. Fang Chen opened his hands and pulled, and the densely packed embroidery needles shot into the vortex in the sky. Ding ding ding! Although the embroidery needles were strong, they were swallowed by the vortex in an instant. Seeing this, Fang Chen continued to urge his soul path aura to form more needles. 1,000 leaf needles, 2nd level. 1,000 leaf needles, 3rd level. After casting the 2nd and 3rd level of 1,000 leaf needles consecutively, 1,000,000 embroidery needles were formed and shot into the vortex again. This time, the speed of the vortex finally slowed down a little. Are you ready to die? The God King of Destruction laughed wildly, and the vortex in his palm continued to bombard Fang Chen. 10 million needles. When the 10 million embroidery needles all hit the vortex, the God King of Destruction's expression changed drastically. Break! The God King of Destruction placed the vortex in the void. He clenched his fists tightly and waved them around. Streaks of fist radiance appeared out of nowhere and bombarded the densely packed embroidery needles. Boom! In the end, the destructive storm was unable to withstand the might of the 1,000 leaf needles and exploded. A terrifying power flooded the martial arts stage. 1. An absolute god matrix appeared around Fang Chen, barely resisting the power of the destructive storm. This, God King Destruction was also a little shocked. In just a year's time, this kid had actually blocked his annihilation storm. A murderous intent rose in his heart. Brat, do you think you can defeat me, the God King of Destruction, just because you managed to withstand my annihilation storm? The godly King of Destruction's body floated in the air as he looked down at Fang Chen. Today, I'll show you the true offensive power of the godly King of Destruction. As soon as the voice of the God King of Destruction fell, the monstrous power of the Maxim of Destruction emerged. The God King of Destruction's palm grabbed the void and grabbed a ball of destruction rules of order, which quickly condensed into a spear. The God King of Destruction held the spear in his hand as the power in his body vibrated. The aura on his body had reached its peak. The higher-ups of the divine palaces who were secretly watching the battle sighed. The God King of Destruction is indeed extraordinary to be able to use the rules of order to such an extent. Yes, the God King of Destruction's offensive power is indeed the best among the God Kings. However, this guy called Fang Chen's strength is not to be underestimated. His defense even made the God King of Destruction somewhat helpless. What kind of joke is this? The disciple of the bone progenitor must be extraordinary. The discussion among the higher-ups did not affect Fang Chen's battle. The spear in the God King of Destruction's hand gave Fang Chen a very dangerous feeling. Whoosh! When the spear pierced towards him, he did not hesitate to use the space-time phantasm demon book. The third level of the Space-Time Phantasm Demon Book was used. His body merged with time and space, and could even control the flow of time on the martial arts stage. This put Fang Chen in an invincible position. Crash! The God King of Destruction's spear madly pierced every corner of the martial arts stage. However, he could not touch Fang Chen's figure at all. Damn it, I don't believe that you can hide forever. The God King of Destruction roared in anger and fell into a state of madness. The spear stabbed madly. After a quarter of an hour, the God King of Destruction's figure was slightly battered. He held the spear in his hand and stood quietly on the martial arts stage. He turned his head to look at the void and said, "If he keeps dodging like this, how long will the battle continue?" He was talking to the higher-ups of the divine palaces. He could not attack Fang Chen, and the latter could not defeat him. If there was no third party involved, the battle would continue and it would be meaningless. However, before the higher-ups of the divine palaces could speak, Fang Chen appeared. Dodge? Fang Chen sneered and said, "From now on, if I dodge, I lose. Okay, then let's fight." Hearing this, the God King of Destruction grinned. He held the spear of destruction in his hand and stabbed at Fang Chen fiercely. Blow of Destruction. The God King of Destruction used his trump card, the Blow of Destruction. Almost no God King could face this attack head-on, unless it was a God King of Creation who had an aura of endless vitality. Otherwise they would die. Ancient Soul Refining Technique. The golden heart in Fang Chen's body was beating rapidly, and the golden liquid was quickly integrated into the hidden star sword. The 5 major sword moves were used at the same time. The true dragon's blood and the golden liquid raised the attack power of the 5 major sword moves to the strongest. This is, the higher-ups of the divine palaces who were secretly watching the battle were shocked. The sword Dao divine technique that Fang Chen had used was unheard of and unseen. Even the God King of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb might not be able to use such a heaven-defying sword technique. While the higher-ups were shocked, the 5 major sword moves turned into 5 beams of sword light. The Sword of Time changed the flow of time on the martial arts stage, while the Sword of Space assisted the God-level formation and directly sealed the space. The Sword of Destruction was the main attack, and the Sword of Creation assisted, providing endless energy. As for the Sword of Samsara, it disturbed the God King of Destruction's state of mind. In a battle between experts, once one's state of mind was disturbed, one would lose without a doubt. The 5 major sword moves had different effects, and they ruthlessly stabbed the spear of destruction. Crack! The two collided, and suddenly there was a deafening explosion, causing the entire martial arts stage to tremble. The power in the God King of Destruction's body seemed to have been sucked dry, and it was madly injected into the spear of destruction. This was a desperate fight. If he could not defeat Fang Chen, he would lose his God King title. This was something that the God King of Destruction did not want to see. Kill. At this moment, the God King of Destruction could not care less. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fang Chen and keep his God King of Destruction title. Boom! The destruction strike itself had a very strong offensive power. In addition, the God King of Destruction had sucked out all of his power. Suddenly, a dazzling power burst out from the spear, and it directly shattered the Sword of Creation. All the energy in Fang Chen's attack came from the Sword of Creation. Shattering the Sword of Creation also cut off the offensive power of the ancient soul refining technique. Crack! Time and space, the 2 great Sword of Creation, shattered. Cracks began to appear on the destructive sword light as well. Samsara! Fang Chen growled, and the Sword of Samsara burst out a dazzling light, directly enveloping the God King of Destruction. A miserable scream came out of the God King of Destruction's mouth. The God King of Destruction fell into madness, and he held the spear of destruction in his hand, and viciously stabbed out. Crack! The Sword of Samsara shattered, and so did the Sword of Destruction. However, as the sword of destruction shattered, the spear of destruction was also shattered. The God King of Destruction and Fang Chen's bodies retreated. However, before Fang Chen could stabilize his body, the God King of Destruction roared to the sky, and he took out a treasure from his arms. Crash! The God King of Destruction crushed the treasure, and suddenly a vast amount of heavy water of destruction emerged from it, and with lightning speed it drowned Fang Chen. Fang Chen did not even have time to use the illusory demon book of time and space to escape. Stop! The hidden higher-ups of the Temple of the Gods roared in anger. The God King of Destruction had broken the rules, and used the heavy water of destruction to kill Fang Chen. Rumble in the sky above the city of the gods, a terrifying pressure appeared. The God King of Destruction has broken the rules of the Temple of the Gods. You should know what to do. Chapter 1910. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Bone Progenitor had been paying attention to his disciple. Fang Chen challenging the God King of Destruction was within the Bone Progenitor's expectations. However, after the battle began, Fang Chen gave him a great shock. Only then did he realize that his disciple was so powerful. His strength was no weaker than any of the 72 Outer Palace elders. When he saw this, the Bone Progenitor grinned. He knew that the battle was over. The God King of Destruction was no match for his disciple. However, at the last moment, the God King of Destruction fell into madness. His mind was disturbed by the transmigration sword light and he lost his mind. He took out a large amount of heavy water of destruction and drowned Fang Chen's figure. As the latter resisted the blow of destruction, he was under a lot of pressure. So when he retreated, he did not expect the God King of Destruction to do this. Caught off guard, he was enveloped by the heavy water of destruction and his body was instantly corroded. The Bone Progenitor was furious. He projected himself above the city of gods. The God King of Destruction has violated the rules of the Pantheon. You should know what to do. The Bone Progenitor's angry voice exploded above the Pantheon. The higher-ups of the Pantheon were shocked. At the same time, they captured the crazed God King of Destruction. The God King of Destruction has violated the rules of the Pantheon and tried to kill Fang Chen. He must be killed. One of the higher-ups in the Divine Emperor realm was about to attack the God King of Destruction. However, the Bone Progenitor stopped him. The Bone Progenitor frowned and said coldly, "Forget it. You can just strip him of his God King title. His life will be taken by my disciple." After that, the Bone Progenitor waved his hand and took away Fang Chen, who was enveloped by the heavy water of destruction. Heavenly Bone Palace. The Bone Progenitor expelled the heavy water of destruction from Fang Chen's body. However, his face was very gloomy. Although I appeared in time and expelled all the heavy water of destruction, but looking at Fang Chen's flesh and blood being corroded and leaving only his skeleton, the Bone Progenitor felt very upset. This was his disciple, yet he had ended up in such a state. As for himself, there was nothing he could do. Voila! The Bone Progenitor sent a message to the Vice Palace Master, and a moment later, a white-robed old man appeared. "Palace Master, why did you summon me?" asked the Vice Palace Master. "My disciple has been attacked by the heavy water of destruction. Come and take a look," the Bone Progenitor said in a low voice. This Vice Palace Master was a creation-type God Emperor. His healing techniques were extraordinary. In this aspect, even the Bone Progenitor could not compare. The Deputy Palace Master briefly checked Fang Chen's injuries, and his face gradually darkened. He glanced at the Bone Progenitor and said, "His condition is not optimistic. Although you managed to get rid of the heavy water of destruction that invaded his body in time. However, a portion of the heavy water of destruction still entered his essence, spirit, and heart. Cracks have already appeared on his primordial spirit. It's only a matter of time before it disintegrates. However, his heart was rather miraculous. It was actually still resisting the corrosion of the heavy water of destruction. It's also because of this that he's hanging on by a thread, continued the Deputy Palace Master. Do you have a way? Asked the Bone Progenitor anxiously. The Deputy Palace Master nodded and said, There is a way, but it's a little troublesome. What is it? Asked the Bone Progenitor. The Deputy Palace Master pondered for a moment and said, There's only one way now, and that is to expel the heavy water of destruction from his essence, spirit, and heart. Then we can reconstruct his body. However, this process is extremely difficult. If there's even the slightest mistake, he will die. We have to be careful, said the Deputy Palace Master. Hearing this, the Bone Progenitor heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there was a way. All right, let's begin now, said the Bone Progenitor. The Deputy Palace Master nodded. He briefly communicated with the Bone Progenitor on how to help Fong Chen expel the heavy water of destruction from his essence spirit. The Bone Progenitor nodded and expressed its full cooperation. The Deputy Palace Master's palm pressed on Fong Chen's body. Suddenly, the vast power of the rule of creation surged into his body. It reached his mind and seeped into his essence spirit bit by bit. Hiss in his essence spirit, the three golden figures had already shattered. His essence spirit was also damaged. The heavy water of destruction had completely occupied Fong Chen's essence spirit. After the power of the rule of creation entered, the heavy water of destruction launched a powerful attack. Do it! The Deputy Palace Master roared. Suddenly, the Bone Progenitor's figure shrank continuously. Finally, it turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the air. The next moment, the Bone Progenitor's voice came from Fong Chen's essence spirit. I'm already in, said the Bone Progenitor. Expel it with all your might, said the Deputy Palace Master. Disperse. The Bone Progenitor began to expel the heavy water of destruction from Fong Chen's essence spirit. This move seemed simple, but in fact, it was very difficult. Moreover, it required a creation-type God Emperor to use the power of the rule of creation to protect his essence spirit. Otherwise, an expert like the Bone Progenitor would use the space-time cultivation system to sneak into Fong Chen's essence spirit and detonate it. The Bone Progenitor was rapidly expelling the heavy water of destruction from the essence spirit. The Deputy Palace Master was also doing his best to maintain Fong Chen's essence spirit so that it would not be damaged. Time passed. This situation lasted for 6 hours. The Bone Progenitor was finally done expelling the heavy water of destruction from the essence spirit. The Bone Progenitor came out of the essence spirit. Buzz. The crack on the essence spirit no longer expanded. Seeing this, the Deputy Palace Master was overjoyed. He continued to increase his strength and wrapped Fong Chen's essence spirit, separating it from the broken body. The Bone Progenitor set up a formation here and placed Fong Chen's broken essence spirit into the formation. Let's reunite his essence spirit first. Once it has recovered, we can rebuild it, the Deputy Palace Master said. He heaved a sigh of relief. Fong Chen's life was finally saved. However, he did not know when he could rebuild his body. Next, the two God Emperors worked together to expel the heavy water of destruction from the heart. However, at this time, they encountered a problem. What's going on? The Bone Progenitor's face was a little gloomy. He was puzzled. With his means, there was no place in the vast realm of the gods that he could not go. He could even enter Fong Chen's essence spirit. However, he could not enter his heart. There seems to be a protective layer around his heart that automatically protects it, the Deputy Palace Master said. This was the only explanation that made sense. The two God Emperors encountered a problem. If they could not expel the heavy water of destruction from the heart, they would fail. What should we do? The Bone Progenitor asked the Deputy Palace Master. He was a creation-type God Emperor. When it came to healing and saving people, he had the right to speak. We can't use force. Otherwise, the heart will counterattack. You are very strong. The counterattack of the heart will eventually cause it to shatter, the Deputy Palace Master said. I'm thinking of a way. The bone progenitor nodded. Although he was anxious, he needed to wait patiently. Just like that, the two god emperors fell into deep thought. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this period, the two god emperors tried countless methods, but to no avail. The bone progenitor still could not enter the heart. However, the Deputy Palace Master found something strange. The heavy water of destruction in the heart had decreased. What did this mean? It meant that the heart could expel the heavy water of destruction automatically. This discovery made the two god emperors overjoyed. Ha ha ha, Palace Master, it seems that we don't need to do anything. Fang Chen's heart is very special. It won't take long for it to expel all the heavy water of destruction, the Deputy Palace Master said with a smile. This kid always makes people worry. The bone progenitor shook his head and smiled bitterly. They found that Fang Chen's primordial spirit was also recovering. Although the speed was extremely slow, it was developing in a good direction. When the primordial spirit recovered and the heart was intact, it would be a simple matter for the two god emperors to reconstruct the body. After solving Fang Chen's problem, the bone progenitor's mood was much better. At this time, the Deputy Palace Master had the opportunity to ask about what happened. What? Fang Chen challenged the God King of Destruction and defeated him? The Deputy Palace Master was a little surprised, but soon felt relieved. This kid was full of secrets. Even his heart was so special that the two God Emperors could not see through it. I'll keep the God King of Destruction's life for him. After he reconstructs his body, he can claim it personally, the bone progenitor said softly. The Deputy Palace Master nodded and stopped talking about Fang Chen. He sat on a stone bench and changed the topic. By the way, Palace Master, what happened to the Holy Light religion? At the mention of the Holy Light religion, the bone progenitor's expression changed. Originally, the Taishu God Emperor and I had planned to destroy them in one fell swoop as long as they made a move. However, for some unknown reason, the Holy Light religion actually cancelled this operation. Cancelled? The Deputy Palace Master frowned. Chapter 1911. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen's life was hanging by a thread after being severely injured in the battle with the God King of Destruction. Love go little say, Chu. Fortunately, his master, the Bone Progenitor, and the Deputy Palace Master of the Heavenly Bone Palace helped him. With the help of the two Emperor Gods, his life was saved. Of course, the Golden Heart also played a role. His primordial spirit was severely injured, causing his doppelganger to fall into a coma. South Sea, Antarctic continent, territory of the Phoenix clan. Since Fang Chen left, the Antarctic continent fell into a short period of peace. Although there were conflicts between the three beast clans, they no longer fought openly. Moreover, with Emperor God Xiao Luo in charge, true god experts could not casually attack. Only divine gods could fight. It was worth mentioning that Eagle Wing, who was severely injured by Fang Chen, not only recovered successfully, but also took the opportunity to break through to the Divine King realm. This made the entire Demon Bird clan very happy. Especially the Demon Bird clan ancestor. It was said that he had taken Eagle Wing as his last disciple and personally taught him cultivation. Eagle Wing secretly swore that the day he came out of seclusion would be the day he took revenge. Everyone knew that Eagle Wing's words were directed at Fang Chen. Besides Eagle Wing, Fang Chen's old rival, Wind Rock of the Tianpeng clan, almost died. Fortunately, Ancestor Tianpeng treated him in time. In the end, he survived. However, Wind Rock's situation was very different from Eagle Wing's. Although Wind Rock survived, he was severely injured, causing his realm to drop and his strength to decline. He could no longer dominate the South Pole divine ranking. For this reason, the entire Tianpeng clan was looking for a solution. After all, Wind Rock was the second golden-winged rock of the Tianping clan. He had unparalleled potential and could not be depressed. The two beast clans were worried sick about the younger generation and did not have time to fight against the Phoenix clan. This gave the Phoenix clan a chance to take a breather. Phoenix clan territory, Moon God residence. This was Star and Moon's residence. Ever since Star and Moon had become God Kings and fully awakened her mystical Phoenix physique, her status in the Phoenix clan had become extremely high. The ancestors of the Phoenix clan had even hinted to Star and Moon that if she became the holy maiden of the Phoenix clan, she could inherit the position of clan leader in the future. However, Star and Moon declined. There was only one thought in her mind, and that was to increase her strength. Therefore, she had been madly immersing herself in cultivation these past few days. Little Mouse and the others were greatly stimulated too. They had been in seclusion for a long time. It was said that they would not come out until they achieved the God Emperor realm. On a certain day, the atmosphere in the Moon God's residence suddenly became heavy. Star and Moon, who had always been elusive, had a gloomy look on their faces. Even Little Mouse and the other three had come out of their closed-door training. What happened? Little Mouse asked coldly. They were in a secret chamber. In the secret chamber, Fang Chen's clone was lying on the ground for no reason, unconscious. There's only one explanation for him falling unconscious for no reason, and that's that his main body has been severely injured and is on the verge of death, Star and Moon said grimly. Damn it, who's after Boss? Is it the Sword Palace of the South Tomb? If anything happens to Boss, we must avenge him. Don't be rash. Pangolin was calmer. He suppressed the two's agitated emotions and said in a low voice, Boss is the disciple of the bone progenitor. Normal people wouldn't dare touch him. Let's not talk about how he was injured first. In this situation, although Boss is on the verge of death, he still has a chance of survival. The bone progenitor must have intervened. Little C nodded and said, the bone progenitor wouldn't just stand by and watch his disciple die. Boss should recover. Sister-in-law, you stay here and take care of Boss. We'll continue our closed-door training. Little Mouse was silent for a moment, then said coldly. The four of them went into closed-door training again. Their hearts were filled with determination. Love go Little Sag W Chu this time. No matter what, they had to break through to the godly king realm and avenge Boss. Brother Chen, Star and Moon stretched out her fair hand and gently stroked Fang Chen's face. She had mixed feelings. In the Destruction Mansion in the Palace of Bones. The Vice Palace Master and Bone Progenitor stayed in the Destruction Mansion. They were constantly monitoring the situation of Fang Chen's primordial spirit. After a period of nurturing, his primordial spirit was slowly recovering. His heart was even more miraculous. During this period, the Bone Progenitor and the Vice Palace Master had studied Fang Chen's heart more than once, but without exception, they couldn't understand it at all. In the end, the two God Emperors gave up. To paraphrase an almighty, existence was reason. Time passed. The news of the battle between the Supreme God King of Destruction and Fang Chen didn't spread out in the Temple of Gods. Therefore, many people didn't know exactly what had happened. However, they couldn't hide it from the top God Emperors. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months, in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Fang Chen's primordial spirit was recovering at a very slow pace. However, his heart had completely recovered and was even beating. The Bone Progenitor sighed and said, at this rate, it will take at least 5 years or even longer for his primordial spirit to be completely nurtured. The primordial spirit was the most important thing to a warrior. Even a God Emperor wouldn't dare to injure his primordial spirit. The Bone Progenitor and the Vice Palace Master had already done their best to pull Fang Chen back from the brink of death. It wasn't easy at all. Now, they could only rely on Fang Chen's own efforts. The Vice Palace Master looked at Fang Chen's heart and was full of praise. If Fang Chen can reconstruct his physical body, he will definitely undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Perhaps this crisis is a rare opportunity for him. The bone progenitor could only nod when he heard this. Just like that, 3 years passed by. One day, Fang Chen's primordial spirit suddenly trembled. The bone progenitor and the vice palace master instantly appeared. Both of them stared at Fang Chen's primordial spirit. "How is it?" the bone progenitor asked. The vice palace master checked and found that Fang Chen's primordial spirit had almost recovered. "He has already regained his initial consciousness," the vice palace master said. At this moment, a weak thought came from the primordial spirit. "Master." Fang Chen's voice sounded extremely weak. The moment he regained his consciousness, he knew everything that had happened. He was very brave to receive his master and was filled with endless anger towards the supreme being of destruction. "Don't speak. Rest well," the bone progenitor said hurriedly. The vice palace master smiled and said, in his current condition, he can use elixirs to speed up his recovery. In a few days, he will be able to reconstruct his physical body. The bone progenitor was one of the top emperor gods in the god realm. Elixirs to nourish the primordial spirit were a piece of cake for him. Soon, the bone progenitor found some elixirs to nourish the primordial spirit in his collection and handed them to the vice palace master for the entire process. The vice palace master did not disappoint the bone progenitor. In less than 3 days, Fang Chen's primordial spirit was completely restored. In midair, Fang Chen's primordial spirit light ball could speak to the bone progenitor without any worries. "Your physical body was destroyed by the heavy water of destruction. Next, I will help you reconstruct your physical body. You must hang in there," the bone progenitor reminded him. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Master, please do your best." He had almost died and returned from the gates of hell. Would he care about this little bit of pain? The methods of an emperor god expert were miraculous. The bone progenitor's palm trembled and an illusory aura instantly spread out. Immediately after, a wild aura enveloped Fang Chen's primordial spirit. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen could clearly feel that something was growing around his primordial spirit. "Hang in there." Fang Chen tried his best to hang in there. After a while, Fang Chen was shocked to find that his body was being reconstructed. It was not an exaggeration to say that flesh and bones could grow from the dead. With the bone progenitor's strength, it was completely capable of doing this. After 15 minutes, Fang Chen's head had been reconstructed. It had flesh and blood, and the primordial spirit had entered his head. After that, it was even easier to reconstruct his physical body. Whoosh! His physical body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the bone progenitor waved its hand. With a whoosh, the golden heart entered Fang Chen's body. Dong! It was also at this moment that Fang Chen felt a strange aura emerging from the golden heart. In an instant, it spread throughout his body. Fang Chen's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with shock. The golden heart's movements were huge. It seemed to be transforming the reconstructed physical body. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please pay attention. Chapter 1912. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's body had completely regenerated. It looked no different from before, but its essence had changed greatly. A love go little say W. Chum? The bone progenitor and the deputy palace master also noticed the changes in Fang Chen's body. The two of them carefully guarded Fang Chen. After feeling the changes in the golden heart in his body, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly. Golden liquid emerged and spread to his limbs and bones. The golden heart seems to be changing my body constitution? Fang Chen thought to himself. He could feel that wherever the golden liquid passed, his meridians and bones were changing. In a few breaths, Fang Chen felt as if he had been reborn. Buzz! A terrifying sword chi burst out from his body. The Bone Progenitor and the Deputy Palace Master were also surprised that a divine king could release such a shocking amount of sword chi. Bone Progenitor, your disciple's talent in sword principle is extraordinary, the Deputy Palace Master exclaimed. Having lived for countless years, he had seen countless sword principle geniuses in the entire god realm. However, at this moment, Fang Chen shocked him. Even Emperor God Swordless of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb was not so monstrous when he was young. His entire body is filled with biting cold sword chi. He was born for the sword. The Bone Progenitor pondered. He could not understand how a sword cultivator could have such attainments in the space-time cultivation system. As time passed, Fang Chen's body was enveloped by sword chi. The sword chi was everywhere. Fang Chen's body was also undergoing tremendous changes. My meridians and bones are all transforming. Even the small particles that make up my body are changing. Fang Chen was shocked. This lasted for 2 hours. Finally, the golden heart stopped changing his body. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that his body was filled with unprecedented power. With a thought, the sword chi around him was withdrawn. Is this the true perfect sword body? Fang Chen muttered to himself. My physical strength has increased by at least 10 times. What did this mean? This meant that Fang Chen's physical strength was now comparable to a divine emperor. Even if he stood on the ground, an ordinary divine king would not be able to hurt him. More importantly, his understanding of the sword principle had reached a certain level. His mind was filled with incomparably profound sword Tao comprehension. This was all because the perfect sword body. The perfect sword body from before was just a false sword body. Fang Chen sighed. The battle with the God King of Destruction could be considered a blessing in disguise. His physical body had undergone earth-shaking changes after being reconstructed. Although the perfect sword body was powerful, it could not suppress the dark Yin Phoenix body. Now, the perfect sword body can easily suppress the dark Yin Phoenix body. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the Bone Progenitor spoke. Fang Chen, you've profited from a disaster. Congratulations. It's incredible. I've seen many divine kings reconstruct their bodies, but none like you. The Deputy Palace Master was full of praise for Fang Chen. Thank you, Master. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Thank the Deputy Palace Master. He put in a lot of effort. The Bone Progenitor smiled. Thank you, Deputy Palace Master. Fang Chen turned to look at the Deputy Palace Master. The latter smiled and spread his hands, indicating that Fang Chen did not need to be so polite. Love go little say, Chu. The Bone Progenitor felt more and more that he could not see through this disciple of his. Fang Chen, have you received any inheritance from a powerful existence in the Tao of Sword? The Bone Progenitor asked. Fang Chen nodded and said simply, this disciple has received some inheritance before, but I don't know which powerful existence it belongs to. After all, it was related to the cosmos god Guyuan. Fang Chen was not willing to reveal it, even if it was his teacher. The attraction of a cosmos god to an apex god emperor was unimaginable. Perhaps his casual words would lead to some unexpected trouble. The Bone Progenitor nodded lightly and said no more. He reminded, you've just reconstructed your fleshy body. Have a good rest. As for the God King of Destruction, I'll leave his life for you to take. Thank you, Master. Fang Chen was delighted. His teacher had put in a lot of effort. After a while, the Bone Progenitor and the Deputy Palace Master left. God King of Destruction. Fang Chen muttered the words God King of Destruction. His body emitted a cold killing intent. No, to be exact, there was only one God King of Destruction in the deity world, and that was Fang Chen. Ever since he defeated the God King of Destruction, the Temple of Gods recognized him as one of the 6 God Kings of Laws. However, they did not announce it to the public because Fang Chen's injuries were too serious. The Temple of Gods had a backup plan. If Fang Chen fell, the God King of Destruction would still be the previous God King of Destruction. Fang Chen contacted the Temple of Gods immediately and told them his thoughts. In less than a day, the Temple of Gods announced that Fang Chen would be the new God King of Destruction. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. When the news spread, all the God Kings cried out. As a matter of fact, even the other 5 God Kings of Laws were rather confused. What? The God King of Destruction was defeated? Heavens, how strong is the disciple of the bone progenitor? He actually defeated the God King of Destruction? Ha ha ha, I can't believe I can see the God King of Destruction change hands in my lifetime. Many God Kings were discussing this matter. However, an even more shocking news came from the Temple of Gods. Fang Chen used the mission system of the Temple of Gods to issue a mission to the entire deity world. If anyone could provide him with the whereabouts of me, they would owe him a favor. As long as it was within their means, they would help. What a joke! A favor from the disciple of the bone progenitor was something that many people would fight to get. What? Fang Chen is looking for the God King of Destruction? He's going to kill him. There's no need for that, right? Even if the God King of Destruction was defeated, he wouldn't be hunted down, right? Who knows? Let's go and find him. A favor from the disciple of the bone progenitor is too valuable. Many God Kings were eager to make a move. They rushed to the extreme south to look for the God King of Destruction. Mi was the real name of the God King of Destruction. He was defeated by Fang Chen, and the title of the God King of Destruction was taken back by the Temple of Gods. Therefore, when Fang Chen issued the mission, he used his real name. In a very secluded place in the deity world, Mi opened his eyes suddenly, and his body exuded a wild aura of destruction. His eyes were scarlet, and his heart was full of hatred. Fang Chen, are you going to kill me? Mi roared angrily. In the battle of the Temple of Gods, he was defeated by the latter. At the critical moment, he used his strongest trump card. He thought that he could kill Fang Chen, but who would have thought that Fang Chen was still alive? Humph, even the heavy water of destruction couldn't kill you. You're really tough. But if you think that I'm still the same person as before, and that I can be bullied by you, then you're wrong. Mi was crazy. Killing the disciple of the bone progenitor, even if I die, I'll be famous in the deity world. Moreover, as long as I plan well, I'll be able to escape unscathed. Mi stood up suddenly and disappeared into the darkness. South Sea, Antarctic continent, Phoenix Clan territory, Moon God Mansion. Whoosh! Fang Chen's clone suddenly opened his eyes. Brother Chen? Seeing this, Star and Moon was stunned for a moment, and immediately became ecstatic. She hugged Fang Chen directly. She, who had never been good with words, cried tears of joy. For the past few years, she had been cultivating while guarding Fang Chen. From the beginning of hope to the later despair, she had even made a comprehensive plan to avenge her husband. But now, Fang Chen suddenly woke up, and she found it difficult to control her emotions for a while. The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly surged in her heart. It's been hard on you, Fang Chen said softly as he stroked Star and Moon's head. It's not hard, Star and Moon said. Fang Chen looked at the sky, and there was a touch of determination in his eyes. Don't worry, wait a little longer. After I completely kill me, I'll come to the Antarctic continent to take you away, Fang Chen said. Boom! At the same time, in the Moon God Mansion, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. Moreover, it was 4 consecutive terrifying auras that alarmed many true gods of the Phoenix clan. What a strong aura! Has someone broken through to the Divine King realm? The aura is coming from the Moon God Mansion. Who has broken through? Please visit this site to read the latest novel. Please follow. Chapter 1913. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The entire Phoenix clan's upper echelons were paying attention to the Moon God Mansion. There was a huge threshold for a heavenly god to break through to the divine king realm. Moreover, when breaking through, there would be some heaven and earth anomaly. Of course, the heaven and earth anomaly was relatively weak and almost negligible. However, for a true god expert, their control of the power of order had reached a godly level. Therefore, as long as there was a slight movement, it would be noticed. Who's breaking through? The upper echelons of the Phoenix clan discussed softly. Soon, they guessed that it should be Fang Chen's 4 spiritual pets breaking through. Rumble in the sky above the moon god mansion, a powerful aura lingered for a long time. At this moment, in the mansion, Fang Chen's doppelganger smiled. Rumble in the secret chamber, an aura shot up to the sky, followed by endless purple light. Little Mouse was the first to rush out of the secret chamber. Purple light appeared around his body, and the aura of a divine devourer rat was fully displayed. After stepping into the divine king realm, Little Mouse's body had undergone earth-shattering changes, giving off a terrifying pressure. "Boss, you're awake?" Little Mouse, who was cheering, was even happier when he found that his boss had woken up. He skipped over to Fang Chen's side. "You've broken through?" Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse nodded heavily, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "Boss, after I broke through to the divine king realm, my inherited memories have been fully awakened. I feel that my body is full of energy, and I can't wait to find the divine king of destruction for revenge. Ha ha ha, I've finally broken through." Just as Little Mouse was talking, a loud voice came from the secret chamber. The second to break through was Xiao Huang. Although he had stepped into the heavenly god realm before Little Mouse and the other two, the Ant King was special. It was very difficult for them to break through, but once they broke through, their strength would be very strong. What surprised Fang Chen was that the 4 of them had broken through at the same time. The third to come out was Little C. After his breakthrough, his aura had completely changed. However, his aura was still incomparable to that of Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. As for the pangolin, it was the last one to come out. He was still very calm, and the aura on his body had long been restrained, so no one could see anything. "Congratulations," Fang Chen said with a smile. The few of them laughed and chatted. Little Mouse and the other 3 could not wait to find the supreme being of destruction for revenge. "Boss, why are you waiting for your real body to pick you up? With our current strength, we can definitely walk out on our own." "That's right. My hands are already itching. I can't wait to fight." "Humph, a mere god king of destruction. If the 4 of us join forces, he'll definitely die." Even the usually calm pangolin was eager to leave the Antarctic continent to avenge Fang Chen. Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating for everyone not to be anxious. Fang Chen could understand their feelings. At the same time, he was quite touched. However, he had to consider the big picture. He could not let Star and Moon take the risk. "With my current strength, dealing with the supreme being of destruction is not a problem at all. I've already issued a mission through the Palace of Bones. Many people are helping me find the supreme being of destruction. He will have nowhere to hide," Fang Chen said. "However, the supreme being of destruction and the Death God Emperor are inextricably linked. I'm afraid that there will be unforeseen events, so safety is the priority." "Boss, if the Death God Emperor really attacks secretly, how are you going to deal with him alone?" Little Mouse asked. "After all, I'm a disciple of the Bone Progenitor. The Death God Emperor won't be so stupid as to attack me openly," Fang Chen said. Little Mouse and the other 3 had broken through to the Divine King realm. This shocked the Phoenix clan. They felt a little helpless when they thought of their most outstanding disciples, Feng Ni and Feng Xiu, who had been stuck in the Divine Realm and could not break through. 3 days later, Fang Chen's doppelganger was fighting with Little Mouse and the other 3. Suddenly, a servant ran in hurriedly with a grave expression. "What's the matter?" Star and Moon asked. "Lord Moon, the Demon Bird Clan's Blackbird Deity Emperor, is here to visit," the servant said in a low voice. He brought Eagle Wing here. He said he wants to challenge you, Lord Moon. Eagle Wing? Is he tired of living? Little Mouse, who loved to fight, immediately stopped fighting when he heard the servant's voice. He jumped to the servant's side and said with his eyes wide open, "The clan leader asked me to call Lord Moon over," the servant continued. Star and Moon frowned and was about to refuse when Little Mouse spoke first. "All right, you can go now. We'll go over immediately." Then, Little Mouse looked at Star and Moon with a smile and said, "Sister-in-law, since you don't want to go, how about I do it for you? I've been itching for a fight for a long time. This Eagle Wing is asking for a beating. How about letting me teach him a lesson?" Star and Moon nodded when they saw how eager Little Mouse was to fight. Fang Chen's doppelganger was still in the Moon God Manor. Star and Moon brought Little Mouse to the Phoenix clan's ancestral land. "This guy beat us to it again," the other three said helplessly. In the square, Divine Emperor Hayfowl stared at the Phoenix clan leader and said in a low voice, "Phoenix clan leader, the last Divine Realm Grand competition was cancelled for some reason. The final winner was not decided. Now that Eagle Wing has broken through to the Divine King Realm, I've brought him here to spar with him. Divine Emperor Hayfowl, you said it yourself. Eagle Wing is already a Divine King. Isn't the competition meaningless?" Fang Chen is the Phoenix clan's consecrator. He ambushed me and seriously injured me. Eagle Wing, will never forget this grudge. Since he's no longer here, Star and Moon will repay the debt on his behalf," Eagle Wing said coldly. "You're just a loser who lost to my boss. What are you being so arrogant for?" A disdainful voice came from the sky. Star and Moon and Little Mouse arrived at the square. "I was wondering who it was. So it's that bastard Fang Chen's servant. Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize me here?" Eagle Wing said coldly. Eagle Wing was already furious at the mention of Fang Chen. Now that Little Mouse had spoken, he vented all his anger on Little Mouse. "You're just a clown. If my boss were here, he'd destroy you in a matter of minutes," Little Mouse said arrogantly. "Didn't you want to challenge my sister-in-law? Fine, I'll give you a chance. If you can defeat me, you'll be qualified to ask my sister-in-law to fight. Otherwise, you'll only be fit to carry my boss's shoes." Little Mouse's words were full of arrogance. Even the Black Bird Divine Emperor furrowed his brows slightly, looking displeased. "Phoenix clan leader, he's just a servant of Fang Chen. How dare he speak so arrogantly? Eagle Wing will teach him a lesson. Do you have any objections?" Emperor Hayfowl asked. The Phoenix clan leader glanced at Star and Moon, and the latter nodded. "Let's spar," said the Phoenix clan leader. "Trash! Trash, open your dog eyes and watch how I destroy you." As soon as Eagle Wing finished speaking, a terrifying Divine King aura filled the air. Little Mouse wasn't to be outdone. He released his own Divine King aura to fight back against Eagle Wing. "You idiot, you're still so shameless after being defeated by my boss. My boss doesn't even need to do anything. I can suppress you myself," Little Mouse sneered. That enraged Eagle Wing even more, and he attacked with lightning speed. Rumble in the blink of an eye, Eagle Wing and the Little Mouse began to fight. Too weak. Little Mouse shook his head. After reaching the Divine King realm, the sky-devouring Divine Rat's innate abilities were strengthened many times over. Extreme piercing. The Little Mouse shouted in a low voice. The purple light around its body surged and instantly condensed into a sharp purple spear. Whoosh! The seemingly ordinary purple spear pierced through Eagle Wing's attack and pierced his body. "Poochie!" a crisp voice rang out. Eagle Wing's body was standing quietly in the middle of the square. His pitch-black eyes were fixed on the Little Mouse. "With your strength, you think you can compete with my boss? Too weak." Little Mouse shook his head. As he withdrew his aura, Eagle Wing's body fell to the ground, his aura withered. "Eagle Wing!" Emperor Hayfowl hurriedly shouted. Beside him, the Phoenix clan leader was shocked. Even she felt that the attack that Little Mouse had just used was inconceivable. What kind of attack is that? It seems to be able to penetrate everything, the Phoenix clan leader pondered. Please pay attention. Chapter 1914. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Blackbird Divine Emperor left the territory of the Phoenix clan with endless anger. Originally, he wanted to take revenge with Eagle Wing. Even if he couldn't, he wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate the Phoenix clan. However, Star and Moon didn't even make a move. One of Fong Chen's servants seriously injured Eagle Wing. Blackbird Divine Emperor couldn't accept this fact. Eagle Wing was the strongest of the younger generation of the Demon Bird clan. He survived the previous disaster and stepped into the Godly King realm. But now, he was defeated by a beast. Although he wanted to be angry, he couldn't say anything since the Phoenix clan leader had intervened. Star and Moon's situation was relatively stable for the time being. In the Heavenly Bone Palace, Fong Chen's original body was also paying attention to Mia He's movements. Given Mia He's character, he'll definitely hide if I go to such great lengths to find him, Fong Chen said to himself in the garden of the Destruction Mansion. He was the disciple of the Bone Progenitor. Many people valued his favor. There should be many people looking for Mia-he. In the vast realm of the gods, if a godly king wanted to hide, it would be difficult to find him. During this time, Fong Chen had been practicing the Phantom Book of Time and Space. Half a year later, Fong Chen cultivated the Phantom Book of Time and Space to the 5th level. Buzz. His body was filled with a strong aura of time and space, which alarmed the Bone Progenitor. Whoosh! The Bone Progenitor appeared immediately. When it saw Fong Chen, its face was full of joy. As expected of the disciple of the Bone Progenitor, this potential is much stronger than your 6 senior brothers. The Bone Progenitor was full of praise for Fong Chen. Greetings, Master. Fong Chen was very respectful to the Bone Progenitor. Excluding the 3 to 4 years when you were heavily injured, you have only cultivated the Spacetime Phantasm Demon Book for a year. Yet, you managed to cultivate it to the 5th level and broke your senior's record, the Bone Progenitor said with a smile. Given your current strength, you should be able to escape unscathed from a divine emperor. After I'm done with the matter in front of you, I'll give you an opportunity. Seeing the mysterious smile on the Bone Progenitor's face, Fong Chen was slightly moved. With the status of the Bone Progenitor, it must be extraordinary to say that it would give him an opportunity. Train well. As for the search for Miehek, it won't be long before we have a clue. After the Bone Progenitor finished speaking, he turned and left. Just as the Bone Progenitor had said, Fong Chen received news of Miehek a month later. The communication jade pendant flickered as Fong Chen opened it. Surprisingly, there was a piece of news that moved his heart. I know where Miehek is hiding. Come to Mirage City and make a deal with me. Without thinking, Fong Chen took the teleportation formation and arrived at Mirage City. Soon, Fong Chen contacted this person and found him. This person was a middle-aged man. Fong Chen found that one of his arms had been cut off and he looked a little embarrassed. You know where Miehek is? Fong Chen asked. Yes, I do know where Miehek is. But for this, I have to pay the price of an arm, the man said. Hearing this, Fong Chen was stunned. He did not expect that his arm was cut off by Miehek. What do you want me to do? Fong Chen asked. Help me destroy a sect, the man said in a low voice. Fong Chen frowned. Destroying a sect, this man's request seemed a little excessive. Don't worry, the overall strength of this sect is not too strong. There is a top Divine King expert in the clan. But the most troublesome thing is that this person has some relationship with Unity God Emperor. If you destroy the sect, Unity God Emperor should take action, the man said. Although I want to know the whereabouts of Miehek, you want me to destroy a sect at will. Isn't that too much? Fong Chen said indifferently, somewhat displeased. Fong Chen, no matter what, you are the disciple of the bone progenitor and the new destruction god king. Even Miahek was defeated by you. Destroying this sect is a piece of cake. As long as you agree, I will immediately take you to find Miahek's whereabouts. The man continued, Miahek knows that you are looking for him. Before he has absolute strength, he will not easily appear. If you want to find him, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. And, the sect I want you to destroy is related to the Holy Light religion. Hearing this, Fang Chen was startled and immediately looked at the man with a complicated expression. What is the name of the sect you want me to destroy? Fang Chen asked. Tianhu Island, in a certain area of the North Sea. The man slowly said, I was the deputy island master of River Heart Island. Our two sects never interfered with each other. However, not long ago, Tianhu Island colluded with the Holy Light religion and destroyed my River Heart Island. I risked my life to escape, but I was not reconciled. I happened to know your mission, so I planned to use your hand to avenge my sect. Heaven does not disappoint those who persevere. In a secret investigation, I actually found Miahek. That Miahek was ruthless and wanted to kill me. Fortunately, I was ruthless and broken-armed to escape, the man said. How do you know that Tianhu Island is related to the Holy Light religion? Fang Chen asked. If Tianhu Island was really related to the Holy Light religion, it was not a big deal for him to destroy it. Of course I know. 100 years ago, I once fought with the remnants of the Holy Light religion. I am familiar with their aura. That day, among the god kings who destroyed my River Heart Island, one of them had the aura of the remnants of the Holy Light religion. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and then said, Since Miahek found you, then he will certainly change his location. How can you find him? This was what Fang Chen was most concerned about. My River Heart Island has a secret tracking method. When I fought with him, I attached it to his body. I can sense it, the man said confidently. Fang Chen had made a decision. I can agree to your request, but you have to make sure that I can find Miahek. Of course, after I kill Miahek, I will personally go to the North Sea to investigate Tianhu Island. If they really collude with the Holy Light religion, I will destroy them. However, if what you said is false, then forgive me for being powerless. Fang Chen said the ugly words first. Although he was strong enough to fight against the Immortal Emperor. However, he would not destroy a force for no reason. Okay. The man nodded heavily and then said, I will take you to find Miahek now. Aren't you afraid that I will go back on my word? Fang Chen asked with a smile. You are a disciple of the bone progenitor, so you still have this bit of credibility. After saying that, the man took Fang Chen and quickly left Virtual City, leaving the territory of the Heavenly Bone Palace. A few days later, Fang Chen arrived at the territory of the Celestial Array family. Miahek is in the territory of the Celestial Array family? Fang Chen was a little surprised. Yes, the last time I found him, he was in a hidden place in the territory of the Celestial Array family. The God King of River Heart Island nodded. In this way, under his lead, they arrived at a hidden valley in a few days. The last time I found Miahek, he was here. The God King of River Heart Island said. Fang Chen spread out his divine sense and found that there was no one in the valley. He left long ago. Fang Chen said. Wait a moment. The God King of River Heart Island closed his eyes and waved his hand, emitting a strange aura. A moment later, he opened his eyes, his face full of smiles. Humph, Miahek is really cunning. The God King of River Heart Island sneered. He didn't go far, he's just nearby. Behind the valley there was a hidden cave. In the cave, Miahek sat cross-legged. His face was full of a sinister smile. The most dangerous place is the safest place. That God King that escaped would definitely spread the news. After Fang Chen comes here to check and doesn't find any trace of me, he will definitely eliminate this place. Miahek was still proud of his scheme, unaware that danger was coming. Damn the holy light religion, they asked me to meet in such a place, but they didn't show up, Mia Hex said coldly. After I get that treasure, not to mention Fong Chen, even if it's the God King, I won't be afraid. Thinking that soon, he could go out and kill, and even kill his enemy Fong Chen, Mia Hex's heart was very happy. Fong Chen, your good days won't be long. Cherish it. Although you are a bone progenitor, the bone progenitor can't always take care of you, Mia Hex said secretly. He had already reached an agreement with the Holy Light sect. They would provide him with treasures. After he killed Fong Chen, he would go to the Holy Light sect's lair. That was a truly safe place. Even the top 10 God Emperors of the God Realm would not be able to find it. However, just as Mia Hex was thinking, a cold voice came from the void. Chapter 1915. Genius Remembers Love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Mia Hertz. A thunderous voice was transmitted into Mia Hertz's mind. Mia Hertz, who was hiding in the cave, trembled and immediately looked overjoyed. Is he here? Mia Hertz thought that the Holy Light religion had come to negotiate with him. He hurriedly stood up and hurried out of the cave. However, when he came out of the cave, he was startled and his face turned completely cold. It's you. When Mia Hertz saw Fong Chen, his eyes turned scarlet and he was burning with anger. What? You didn't expect it? Fong Chen grinned. Mia Hertz's eyes fell on the Divine King of River Heart Island. He suddenly realized that it must be this person who exposed his whereabouts. Damn it! Mia Hertz suddenly punched out. Suddenly, the power of the rules of destruction in the void condensed into a terrifying fist radiance, which roared toward the Divine King of River Heart Island. Seeing this, Fong Chen waved his hand and directly blocked Mia Hertz's attack. Then, the Divine King of River Heart Island quickly retreated behind Fong Chen. Your opponent is me. Fong Chen looked at Mia Hertz with a smile, and a trace of cold killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Boy, even the heavy water of destruction couldn't kill you. You are really lucky. In fact, Mia Hertz was still quite afraid of Fong Chen. In the previous battle, if he hadn't displayed his strongest trump card at the last moment, he would have died in the hands of Fong Chen. At present, the Holy Light religion hadn't come yet. If he relied on himself, it would be difficult to defeat this person. Therefore, he could only stall for time. Kill! Mia Hertz roared and displayed a wild storm of destruction, which suddenly attacked Fong Chen. Too weak. In the past few years, Fong Chen's name had been well known. However, it was also a blessing in disguise. Although his realm was still in the Divine King realm, his strength was close to that of a Divine Emperor realm expert. In the face of Mia Hertz's attack, Fong Chen could easily resist it. His face was full of ridicule. Voila! Fong Chen took out the star-concealing sword and displayed the primordial soul-refining art. Mia he was instantly suppressed. River Heart Island's godly monarch, who was watching from the side, was shocked. As expected of a disciple of the bone progenitor, this level of strength is truly formidable. With Fong Chen's current strength, even among the 6 great laws God Kings, he could be considered at the pinnacle level. Moreover, his attack power was close to that of a divine emperor. This made the River Heart Island's God King even more excited. The stronger Fong Chen was, the easier it would be to take revenge on the River Heart Island. I'll kill you! Mia Hertz, who was completely suppressed by Fong Chen, finally could not bear it and fell into madness. He wanted to perish together with Fong Chen. However, in front of Fong Chen's absolute strength, he couldn't even catch a trace of Fong Chen. Pucci, the hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced into Mia Ho's body. Blood flowed out from the corner of the latter's mouth, and his aura withered. Mia Ho raised his palm and wanted to fight back. However, he found that the hidden star sword was frantically absorbing the power in his body. His body instantly became extremely weak. It's over. Fong Chen gently pulled out the hidden star sword. Miaho's body unwillingly fell to the ground. A powerhouse of a generation, the former godly king of destruction, ended up like this. Fang Chen glanced at Miaho's body, and then turned around to leave. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt an evil aura in the air. Holy light religion? Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a voice came from the void. Miaho, we're here. The remnants of holy light religion obviously did not expect that Miaho's trace would be exposed. They hurried to join Miaho, but who would have thought that Miaho had already been killed by Fang Chen? Crash! After the voice came, 3 godly kings of holy light religion appeared. Huh! Their eyes fell on Miaho, and their faces suddenly changed. Who are you? The 3 godly kings coldly asked. Miaho actually colluded with the remnants of holy light religion. Fang Chen coldly said. He's a disciple of the bone progenitor. Among the 3 godly kings, one of them recognized Fang Chen, and his face was full of a gloomy smile. A disciple of the bone progenitor? Ha! The heavens are helping me. So what if he's a disciple of the bone progenitor? Kill him. Miaho had agreed to surrender to their holy light religion. Although he had not yet joined, he could be regarded as half a member of holy light religion. Since he was killed by Fang Chen, the 3 godly kings naturally wanted to avenge him. Moreover, the person in front of them was a disciple of the bone progenitor. Over the years, the bone progenitor had killed a lot of high-level members of holy light religion. They wanted to take this opportunity to avenge those dead powerhouses. Kill. One of the godly kings growled, and the 3 godly kings attacked at the same time. Rumble, a terrifying aura instantly spread out. The 3 godly kings and Fang Chen fought. Bang! Fang Chen activated all the strength in his body and punched the weakest godly king. His body was immediately sent flying. He's very strong. Don't fight him alone. Another godly king shouted. At the same time, he looked at the leader of the godly kings and said in a deep voice, "Why don't you take out your trump card?" This time, they came to find Miaho for 2 reasons. First, to discuss with him about joining holy light religion. Second, to give him a treasure to deal with the bone progenitor's disciple. Seeing this, the leader of the godly kings knew that Fang Chen was very strong. With a thought, a stone mirror appeared in his palm. This stone mirror was very magical. There were complicated patterns flashing around it, and the mirror was incomparably calm. When the leader of the godly kings injected the evil aura into the stone mirror, ripples suddenly appeared on the calm and tidy mirror. Then, a bright light shrouded Fang Chen. Ha ha! Seeing this, the 3 godly kings laughed. They naturally knew the power of the stone mirror. If a godly king was shrouded by the light of the stone mirror, he would definitely die. Even the godly king of destruction could not escape from the range of the stone mirror. This was also why Miaho was willing to join holy light religion for the stone mirror. In the bright light, Fang Chen felt that his body was bound. What a strange power! This strange power was different from the evil power of holy light religion and the power of martial arts cultivators. It was a new kind of power. Fang Chen found that the bright light had locked onto his body and was further corroding him. I wonder if the time and space phantasm magic book will work. Fang Chen said to himself. Immediately, his body flashed and a rich time and space aura emerged. In an instant, Fang Chen's body escaped into the void. If I don't have the time and space phantasm magic book, I might really die in this stone mirror. Fang Chen sighed. The heavenly realm was vast and full of strange things. For example, this stone mirror was a very strange treasure. Outside the bright light, the leader of the godly kings was constantly maintaining the energy of the stone mirror. The other 2 godly kings laughed. Being shrouded by the stone mirror, so what if he is the godly king of destruction? Unless he is a godly emperor, he will definitely die. Boss, is this kid dead yet? Another godly king said. The harvest this time is not small. Although Miaho is dead, being able to kill a disciple of the bone progenitor is simply a great achievement. Yeah, maybe the leader will personally summon us. Thinking of this, the three godly kings were elated. The greatest honor for a member of Holy Light religion was to be summoned by the leader. The leader of Holy Light religion was an expert who could compete with the top godly emperors of the heavenly realm. No one had ever seen the real face of the leader. But any member who was summoned by the leader would have their strength improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, their status in Holy Light religion was extremely high. Idiot. In the void, looking at the three of them, Fong Chen sneered. He quietly came in front of the weakest godly king. Then, without hesitation, he took out the hidden star sword and used the immemorial soul refining art. In order to finish off this godly king in one go, he used all 5 sword moves. Pucci, the godly king who was talking and laughing, suddenly had his chest pierced by a long sword. Splash! Blood splattered across the sky. This godly king died instantly. Third brother? Seeing this, the other 2 godly kings widened their eyes and cried out involuntarily. What is going on? The leader of the godly kings roared in anger. Pucci, the second godly king, was also killed by Fong Chen. At this time, Fong Chen's figure walked out from the void. When the leader of the godly kings saw Fong Chen, it was as if he was in a dream. He shook his head frantically. What? How did you escape from the shackles of the stone mirror? The leader of the godly kings cried out involuntarily. He was a little frightened. Seeing the 2 godly kings lying on the ground, he held the stone mirror tightly in his hand and kept retreating. Splash! The leader of the godly kings aimed the stone mirror at Fong Chen again. A bright light drowned him. However, this move was useless against Fong Chen. You know that I am a disciple of the bone progenitor and you still use this move? Don't you know that the space-time cultivation system is immune to everything? Fong Chen sneered as he walked towards the leader of the godly kings. Hearing this, the latter's face turned pale. How is this possible? His heart was filled with regret. However, Fong Chen would not give him a chance. He brandished the hidden star sword. The godly kings were unable to resist and were killed by Fong Chen. Whoosh! Fong Chen stretched out his hand and put the stone mirror into his spatial ring. He could feel that the stone mirror was extraordinary. When he returned, he would study it. Perhaps it could increase his combat strength. When Fong Chen turned his head, the godly kings of River Heart Island were already frozen in place. He never dreamed that Ancestor Bone's disciple's strength was actually formidable to such an extent. There is hope for revenge in River Heart Island. After the shock, he was ecstatic. For Fong Chen, killing 4 godly kings was nothing. Especially after he reconstructed his body, he was almost invincible in the godly king realm. However, for the godly kings of River Heart Island, it was extremely shocking. Amazing! The godly kings of River Heart Island did not know how to describe the shock in his heart. After a long time, he spat out 2 words. Let's go. Follow me back to the Heavenly Bone Palace. Fong Chen said. Their figures turned into gusts of wind and disappeared from the place. The information provided by the godly kings of River Heart Island was correct. Therefore, Fong Chen had to fulfill his promise. However, before that, he had to investigate whether Heavenly Lake Island was colluding with the Holy Light religion. If what the godly kings of River Heart Island said was true, then he would help them eradicate Heavenly Lake Island. Please pay attention. Chapter 1916. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Heavenly Bone Palace, Destruction Mansion. The divine king of River Heart Island was shocked. He never thought that he would have such a day. One had to know that the Heavenly Bone Palace had a strict hierarchy. Outsiders could not enter the Heavenly Bone Palace's headquarters. How lucky! The divine king of River Heart Island was extremely excited. He thought that with River Heart Island destroyed, he had no hope of revenge in this life. Who would have thought that he would be able to find Miahi? Tell me the addresses of River Heart Island and Heavenly Lake Island. Fong Chen said. The latter waved his hand, and a stream of light imprinted into Fong Chen's mind. In the next moment, information about River Heart Island and Heavenly Lake Island appeared in Fong Chen's mind. You can stay in my mansion for now. I'll go and investigate. If what you said is true, I'll destroy Heavenly Lake Island. Fong Chen said casually. For him, destroying a divine king's force was very easy. Of course, although he was a disciple of the bone progenitor, he could not kill for no reason. Otherwise, it would cause public anger. However, if the other party was colluding with the Holy Light religion, then there was no need to worry about this. On the same day, Fong Chen took the teleportation array and left the Heavenly Bone Palace. The Heavenly Bone Palace was located in the extreme north of the God Realm. The extreme north was incomparably vast. There were two top forces in the God Realm. Other than the Heavenly Bone Palace, there was the Void Temple. With Fong Chen's current status, he directly took the cross-region teleportation array and arrived at the territory of the Void Temple. Then, he took the ordinary teleportation array between cities and arrived at the border of the North Sea. Finally, he took out the flying true God weapon, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared from the North Sea. This flying true God weapon was given to him by his master, the Bone Progenitor. Although time and space cultivators were extremely fast, usually there was no need to use the time and space phantasm demon book to fly. It consumed too much energy. Fong Chen followed the address given to him by the divine king of River Heart Island and arrived at the old site of River Heart Island in half a month. That island in the distance should be River Heart Island, on the magnificent sea surface, Fong Chen said to himself as he stood on his flying true God weapon. Then, he put away the flying true God weapon and entered the void. After a while, Fong Chen came to the sky above River Heart Island and looked down. Judging from their clothes, they should be from Heavenly Lake Island. Fong Chen muttered to himself. There were countless people from Tianhu Island on the River Heart Island. They had already claimed the island as their own. Fong Chen's divine sense spread out and enveloped the core city of the River Heart Island. This city was originally where the island master mansion of River Heart Island was located. Inside the mansion. Old he, how is this River Heart Island? The green-robed old man said with a chuckle. This person was a God King. He was the God King in charge of guarding the River Heart Island. Opposite him sat a God King who was enveloped in black light. Hearing this, the God King in black, who was called Old He, said in a hoarse voice, River Heart Island is just the beginning. There are tens of thousands of islands in the North Sea. It would be great if we could reclaim all of them. Old He, the other islands are not as easy to reclaim as River Heart Island. Some of the islands even have divine Emperor Realm experts guarding them. If we are unlucky, we might encounter a hidden Emperor God and our Heavenly Lake Island will be finished, the old man in green said. The God King in black, Old He, also thought of this point. He nodded his head gently and said, Our sect has already investigated. There are no hidden Emperor Gods in the North Sea. Heavenly Lake Island can be at ease and reclaim the other island. As long as you can reclaim 100 islands of God King's forces, our sect will send divine Emperor Realm experts to help you unify the North Sea. Hearing the black-clothed God King Old He's words, the cyan-clothed old man's face was filled with an excited smile. Are you serious? Of course. 100 islands of God King's forces shouldn't be difficult for Heavenly Lake Island, right? Work hard. If you want to dominate the North Sea, then listen to my command. The God King in black, Old He, said calmly. It was as if everything was under his control. Old He, don't worry. Everyone in Heavenly Lake Island will listen to your command. The old man in green said, Oh, that's right. Our island master has already led experts to attack another island. He should be able to send back news in 5 days. The old man in black nodded his head. Fong Chen, who was in the void, saw all of this. A cold expression appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Heavenly Lake Island is indeed colluding with the Holy Light religion, Fong Chen said coldly. Although he was sure that Heavenly Lake Island was colluding with the Holy Light religion, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he sent the news to his master, the Bone Progenitor. If you can solve it, then do as you wish. Don't try to be brave. This was the message sent by the Bone Progenitor. After Fong Chen heard this, he already had an idea. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and he appeared in the island master's residence. The two god kings were discussing countermeasures, and they would occasionally laugh. The sudden appearance of Fong Chen caused the two god kings' expressions to change greatly. On River Heart Island, there was no third god king other than the two of them. Who exactly was this person? The old man in green suddenly stood up. He stared at Fong Chen and asked coldly, "Who are you?" "Who I am is not important," Fong Chen said calmly. "What's important is that Heavenly Lake Island is colluding with the Holy Light religion." Hearing Fong Chen's words, the expression of the God King in black, Old He, changed greatly. "Who exactly are you?" the God King in black asked coldly. "Humph, no matter who you are, you must die today." As soon as the old man in green finished speaking, he launched a thunderous attack on Fong Chen. The Holy Light religion was the enemy of the entire God realm. Whoever colluded with the Holy Light religion was the enemy of the entire God realm. Heavenly Lake Island could not bear the name of a traitor. Therefore, anyone who knew of this information would be killed without mercy. Whoosh! The wild attack whistled toward Fong Chen. Bang! Fong Chen sneered. He casually threw a punch and forced the old man in green to retreat. Too weak. Compared to Miehe, he was too weak. You are courting death. The old man in green's eyes were scarlet. He let out a low roar and launched another powerful attack. At the same time, the God King in black, Old He, also attacked. Whoosh! Fong Chen took out the hidden star sword and used the immemorial soul refining art. Pucci, the unimaginable sword strike had killed the old man in green. The God King in black, Old He, quickly retreated. At the same time, his eyes were filled with horror. Unparalleled swordsmanship, you are the disciple of the Bone Progenitor, Fong Chen? The God King in black, Old He, cried out involuntarily. When the Bone Progenitor accepted a disciple, the Holy Light religion had personally investigated Fong Chen. They knew that this person's swordsmanship was unparalleled and his strength was extremely strong. It's too late to know now. Fong Chen chuckled. He once again used the immemorial soul refining art's destructive sword move. You, the experts of the religion, will not let you go. The God King in black, Old He, wanted to send a message back. However, it was too late. What greeted him was a fierce and overbearing sword. After killing the two God Kings, Fong Chen floated in the air. His voice contained the power of a true god. He said, "The God King of Heavenly Lake Island has betrayed the God realm and colluded with the Holy Light religion. Since you don't know anything, quickly retreat. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy." The gods patrolling the River Heart Island were scared out of their wits when they heard this news. In a moment, the River Heart Island was empty. What is the Holy Light religion trying to do? Fong Chen frowned and said to himself. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the River Heart Island. Not far from the River Heart Island, there was an island called Black Bear Island. The God King of Heavenly Lake led many gods to attack the Black Bear Island. God King of Black Bear, surrender. The God King of Heavenly Lake floated in the air and said in a deep voice, "Your Black Bear Island cannot withstand the attack of our Heavenly Lake Island. If you continue to resist, you will end up like the River Heart Island. Heavenly Lake, we have always minded our own business. Why is your Heavenly Lake Island doing this to us?" On the Black Bear Island, the God King of Black Bear was somewhat angry. "Because our Heavenly Lake Island wants to dominate the North Sea." The God King of Heavenly Lake laughed. Island Master, we would rather die than submit. Yes, Island Master. Even if we die, we will drag Heavenly Lake Island down with us. The people of Black Bear Island will only stand and die. We will not surrender and become traitors. Suddenly, the people on Black Bear Island were filled with righteous indignation and roared in anger. Seeing this, the God King of Heavenly Lake spread out his hands and said, "Black Bear, do you want to watch these people who support you fall into a pool of blood one by one?" Chapter 1917. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Black Bear Island was also a God King force, and the strongest person was the Black Bear God King. Love go little say, Chu the Heavenly Lake God King led the Heavenly Lake Island army and surrounded the Black Bear Island. Either they surrendered, or they would be completely destroyed like the River Heart Island. As the two sides confronted each other, the Heavenly Lake God King waited for the Black Bear God King to speak. It would be best if he could take over the Black Bear Island without shedding any blood. After all, he did not want the heavenly gods of the Heavenly Lake Island to suffer too many losses. In the previous battle against the River Heart Island, they had suffered great losses. At this moment, countless heavenly gods on the Black Bear Island were filled with righteous indignation and would rather die than submit. Seeing this, the Heavenly Lake God King's face gradually darkened. In that case, from today onwards, the Black Bear Island will disappear from the God realm, the Heavenly Lake God King said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Heavenly Lake Island's experts released their powerful auras and prepared to attack. Heavenly Lake God King. Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded in the void. Then, Fong Chen's figure appeared in the middle of the confrontation and stared at the Heavenly Lake God King. The atmosphere on the Black Bear Island side was very solemn, and they were ready to fight to the death. However, when they saw the figure that suddenly appeared, they were stunned for a moment. "Who are you?" The Heavenly Lake God King frowned and asked coldly. The Heavenly Lake Island colluded with the Holy Light religion and betrayed the God realm. And you, the Heavenly Lake God King, actually dared to lead an army to besiege the Black Bear Island. I would like to know who gave you such courage? Is it the Holy Light religion? Fong Chen did not answer the question. Hearing the three words Holy Light religion, the people of the Black Bear Island were stunned. Then, the Black Bear God King said, "Heavenly Lake God King, you betrayed the human race and colluded with the Holy Light religion. You're talking nonsense." The Heavenly Lake God King's face changed as he roared angrily. Fong Chen's words directly shook the morale of the heavenly gods of Heavenly Lake Island. A love go little say. Chu they looked at each other with complicated expressions. Colluding with Holy Light religion and betraying the God realm. This was a great crime that could lead to the execution of all 9 generations of their families. They did not dare to bear the responsibility. Island Master. After some restlessness, one of the heaven gods finally gathered his courage and asked, "Island Master, is what he said true?" Bang! The Heavenly Lake Divine King was burning with rage. He suddenly slapped the heavenly deity who asked the question. Crack! The heavenly god died instantly. The Holy Light religion is the enemy of the God world. How could I, the Heavenly Lake God King, collude with the Holy Light religion? This brat is deliberately smearing the reputation of our Heavenly Lake Island. Tianhu God King looked around and said in a deep voice. At the same time, his pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fong Chen. We can't let this kid continue. Tianhu God King thought to himself. Once Tianhu God King revealed his collusion with the Holy Light religion, he would be finished. Could it be second brother? God King Tianhu suddenly thought of second brother, who was guarding River Heart Island. He secretly transmitted a message to second brother. However, there was no reply from second brother. Did something happen to second brother? Suddenly, Tianhu God King's face turned completely gloomy. This person was obviously targeting their Heavenly Lake Island. No matter who he was, he would die without a doubt. Brat, You slandered my heavenly lake island. I want you dead. Tianhu God King growled. A terrifying power erupted from his body as he rushed toward Fang Chen. Although Tianhu God King was slightly stronger than the old man in green clothes, however, there was still a large gap between him and Miehek. Brother, thank you for standing up for our Black Bear Island. However, Tianhu God King is very strong. You should leave as soon as possible. Black Bear God King cupped his fists and said, I will lead the people of Black Bear Island and try my best to stall for time. You should leave quickly. Hearing this, Fang Chen did not care about Tianhu God King's attack. He turned to look at Black Bear God King. Black Bear God King, do you believe what I said? Fang Chen asked. Black Bear God King nodded heavily. Of course I believe. Colluding with the Holy Light religion is a capital offense, Fang Chen said with a smile. Be careful. At this moment, Tianhu God King's attack was blocked. Black Bear God King shouted a warning. Boom! The Tianhu Divine Monarch's all-out punch landed heavily on Fang Chen's body. Ha ha, let's see if you can survive after being hit by my punch. Tianhu God King was secretly delighted when he saw that Fang Chen did not dodge. At the same time, he increased the power of his fist, wanting to completely destroy Fang Chen. However, contrary to Tianhu God King's expectations, a bright smile appeared on the latter's face. Too weak. Fang Chen spat out 3 words clearly. Tianhu God King was a little stunned. However, he did not have the chance to think about the meaning of Fang Chen's word. Puchi, the hidden star sword steps appeared in the void. A cold light flashed and Tianhu God King's head was directly chopped off. Bang! Then, Fang Chen stomped on Tianhu God King's head and crushed his primordial spirit. This scene stunned the Sky Celestials on Sky Lake Island, who were about to make a move. What was going on? Who could tell them what was going on? This was a God King, not a weakling. Chopping off his head with a sword and then crushing it with a stomp? Was there a more exaggerated method than this? Everyone's hearts were surging with waves of shock. The sky gods of Tianhu Island could not help but tremble. After the shock, their eyes were filled with vigilance. They kept retreating for fear of angering the Demon King. On the other hand, the people of Black Bear Island, including Black Bear God King, stared at Fang Chen in shock. Is he a god emperor? Black Bear God King thought to himself. However, he knew that he was deceiving himself. He could clearly sense the aura of a god king from the other party. In other words, the other party was really just a god king. However, the fighting strength that he had displayed was not inferior to a god emperor. Roar! After a short moment of shock, deafening cheers erupted from Black Bear Island. Everyone regarded Fang Chen as an unparalleled god of war. The excitement in their hearts was unparalleled. Tianhu God King colluded with the Holy Light religion without permission. He deserves to die. Since you are not aware of this, leave Tianhu Island quickly. Otherwise, you will suffer the same fate as Tianhu God King. Fang Chen's voice drifted over Black Bear Island. The sky gods of Tianhu Island were already terrified. After hearing Fang Chen's words, they seemed to have grasped at the last straw of hope. Senior, thank you for not killing us. Many of the sky gods were grateful to Fang Chen. It should be known that such an expert could kill them as easily as blowing off dust. From this point, it could be seen that Fang Chen was not a bad person. The sky gods of Tianhu Island felt relieved. In the blink of an eye, they left this demonic place. However, Tianhu God King still had some loyal followers. To be more precise, they had been brainwashed. Kid, you dare to kill Tianhu God King. You are dead meat. That's right. We want to avenge Tianhu God King. These sky gods surged with sky god power as they tried to encircle Fang Chen. The word fear did not exist in their minds. They were only blindly loyal to Tianhu God King. Puchi, facing such people, Fang Chen naturally would not be merciful. He raised his sword and slashed down, killing them all. At this point, Tianhu Island's forces had collapsed. The smell of blood still lingered in the sky. Fang Chen turned around and looked at Black Bear God King. Black Bear God King, Tianhu Island's forces have collapsed. However, just in case, please personally lead the people of Black Bear Island to Tianhu Island to make sure that no one escape. Okay, no problem. Black Bear God King woke up from his daze and hurriedly cupped his fist. Now that Tianhu Island's forces had collapsed, there was no need for him to stay here. By the way, if you are willing, you can take over Tianhu Island. With that, Fang Chen's figure disappeared into thin air. Whoosh! The entire Black Bear Island was filled with cheers. Island Master, is he the unparalleled god of war sent by the heavens to save our Black Bear Island? Ha ha ha, the rise of our Black Bear Island is not far away. What a joke. Tianhu God King actually wanted to destroy our Black Bear Island. Now, not only has he fallen, but Tianhu Island has also collapsed. If we take over Tianhu Island, the forces of our Black Bear Island will expand again. Hearing the excited voices of his subordinates, Black Bear God King's deep eyes looked at the distant horizon. Although he did not know who this young God King was, he knew that this matter was very complicated. After all, it was a matter of great importance to the Holy Light religion. Chapter 1918. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Heavenly Bone Palace, Destruction Mansion. The Divine King of River Heart Island had been waiting anxiously. Although Fang Chen's strength was obvious to all, he was invincible among the Divine Kings. However, Heavenly Lake Island had colluded with the Holy Light religion. If the Holy Light religion caused trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's been so long, why is there still no news? The Divine King of River Heart Island paced back and forth in the garden. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Divine King of Destruction. When the Divine King of River Heart Island saw Fang Chen, he was overjoyed. He hurriedly ran over and asked, "Has Heavenly Lake Island been destroyed?" After asking this question, he felt that he was being a little impudent. "I'm sorry. The revenge of the sect has been reverberating in my mind." "Me too." Fang Chen waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. He could understand. "I've already investigated Heavenly Lake Island colluding with the Holy Light religion. Oh, by the way, I destroyed Heavenly Lake Island." Hearing this, the Divine King of River Heart Island was stunned. He had been hoping that the Divine King of Destruction would help him take revenge. However, now that his dream had come true, he could not feel happy. The atmosphere in the air was a little heavy. After a long while, Fang Chen interrupted the Divine King of River Heart Island's contemplation. "As long as you are alive, there is hope for River Heart Island to rise again. Now that Heavenly Lake Island has been destroyed, River Heart Island has regained its freedom. If you are ambitious, you can return to River Heart Island and rebuild. Thank you for your help, Divine King of Destruction. River Heart Island is my home. Even if I die, I will return," the Divine King of River Heart Island said in a deep voice. Fang Chen nodded gently. The Divine King of River Heart Island reminded him of his family in the lower realm. However, he shook his head gently. When he left, he had already arranged everything. The sacred land of the human race would protect Green Bamboo Island. Thinking about it, no one in the lower realm could threaten Green Bamboo Island. This way, he could cultivate in peace. His journey had been bumpy, but in the end, he had reached the Divine King level. He was still a distance away from the God Emperor realm, but he firmly believed that he would succeed one day. "You can go back. I've already greeted the Black Bear Divine King. If you have any problems, you can ask him for help," Fang Chen said. No words could express the gratitude River Heart Island's godly monarch felt towards Fang Chen. The illusory Great Void Temple. The Bone Progenitor was playing chess with the Taishu Emperor in the pavilion. The Bone Progenitor held black, while the Taishu Emperor held Shirako. When it was the Bone Progenitor's turn, he picked up a black piece and carefully observed the chessboard. Finally, he placed it in a very hidden corner. Ha ha ha, Bone Progenitor, your chess skills have improved again. Emperor God Taishu chuckled. How do you expect me to play chess with you in the future? The Bone Progenitor had learned how to play chess from the Taishu Emperor, but the Bone Progenitor was naturally intelligent and quickly learned how to play chess. Moreover, after playing chess with the Taishu Emperor for so many years, his chess skills had surpassed the Taishu Emperor's. The Bone Progenitor's move was a stroke of genius, and even the Taishu Emperor was impressed. I'm not as strong as you, and I'm not as good as you in chess. Sigh, I'm getting old. Emperor God Taishu sighed. Taishu, your chess skills are very good too. The Bone Progenitor laughed. The result had been decided on the chessboard, and there was no need to continue. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. However, at this moment, the Taishu Emperor suddenly froze and looked at the Bone Progenitor in disbelief. What's wrong? The Bone Progenitor asked. Bone Progenitor, I admire you more and more. Emperor God Taishu laughed. What is it? The Bone Progenitor asked, puzzled. The problem that has been troubling us was solved by your disciple. The Taishu Emperor said, I just received news that your disciple went to the North Sea for some unknown reason and destroyed a contact of the Holy Light religion. This caused the Holy Light religion to reveal themselves, and they escaped after being severely injured by the people of the Taishu Temple. Why did this kid go to the North Sea? The Bone Progenitor was surprised to hear this. During this period of time, the Holy Light religion had been hiding in the North Sea, and the two Emperor Gods had been thinking about how to deal with them. If the two of them were to take action, it would definitely attract the attention of the Holy Light religion. However, they had not found a suitable candidate, and had been discussing it. They did not expect Fang Chen to solve such a big problem by accident. How was the harvest? The Bone Progenitor was more concerned about the harvest this time. The harvest was unprecedentedly great. The Holy Light religion lost 30 divine kings and 7 divine emperors. Moreover, the Taishu Emperor said with a smile. Moreover what? Moreover, we also found the largest and most important stronghold of the Holy Light religion in the North Sea. According to our preliminary understanding, this stronghold should be one of the 5 strongholds of the Holy Light religion. The Taishu Emperor said, Now, it's time for us to take action. One of the 5 strongholds of the Holy Light religion, that was quite amazing. It was worth the Bone Progenitor and the Taishu Emperor to take action personally. Beautiful. Even the usually calm Bone Progenitor could not help but be excited. Let's go quickly. South Sea, Antarctic continent. In the territory of the Phoenix clan, Fang Chen's original body had arrived, and he had merged with his avatar. You heir, I have found Mia He and killed him. Now, I'm here to take you to the Heavenly Bone Palace. Fang Chen looked at his wife, Star and Moon, and said softly. Star and Moon gently nodded, and did not have any objections. Boss, you're finally here. I'm bored to death. Little Mouse said while jumping up and down. Xiao Huang and the other 2 could not wait to leave the South Sea. I'll go tell the Phoenix clan ancestor. Fang Chen found the Phoenix clan ancestor, and told him what had happened. The Phoenix clan ancestor gladly agreed and praised Fang Chen. Fang Chen, when I first saw you, I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. The Phoenix clan ancestor laughed. Yes, who would have thought that the gold medal of the Phoenix clan would become the disciple of the Bone Progenitor of the God Realm? Moreover, he killed Mia He with his own strength, and became one of the new God Kings of the 6 Great Laws. If you have time, you can return to the Phoenix clan at any time. The Phoenix clan ancestor said. Fang Chen nodded and clasped his fist. Thank you for taking care of my wife during this time, ancestor. I'll take my leave first. Fang Chen left the territory of the Phoenix clan with Star and Moon and the other 4. When he was about to return to the land of the God Realm, he met Emperor God Xiao Luo. The latter looked at Fang Chen with a strange expression. Senior Emperor God Xiao Luo. Fang Chen took the initiative to speak. He felt that Emperor God Xiao Luo seemed to be feeling guilty for driving him away. Senior, you sent me away from the South Pole continent for my own good, Fang Chen said. If there's anything I can help you with in the future, I'll definitely do it without hesitation. Emperor God Xiao Luo heard and smiled. Once again, they came to the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace, Black Sword City. Boss, why don't you wait for a few days before leaving? Little Mouse said with a smile. What's wrong? Fang Chen asked. The four of us have broken through to the Divine King realm, and we haven't fought yet. We're itching for a fight, Little Mouse said. That's right. This is the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory. Back then, the God of Death Emperor almost took our boss's life. No matter what, we should collect some interest. Goldie also supported the Little Mouse's words. Seeing Fang Chen hesitating, Xiao Hai and Pangolin started to persuade him. However, at that moment, a shout attracted Fang Chen's attention. On the streets of Black Sword City, there were people coming and going. In a certain area, a woman in black was furious. Opposite her, there was a Divine King expert. As a Divine King expert, it's your honor to lower yourself and speak to you like that. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences, the Divine King expert threatened. Deacon Li, you're a deacon of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Why are you forcing a disciple of a heaven god like me? The woman in black said helplessly. Humph, you still know that you're a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace? Then, you should know that I'm the deacon who controls all the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace. If you go against my words, the punishment hall won't let you off, Deacon Li sneered. The woman in black heard and her body trembled. She knew the punishment hall of the South Tomb Sword Palace very well. Fang Chen, who was far away, saw the woman in black and smiled faintly. Then, he said, Are you ready? Your chance to strike is here. Chapter 1919. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Sagnet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Teacher, have you ever thought about what would happen if the Sacred Light Religion leader broke through? Fang Chen asked. Love go little say, W. Chu. This was a huge matter that concerned the life and death of the deity world. The moment the Sacred Light Religion leader broke through to the Cosmos God realm, the deity world would be finished. The Bone Progenitor sneered. How could it be so easy to break through to the Cosmos God realm? We, the 10 great God Emperors, have stepped into this realm for countless years. Who could take that final step? Furthermore, we have discovered that the Sacred Light Religion leader seems to require a large amount of faith energy to break through. The surviving members of the Sacred Light Religion are hiding in the deity world, and they are constantly taking in believers for the sake of the faith energy. Until now, we know that the Sacred Light Religion has 5 major strongholds in the deity world. These 5 strongholds are the largest and have deity emperors guarding them. The Bone Progenitor said, but currently we have only discovered 1 stronghold. We know nothing about the other strongholds. Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. Wasn't the Sacred Light Religion's methods too powerful? Not only did they set up their base in the primal chaos void, they even hid in the 5 strongholds in the deity world. They actually managed to hide from the 10 great God Emperors. Suddenly, the Bone Progenitor changed the topic. These matters are handled by the God Emperors. You don't have to care about them. The reason I called you here today is because I have something to tell you. Teacher, please speak. Fang Chen said. Do you know where your 6 senior disciples have gone? The Bone Progenitor asked. If the chapter display is incomplete, please wait a few seconds or refresh. Chapter 1920. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The 5 most dangerous places in the divine world were recognized by the top 10 immortal emperors. It was not comparable to those ordinary dangerous places in the lower bound. The reason why Fang Chen chose the Sword Tomb was because of the Golden Heart and Sword Principle inheritance. He had already obtained 5 types of sword principal inheritance from Gu Yuan, and there was no news about the last inheritor of destiny. He hoped to gain something from this trip to the Sword Tomb. After chatting with his master, the Bone Progenitor, for a long time, he returned to the Destruction Mansion. 3 days later, a piece of news spread in the Bone Palace. Fang Chen wanted to challenge the Inner Palace Elders. He had not been an Outer Palace Elder for long, and he wanted to challenge the Inner Palace Elders. One should know that the Inner Palace Elders were all Divine Emperor Realm expert. There were only 36 Inner Palace Elders in the Bone Palace, representing 36 Divine Emperor Realm experts. Hearing this news, the top 10 disciples were shocked. Especially senior brother Mo and the others, they could not believe their ears. More than 10 years ago, Fang Chen was like them, competing for the top 10 disciples. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was challenging the Inner Palace Elders. This disparity made senior brother Mo feel rather uncomfortable. Soon, the Bone Palace gave a reply and agreed to Fang Chen's challenge. After all, the 36 Inner Palace Elders were all Divine Emperor Realm expert. Fang Chen did not dare to challenge them rashly. This time, after careful selection, he decided to challenge Elder Ku, who was at the bottom of the list. This person's strength was weaker than the other Divine Emperors. On this day, in the martial arts practice field, there was a sea of people. 72 Outer Palace Elders were all present. Elder Mo, do you think this Fang Chen can succeed in the challenge? It's impossible. He is too weak to challenge the Inner Palace Elders. That's not necessarily true. Don't you know Fang Chen's current Divine King title? An elder said in a deep voice. Suddenly, the other elders looked at each other. Yes, they subconsciously thought that Fang Chen was still a young Outer Palace Elder who had just become a Outer Palace Elder. However, he had already become one of the 6 Divine Kings. The God King of Destruction was the God King with the strongest attack power. Among the 72 elders of the Outer Palace, who is qualified to compete for the title of Supreme God of Destruction? The elder questioned. The other God Kings lowered their heads. This was indeed a question worth pondering. Look, Fang Chen is here. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chen. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen walked step by step onto the martial arts stage. Not long after, Elder Ku also arrived. Elder Ku was dressed in a black robe. His face was solemn as he stared at Fang Chen cautiously. Elder Ku, I'm sorry for offending you this time. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said. Elder Ku was also taken aback when he heard that. He did not expect that Fang Chen, a disciple of the Bone Progenitor, would be so polite to him. Thinking of this, Elder Ku's face softened a little. He then smiled and said, There's no such thing as offending or not offending. You are an Outer Palace Elder. If you want to become an Inner Palace Elder, you naturally have to challenge the weakest one. That way you will have a better chance. Elder Ku said with a smile. He admitted that he was the weakest among the 36 Inner Palace Elders. This was how one's strength was. It was useless no matter how much one bragged. He was not as honest as Elder Ku. Moreover, his opponent was a disciple of the Bone Progenitor, the strongest among the younger generation in the divine world. He also wanted to see how strong Fang Chen was. It's great that Elder Ku thinks this way. Fang Chen said with a smile. Both sides are fighting. Don't hurt anyone intentionally. The one in charge of the battle was an Inner Palace Elder. He glanced at the two of them and said in a deep voice. As soon as he said begin, the atmosphere on the martial arts stage became solemn. Whoosh! Elder Ku was the first to release his Divine Emperor aura. The wild aura swept across the entire martial arts stage. What a wild true God force! He is indeed a Divine Emperor expert. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim when he saw it. Although his strength was comparable to a Divine Emperor. However, at least in terms of the density of real God power, it was far from comparable. This was not a matter of strength. It was a difference in nature. After all, he was a divine king expert and not a divine emperor. Be careful. I'm going to attack. Elder Ku warned. In an instant, a ball appeared in Elder Ku's palm. Within the ball, there was a deafening sound. Wild true God power was gushing into the ball crazily. Immemorial soul-refining skill. Fang Chen did not dare to be careless. He immediately displayed the 5 major sword moves of the immemorial soul-refining skill. Swoosh, 5 incredible sword lights, carrying terrifying power, whizzed out and attacked Elder Ku. Go! With a flick of Elder Ku's wrist, the ball in his palm shot out and violently collided with the 5 sword lights. Boom! When the two collided, a terrifying power spread out. Fang Chen did not intend to use the immemorial soul-refining skill to end the battle. When the two collided, he immediately displayed the Soul Path Divine Technique, 1,000 Leaf Needles. Whoosh! Thousands of embroidery needles gathered in an instant. The sky above the martial arts stage suddenly became dark and oppressive. This is a Soul Path Divine Technique? This young man's swordsmanship is already so good. He is also proficient in Soul Path Divine Technique. Amazing. Yes, the Bone Progenitor's vision is still sharp. No matter the result of this battle, Fang Chen's potential will be recognized. Many Outer Palace elders of the Bone Palace exclaimed and discussed in low voices. Elder Ku did not panic in the face of thousands of embroidery needles. Instead, he became calmer. An iron rod appeared in his palm. He exerted a little force and the iron rod smashed into the dense embroidery needles. Crack! The embroidery needles made a cracking sound when they hit the iron rod. They all collapsed. True God weapon. Fang Chen could feel that Elder Ku's iron rod was at least an upper-grade true God weapon. Although there were many embroidery needles, they were powerless in the face of an upper-grade true God weapon. It seems that I can only resort to trickery. Fang Chen used the Time and Space Phantasm Demonic Book. An extremely rich time and space aura emerged around him. Then, his figure escaped into the void. Elder Ku was shocked to find that he could not capture Fang Chen's trace. A time and space cultivator? Elder Ku smashed the last remaining embroidery needles in the sky with his rod. At the same time, the terrifying ball exploded in an instant, perishing together with the 5 sword lights. Elder Ku's face changed dramatically. He was not talented enough. He could not become a time and space cultivator. It was a pity. The Time and Space Phantasm Demonic Book has been cultivated to such a level. This time, not only were the Outer Palace elders shocked, but also the Inner Palace elders. Such a young divine king, not only was his sword Dao talent outstanding, his soul Dao talent was also heaven-defying. Moreover, the most important thing was that he was a time and space cultivator with excellent potential. Many elders were dumbfounded, shocked in their hearts. How could there be such a monstrous genius in the world? Whoosh! Fang Chen's body kept changing. Using the power of the Time and Space Phantasm Demonic Book, Fang Chen kept changing his position. At the same time, he was also sneaking up on Elder Ku, making Elder Ku somewhat flustered. Finally, in one of Elder Ku's mistakes, Fang Chen's star-concealing sword gently pressed against Elder Ku's back. Immediately, Elder Ku's body trembled slightly. Immediately, the aura on his body dissipated directly, and he stopped attacking. I lost. Elder Ku hung his head, somewhat disappointed. Losing to a divine king, this was something that he never thought of. Elder Ku, I just resorted to trickery. If we were to fight head-on, I might not be Elder Ku's match, Fang Chen said modestly. Elder Ku shook his head and said, if we were to fight on the battlefield, I would be seriously injured if not dead. Finished talking, Elder Ku swaggered off, leaving behind the shocked crowd in the martial arts practice field. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. On this day, Fang Chen created a legend. From today onwards, Fang Chen will replace Elder Ku as the Sky Bone Palace's Inner Palace Elder. When the inner palace elder in charge of the challenge announced the result, the entire Sky Bone Palace exploded. Everyone was discussing Fang Chen, this monstrous genius who rose like a comet. At the same time, everyone directly asserted that Fang Chen was the future hope of the Sky Bone Palace. He might even become an emperor god powerhouse like the Bone Progenitor in the future. Inside the Destruction Mansion, the four guys were laughing and fooling around. "Boss, wherever you go, you don't forget to be in the limelight," Little Mouse joked. Yes. Chapter 1921. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. After settling the matters of the Sky Bone Palace, Fang Chen prepared to head to the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Love Go Little Say, Chu. His destination was the second most dangerous place in the divine world, the Sword Mound. The Sword Mound was where most of the strongest swordsmen of the past dozen epochs were buried. Fang Chen hoped that he could obtain some swordsman's legacy to improve his swordsmanship understanding. Only then would he have a chance to enter the Divine Emperor realm. Originally, Fang Chen wasn't willing to bring anyone, but Little Mouse and the other three insisted on following him. They even said that there were many divine emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace in the Sword Mound. Once they found out that Fang Chen was there, they would definitely think of ways to take revenge. The four of them could also help their boss. At the same time, Star and Moon was a little worried about Fang Chen. You can cultivate in the Destruction Mansion without worry," Fang Chen said to Star and Moon. The latter nodded slightly. Only sword cultivators could enter the Sword Mound. Star and Moon couldn't go even if they wanted to. Moreover, her mystic Phoenix physique had fully awakened and needed to be strengthened. Fang Chen led Little Mouse and the other three out of the Sky Bone Palace quietly and headed to the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace. What? Fang Chen became the youngest inner disciple of the Sky Bone Palace? South Tomb Sword Palace, Death Park. The Death God Emperor's face was gloomy. The surroundings were filled with a dense aura of death. It was very frightening. The person who just spoke was his junior brother, the Evergreen Divine Emperor. The latter knew that his senior brother hated Fang Chen. Therefore, when he heard the news about Fang Chen, he immediately informed the Death God Emperor. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. After the Death God Emperor heard the news, he was furious. That lucky bastard. If he dares to come to the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace, I will definitely kill him, the Death God Emperor said coldly. Senior brother, don't be rash. This child is a disciple of the Bone Progenitor and an inner palace elder of the Sky Bone Palace. If you do this, you will incur the wrath of the Bone Progenitor. The Evergreen Divine Emperor hurriedly advised. You saw it when the Bone Progenitor removed the mark of death. He forbids you from attacking his disciple. The Evergreen Divine Emperor said. Bang! The Death God Emperor slammed his fist onto the stone table, his face filled with rage. Junior brother Evergreen, pay attention to Fang Chen's every move, the Death God Emperor said slowly. Senior brother, don't worry. As long as I have news of him, I will inform you immediately. The Evergreen God Emperor nodded slightly. In fact, the God realm had been relatively peaceful for the past tens of thousands of years. The battle between the South Tomb Sword Palace and the Celestial Bone Palace was just a small skirmish. If it was tens of thousands of years ago, Fang Chen would not have dared to step into the territory of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb without permission. However, things were different now. The two major powers had reached an agreement and would not act rashly. Through the regional teleportation array of the Celestial Array family, Fang Chen once again arrived at the territory of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. You guys hide, Fang Chen said to Little Mouse and the other three. After all, the Sword Tomb was beside the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. Moreover, only sword cultivators could enter. If Little Mouse and the other three wanted to enter, they could only rely on Fang Chen. Boss, be careful. I'm worried that the Death God Emperor will attack. Little Mouse warned. Don't worry, I know what to do. Fong Chen nodded. Then, Little Mouse and the other three hid on Fong Chen's body. Whoosh! Fong Chen took out his flying-type true god weapon and turned into a ray of light as he flew towards the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. The extreme south was divided into the North region and the South region. The North region was very small and there were some sects that were very weak sects. On the other hand, the South region was very big and it covered almost 80% of the extreme South region. In the middle of the South region there was a Sword Mountain. The Sword Palace of the South Tomb was built on the Sword Mountain. The Sword Mountain was very famous in the entire divine world. It was said that Emperor God Swordless had invited a few Sword Principal Emperor Gods to build the Sword Mountain. The few Sword Principal Emperor Gods, including him, used their own Sword Principal aura to form huge sword. Every huge sword was inserted into the ground, and they were piled up one by one. It was said that the few Sword Principal Emperor Gods worked together and spent 100 years to build the Sword Mountain successfully. From then on, the Sword Mountain became the sacred cultivation ground in the hearts of all sword cultivators in the divine world. On the sword wounds there was a strong Sword Principal aura. Even an ordinary sword cultivator would be able to improve their sword Dao attainments after stepping onto Sword Mountain. The Sword Palace of the South Tomb was located at the peak of the Sword Mountain and it was very vast and majestic. A few days later, Fong Chen arrived at the foot of the Sword Mountain. Looking from afar, Fong Chen felt an extremely shocking Sword Principal aura. How extravagant! Fong Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He had long heard that the Sword Mountain was formed by countless huge illusory swords. But now, Fong Chen couldn't see any signs of the illusory swords piling up. It was as though all the illusory swords had merged into one. Every illusory huge sword was formed by the Sword Principal Emperor Gods using their own sword chi. It contains some Sword Principal Emperor Gods' comprehension of Sword Principle. The Sword Mountain formed by the accumulation of so many huge illusory swords is like a world of its own. The Sword Principal aura in the internal space is terrifying, Fong Chen said faintly. The golden heart in his body was beating rapidly and it was very active. It seemed to be attracted by the Sword Mountain. No wonder so many sword cultivators want to step on the Sword Mountain, Fong Chen muttered to himself. It was a pity that he was enemies with the Death Emperor of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Otherwise, he really wanted to step on the Sword Mountain to take a look. Trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart, Fong Chen retracted his gaze and looked at an ordinary mountain beside the Sword Mountain. The entrance of the Sword Tomb? Looking at the ordinary mountain, Fong Chen's eyes shrank. The mountain looked ordinary, but it was actually formed by a huge sword. On the peak of the mountain, there was an entrance that was so small that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. There was a strong Sword Principal seal at the entrance. Let's go and take a look. Fong Chen was overjoyed. He activated the Spacetime Illusion Demon Book and quickly climbed up the mountain. Virum. An ancient and simple Sword Principal aura came towards him. Sword Tomb. Fong Chen looked at the entrance of the Sword Tomb with a burning gaze. He was even more excited. There were some Divine King experts at the entrance of the Sword Tomb. They were discussing softly. Although they wanted to enter the Sword Tomb to look for opportunities, they didn't have the courage to do so. Go in. Fong Chen didn't say anything and went straight into the entrance of the Sword Tomb. The Sword Principal seal at the entrance of the Sword Tomb suddenly opened. However, after sensing the Sword Principal aura on him, they let him in. Do you know him? Someone asked. No, he's very young. He seems to be a newly promoted Divine King. A newly promoted Divine King dares to enter the Sword Tomb? He must be tired of living. Now that you mention it, why do I feel that he looks familiar? A white-robed Divine King said doubtfully. Who? The others looked over and asked curiously. The white-robed Divine King tried his best to recall. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. "It's him!" the white-robed divine king exclaimed, "the disciple of the bone progenitor, the youngest elder of the Sky Bone Palace, Fang Chen." "What? It's him?" The news of the bone progenitor's disciple, Fang Chen, entering the Sword Tomb spread like wildfire. It was immediately sent to the South Tomb Sword Palace. When the Evergreen Divine Emperor received the news, he was also stunned. However, a meaningful smile soon appeared on his face. Senior Brother Death will definitely be interested in this news. After saying that, the Evergreen Divine Emperor quickly went to the Death Park. "Senior Brother Death," the Evergreen Divine Emperor called out. The Death Chi surrounded the Death God Emperor. He seemed to be cultivating. "Junior brother, what's the matter?" Although his junior brother was a divine emperor, the Death God Emperor treated him well. He would never put on airs in front of him. If it was any other divine emperor who interrupted his cultivation, they would definitely be furious. "Senior brother, I have a piece of good news for you," the Evergreen God Emperor said with a look of joy. "Good news?" "Yes. Do you still remember that I came to look for you a few days ago?" the Evergreen Divine Emperor asked. The Death God Emperor nodded. "A few days ago, he came to talk about Fang Chen." "You have news?" the Death God Emperor asked. The Evergreen Divine Emperor nodded heavily and said, "Senior brother, your chance for revenge is here. I just received news from the entrance of the Sword Tomb. Fang Chen entered the Sword Tomb not too long ago." "What?" Hearing this, the Death God Emperor stood up immediately. This was definitely good news for him. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 1922. Genius 1 Second Remember Love/Go/Little? I'm here to provide you with interesting novels to read. He had just entered the Sword Tomb and had no idea what was going on here. The heaven-destroying godly emperor was an old fox. Fang Chen wanted to know what was going on in the Sword Tomb from the heaven-destroying godly emperor. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to attack the heaven-destroying godly emperor. "Heaven-destroying godly emperor, tell me the truth. I'm an elder of the Heaven Bone Palace and a disciple of the Bone Progenitor. I'm not qualified to work with you." "I don't understand. Who in the divine world is qualified to work with you?" Fang Chen said with a smile. "An elder of the Heaven Bone Palace? A disciple of the Bone Progenitor?" The heaven-destroying godly emperor was shocked. He knew that the Heaven Bone Palace was one of the 7 top forces in the divine world. There were only 36 elders of the Heaven Bone Palace, and all of them were in the Divine Emperor realm. However, the person in front of him was only in the Divine King realm. How could he be an elder of the Heaven Bone Palace? Moreover, he said that he was a disciple of the Bone Progenitor. "Humph, you're lying." The heaven-destroying godly emperor did not believe him. "Why would the Bone Progenitor accept you as a disciple? Moreover, the elders of the Heaven Bone Palace are all in the Divine Emperor realm. How could you, a mere divine king, become an elder of the Heaven Bone Palace?" Fang Chen spread his hands and said, "Heaven-destroying godly emperor, should I say that you're smart or stupid?" The heaven-destroying godly emperor did not speak. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chen. What I just used was clearly the Bone Progenitor's self-created space-time disguise system divine skill. You can't be here too, right? In the divine world, who else could have such a concealment technique other than space-time cultivators? Fang Chen said. Fang Chen's words shocked the heaven-destroying godly emperor. He carefully recalled the situation just now and was shocked. A love go little say, Chu, could he really be a disciple of the Bone Progenitor? The more the heaven-exterminating divine sovereign thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. The latter's face was filled with indifference, and it did not seem like he was lying. "Are you really a disciple of the Bone Progenitor?" Heaven-exterminating godly emperor asked. "You've been in the Sword Tomb for too long. If you go out and ask around, you'll know." Fang Chen said with a smile. How is it? If you trust me, work with me. After pondering for a moment, the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor's eyes revealed a complicated look. Whoosh! Suddenly, the heaven-destroying Divine Sovereign struck. He gathered all of his strength into his fist and punched towards Fang Chen through the void. When the latter saw this, he instantly understood that the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor was testing his strength. He was not qualified to cooperate with the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor. Break! Fang Chen muttered softly. Crack! His fist collided with heaven-exterminating Godly Sovereign's fist and immediately dissipated the latter's attack. Thud, thud, thud. Powerful the impact caused the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor to involuntarily take a few steps back. At this moment, the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor's eyes were filled with seriousness. For the first time, he regarded Fang Chen as a Divine Emperor, and a powerful one at that. I believe you, said the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor. Divine King realm cultivation and fighting strength comparable to a Divine Emperor. It was possible for the bone progenitor to accept such a monstrous genius as a disciple. Moreover, his spacetime cultivation system would not lie. Even the elders of the Bone Palace might not necessarily believe him. Taking a deep breath, the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor tried hard to suppress his excitement and said, I'll work with you. That's fine, but you have to promise me. I have a condition. What condition? Asked Fang Chen. I have an enemy in the Sword Tomb. You need to assist me in killing my enemy. Otherwise, I won't work with you. The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor said, This is your first time in the Sword Tomb, so you're not familiar with it at all. How important is this information to you? You should know. Fang Chen frowned. You want me to help you kill someone? Fang Chen said in a low voice. Then you have to tell me. Me, who is your enemy? I can't go against another Divine Emperor for no reason. Although he was not afraid of ordinary Divine Emperors with the Spacetime Phantasm Demon Book, he could not help casually. If the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor went against someone else. My enemy is the South Tomb Sword Palace's Sword and Divine Emperor. You just have to help me hold them back, said the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor. When he mentioned Sword and Divine Emperor, there was a strong killing intent in his voice, and he did not hide it at all. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little surprised. If it was another Divine Emperor, it would be fine. Sword and Divine Emperor, Fang Chen muttered. Okay, I agree. Your condition, said Fang Chen. But you have to tell me everything you know. Everything about the Sword Tomb. Me. Good. Heaven-exterminating Divine Sovereign grinned. Next, Fang Chen listened quietly to the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor's introduction. The Sword Tomb was a world of its own, and it was very big. In this vast Sword Tomb, there were a total of 3 areas, namely the King's Tomb, the Emperor's Tomb, and the Emperor's Tomb. From its literal meaning, one could understand that the so-called King's Tomb was the tomb where the Sword Dao Divine King was buried. The Emperor's Tomb was the tomb where the Sword Divine Emperor was buried. As for the Emperor's Tomb, it was the tomb where countless Sword Divine Emperors were buried. It was also the most eye-catching place in the Sword Tomb. Emperor's Tomb? Fang Chen was a little surprised. The King's Tomb is the most common one, and it can be seen everywhere. We are now at the edge of the King's Tomb. Once you step into the King's Tomb area, you will see the tombs. The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor said, When Divine Emperors enter, they will usually look for opportunities in the Emperor's Tomb area. Although there are Sword Divine Emperors buried in the Emperor's Tomb area. But after countless eras, there are some monstrous Divine Emperors whose fighting power is comparable to Divine Emperors. Their understanding of Sword Dao is beyond the scope of ordinary people's understanding. A few million years ago, someone obtained a unique divine skill in the Emperor's Tomb area and broke through. He reached the Divine Emperor realm. The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor sighed. All the experts who entered the Sword Tomb were there to improve their cultivation and break through, to reach the legendary Divine Emperor realm. For this, they would do anything. Of course, opportunities and dangers coexisted. The Sword Tomb was extremely dangerous, especially in the Emperor's Tomb and the Emperor's Tomb. However, the Emperor's Tomb is also very dangerous. Ordinary Divine Emperors would almost certainly die in there. Even the top Divine Emperors would have a slim chance of survival. The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor continued. He said, "What is the source of the threat?" Fang Chen asked. Countless sword Divine Emperors are buried in the Emperor's Tomb. Their resentment after death has formed a kind of terrifying resentful spirit. As long as it senses the fluctuation of aura, the resentful spirit will attack. The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor said, "The means of attack of the resentful spirit are the means of the deceased when they were alive." It is incredible. Many Divine Emperors were killed by the resentful spirit and died in the Emperor's Tomb. Therefore, under normal circumstances, people enter the Emperor's Tomb in group. If you enter alone, you will not be able to withstand the resentful spirit's attack. The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor continued. He added, "The resentful spirit is so powerful? Is there no way to resist it?" "There is a way, but it is very difficult. Unless you are recognized by the owner of a tomb, you will not be protected by the resentful spirit in the tomb," the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor said. Hearing this, Fang Chen finally understood. The Sword Tomb was more dangerous than he had imagined. However, wasn't this better? Fighting with the resentful spirits was like fighting with the ancient Divine Emperors. Their swordsmanship was unimaginable. He should be able to learn a thing or two from them during the fight. The Emperor's Tomb is already so dangerous. What about the Emperor's Tomb? Fang Chen asked with interest. Speaking of the Emperor's Tomb, even the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor's face changed slightly. His body trembled as if he had fallen into a terrifying memory. After a long while, the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor said slowly, "Let me put it this way. The Emperor's Tomb is a dead end. Anyone who enters will die." "How do you know?" "Because I was lucky enough to see the scene in the Emperor's Tomb." The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor sighed. It was fortunate that he was able to leave alive. Fang Chen was even more curious. At that time, I carefully entered the Emperor's Tomb and received the recognition of the owner of a tomb. I received the Sword Dao inheritance. Under the protection of the resentful spirit, I was very far away from the Emperor's Tomb. The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor said, "That scene is unforgettable. My Emperor God-level resentful spirit killed several Divine Emperors who entered the Emperor's Tomb." "Emperor God-level resentful spirit?" Fang Chen cried out. "Friend, you can search for, and find me immediately. // Please pay attention.